to the F1 2026 Bahrain testing live watch-along. This is our first real chance to see the 2026 cars flying in real time, and over the next couple of hours we will be hunting for clues: who looks stable, who looks nervous, and of course who is gonna be sandbagging and trying to fool us. So to start the stream off, type in chat which team you think is already cooking and which team is in the most trouble. We have some data from the previous Barcelona shakedown. There has been some rumors, there has been some disputes over engines, so I'm sure that you already have some thoughts in mind. And also by typing in chat, yeah, I can see that everything is working well, because this is going to be also a testing for us and to see if everything is working as it should and if the timings are working. Yeah, everything on screen. So Grash says Williams is most in trouble and Aston Martin is next. Yeah, I actually agree. I mean, I'm gonna go full with the rumors and say that probably Mercedes is cooking and Williams is most in trouble. And yeah, Ferrari, that is just a standard, or maybe it's this year. Yeah, we will see. There have been some good news for them, but we will see how it goes. So first, for those that are just coming in to the 2026 season, I wanted to give you a bit of a breakdown of what happened in Barcelona, because that has been very secretive testing, with secret police chasing people around the track and not allowing them to watch even from the outside. So it has been an interesting thing. So I will just go now through to the data, and then we have still like 26 minutes until the testing starts, so we can cover what happened in Barcelona and the timings and everything. And yeah, by the time we are done, we will be able to start with the testing in Bahrain. By the way, I think you might be hearing more from me in this season. Of course, Grash is here and he is basically the main commentator, but we will try to change between sessions and see how it goes. Okay, let me see. I have too many tabs open, and yeah, I need to focus on what I'm speaking. So first, for those who are new, what was the F1 shakedown? Basically, that is an additional test that happens every time that FIA has many rules changes and many things are changing on the cars, which is gonna be the case for 2026 season. So this is why it is happening. It happened from January 26 to January 30, and it wasn't a test like this one, for example, which we will get 3 days and all the teams can test their cars. In Barcelona, it was 5 days, and teams could choose only 3 to test. So basically, why it is in Barcelona is because it was close to the factories, and yeah, the 5 days are because of the weather. Maybe the weather is not gonna be good, so every team might wanna test in a rainy. We actually got a bit of a rain, so a rainy weather, sunny weather. So it just gives them a bit flexibility. And yeah, of course, they can test only one car per team per day. So this is what happened in Barcelona. And for all the 5 days, we have some times. So basically, most of the times were set on the fastest times were set on day 4 and day 5, with the exception of Hajar on day 2 and for Colapinto on day 3. Fastest in Barcelona was Lewis Hamilton. It was 1:16.348. Then we get George Russell, apparently the biggest candidate for the title in this season so far. So he got 1:16.445. Then is Norris, Leclerc, Antonelli, Piastri, Verstappen, Gasly, and those are the drivers that are within the 117 and 116 lap times. And then below we have Hajar, Ocon, Berman, Limbold, Lawson, Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Bortoleto, Alonso, Bottas, Perez, and Stroll. Albon and Sainz didn't set any time because, well, they didn't have a car for Barcelona, and as Grash mentioned, they are in quite some trouble, uh, yeah, for the beginning of this season. But the times maybe are not that important, and what is more important, I guess, for these testings too, is the number of laps the teams put and how reliable the cars are, because we know everyone is gonna be sandbagging, and yeah, the times are not of much of a relevance. Although there is some correlation from last year when I was checking who are the fastest teams and who were the fastest teams in the season versus testing, but I'll let you later on that. So regarding the number of laps, we have Mercedes doing 500 laps in Barcelona, Ferrari 440. Actually, Ferrari was probably the most reliable team, I think, in Barcelona, so that's a bit of a surprise maybe. Then Haas was third with 391, Alpine 349, Racing Bulls 319, Red Bull 303, McLaren with 291, Audi with 244, Cadillac with 164, and Aston Martin with only 65 laps, and Williams, of course, with 0. So yeah, those are the lap times, which kinda puts Mercedes on top with 500 laps, but we will see how they will do here in the testing. And yeah, there's a lot going on around Mercedes, around the engine, and all the rumors. Teams are complaining that they are exploiting some rule, but we will see how that goes. So yeah, for the schedule of all the tests, we have January that 26th to 30th in Barcelona, that is done. Then we have this testing, which will happen today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. So February 11 to 13, we will be live from uh, from the beginning of the morning session. Again, we will go till the end of the day, and then we will have another session, which is going to be next week from February 18th to February 13th. And we will, of course, be live for all of those sessions. So if you can hit the like button to support the channel, that is much appreciated and really helps out the channel. And now I see that on screen we can see the chat. So let me try to improve that a bit. Okay, now it should be fine, because this is my way of seeing what you guys are typing. We are already on 74 likes. That is awesome. If we can get to 100, that would be amazing. Let me go back. Mirage says, "Hey day, hope you're well and ready for the new season." Yeah, I'm really ready. I've been waiting for this for a long time. I know it maybe hasn't been that much time. I mean, it's 2 months, but still, it felt like a lot. And I see all of the old crew here. 65, the Blue Hawk is here. Just an account edits. MSD, Oni. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. 167 people watching, 78 likes. Those are good numbers, but I know that we can make it better. And there is Shay, our first green chatter. So good morning. Okay, we are 19 minutes until the start. It's getting closer. Let's see where did I stop. So yeah, that is the schedule. We will be live every testing session. And I've been running through some analysis of accounts and people that I know that they are doing a great job. For example, formula data analysis. If you haven't checked them out, they are great. So basically, they have a prediction that the 2026 cars will be way faster on the straights, and a comparison is done for Esteban Ocon, who reached 355 kilometers per hour when he was allowed in full deployment without any slipstream. And in 2025, in the best quality lap, he reached 327 kilometers per hour. So this is quite a difference. And yeah, that it is like a consensus that these cars will be a lot faster in the straights, and that will it will change a lot of things. I mean, we will go through all of the changes uh, for this season, but the cars being faster also will mean that they will need to brake earlier to make the turns, and yeah, that might make give some opportunities for more overtaking, which we all are kind of hoping for. But yeah, this is something that we will need to wait and see. And also this will, yeah, affect different races, because different tracks, we have different percentage of max throttle during the race and a lot or less braking. So it will be a lot of headaches, I guess, for the teams to figure out the right setups for each track with everything that is changing. Now, the correlation that I was talking about previously is that in 2025 testing, the top five teams also finished, the top five teams with fastest laps in the testing also finished in the top five in the World Constructors Championship. Of course, this is very, very bold prediction for this one, but I thought that was interesting to share, even though we have, for example, in testing last year, Williams was P1 and they finished P5 in the constructors. Then we had Ferrari in P2 in testing, finished P4 in constructors. Mercedes was P3 and then finished P2. Red Bull was P4 and finished in P3, and McLaren was P5 and finished P1. So those were the top five teams, both in testing and in the constructors in 2025 season. And the rest, yeah, they were pretty much in the similar position from testing to constructors, except for Alpine, who was P6, and then he finished P10. Now for the engine drama, yeah, teams are saying that Mercedes, mostly Mercedes, but also Red Bull, they are exploiting something in the rules that would make their engine a lot stronger. So Audi, Ferrari, and Honda think that this shouldn't be allowed, and there's a lot of meetings and complaints and yeah, reporting to FIA. So we will see what will happen in regards to that. So far, nothing is banned, nothing is changed. So we still don't know to which extent this difference can be for the teams. Also, there have been some rumors that the Audi engine is expected to be significantly more powerful. Uh, so yeah, it should deliver 400 kilowatts or 540 horsepower, and the Mercedes engine, who is estimated to be the strongest, should reach to 570 horsepower. So we will see how Audi will deal with that. 15 minutes until the start. 97 likes, so 3 more until 100. 98. Mirage is here, says, hey, hope you're well. I forgot I was muted this end. Okay, Andy also is here. Hello, Andy. I think most of the old crew is here. We're missing some regulars, but it's still just testing, and it's pretty early in the morning. Here is almost 8 a.m., so quite early. Yeah, as Grash is saying, the DRS is gone and it will be replaced by the active arrow. We will see how this will go. It is supposed to make the racing more interesting, but also some drivers are complaining that it's gonna make the racing also a bit robotic and it's taking the joy out of driving. So we will need to wait and see for the first couple of races to see how it will be. Fogwe is asking, so is it going to be any live telemetry or just news and other stuff from sources? Yeah, I'm hoping that we are gonna get the live telemetry. So just bear with us. We'll have to wait until the start to see if it's gonna be available, but it should be. And in case it's not in, well, we'll be using multi-viewer, but we have some other options. So just bear with me and I'll try to set it up and get it on the screen for you. So in the meantime, until that happens, I've put here a bit of a run through of everything that happened and everything that is going to be happening in the 2026 season with the calendar and all the teams, a little bit of history about the teams, how they were doing in each year in the standings right now. Yeah, that should start showing up on screen in like 2-3 minutes. So another thing, there has been another post from Formula Data Analysis that's an interesting thing, that how the teams are gonna manage the cooling. So for example, it is comparing the Ferrari powered teams, which will be also Haas and Cadillac, and they basically all three have very different cooling approach. So that is going to be interesting to see which one is going to work best. Now, in terms of which will be the most experienced teams, yeah, we have some data regarding that, and it's just like summing up the driver's experience for each team. So Aston Martin, of course, is going to be the most experienced because of Fernando Alonso. Together with Stroll, they have 614 race starts. Second is Ferrari, mostly because of Hamilton. And together with Leclerc, they have 551 race starts. Then third is, even though this is a new team, Cadillac, they are actually the third most experienced team because Perez and Bottas have been a long time into F1. Even though last year none of them was on the grid, now we see them back. And this is actually the team battle I'm most looking forward to, because during their careers, both Bottas and Perez have been mostly a second driver in their team. And it will be interesting to see who is gonna take charge. I think maybe Perez might be a bit more aggressive. Bottas seems like a very chill guy, but we will see. It will be very interesting. Now, after the three, P4 is Williams with Sainz and Albon, 357 race starts. Then we have Audi, again, not really a new team because they have taken over from Sauber, but they are P5 with 274 starts. Then we have Red Bull, 256 starts. Actually, McLaren with 222, then Haas with 207, Alpine with 203, and the two teams with the least starts are Mercedes with 176 and Racing Bulls with only 35 race starts. So the most rookie team, I guess, would be Racing Bulls here in terms of the drivers and their experience. Now, what is changing to the cars from 2025 to 2026? Firstly, the cars will be smaller, they will be shorter, narrower, they will be lighter, which should in theory provide for better racing, more overtaking, but until we see it, yeah, we can't be 100% sure, so we'll see how that goes. So yeah, let me get exactly to the details and tell you the dimensions. But first, let me check if maybe we have, okay, we have some timing. So I think this is gonna work. Although right now we only see the Norris in the pit lane. No, actually there are more than one. Yeah, everyone is, yeah, the timing is here, so that's perfect. So we are 8 minutes to start, and I will try to add this on screen. So bear with me. Let's see. I haven't done this in a while, so it's gonna take me some time to find all the clicks and all the buttons and everything. Okay, the team colors really updated. Okay, actually, we have 11 teams. Yeah, we need to shift things because we have 22 drivers to show. It's gonna make the screen a bit more busy, but yeah, it's what it is. More cars, temperature is 30 degrees, air 25, a little bit of wind, no rain. And now let me pull, because the one that I'm using is not really, yeah, I don't like that one. I have to be quiet while doing this, so maybe I should play you some music, but I think it's gonna be quick. I don't know if we're gonna get the messages, but I will put it together in any case if it starts showing up. I think I will remove the presentation. Maybe we'll put it back later. See the map? Okay, there it is. We just need to catch up with the life and sync with everything, but it should be all good. The advantage of having 22 drivers is that Now the timings will be a bit smaller, so that's not that of advantage, but we will be able to show to the right more data. So that's good. Yeah, sure. Okay, check the chat because I haven't been checking in a while. If you guys have any questions, any doubts, let me know. Grash is saying my mic is cutting out. Yeah, maybe I need to turn down the volume. I think it's too high. Okay, now it should be better. By the way, if anyone wants to join in as commentator, try yourself even for just for the testing, just let us know on Discord. We're always looking for people who want to try this out because as you know, this is community driven channel basically. So if you want to be a commentator, try it out and yeah, let us know. Even if it's as quick as today and you want to join today because it's going to be 8 hours and no one can commentate for 8 hours. Grash is coming very close to that, by the way. But that's a lot of time. It's gonna be 2 sessions with 4 hours each. So there's gonna be a lunch break after morning session. So yeah, it's not gonna be 6 hours. It's gonna be more. We're starting in less than 2 minutes. Hey there says, is there an estimate on how many laps the cars will do per day? No, I mean, we can't guess that. It really depends on their reliability. They will be testing things. So we can see from previous years, but this is different because there are a lot of changes. A lot of the cars are different. So maybe they will be spending more time in setups than in on track. But yeah, we can't estimate really. From what we saw in Barcelona, the total for 3 days was the most for Mercedes, 500 laps. So maybe that will be the case here, but there are also teams with less than 100 laps or around 100 laps. So it's very wide range. For the teams, I guess that they are doing well, it will be close to 400 or 500 laps. But yeah, we can't know. 65 says security checking for cameras in the crowd right now, chasing them with a stick. Yeah. FS 2021 says, yes, please give opportunity to new folks. Yeah, we the opportunity is open. It's just like no one has reached out to us that they want to try to be commentator. So in case you want to do that, let us know. Nice to have Checo back. Yeah, nice to have both of them. I think Bottas also and Checo will be great. So the time is up and officially the testing is starting, but there are no cars on track right now. At least not that I can see. The map is a bit cut, so let me try to fix that. There, now it looks better. Okay, Verstappen is going out first. That's a good sign, I guess. Limbold is going second, and I think Bortoleto also is gonna come out very soon. So we have, yeah, it's so good to see the cars on the map. AVA says, is it going to be broadcasted only the last hour of day 3? I think from every day they will broadcast like 1 hour at the end, but that will be like a footage and everything. But we will have the timings, and yeah, it's gonna be the usual watch along with all the data that we usually have. So we have Verstappen and Limbal, the first one on track. Piastri is coming out third. It is so weird to me to see 2022 drivers on on the timings. I mean, it's a bit of an OCD thing, I guess, because it's not even 20, but we will get used to it. Now Ocon also is going out as Verstappen is entering sector 3. Uniform Charlie, thank you for the live stream. Yeah, this is from Multiviewer mostly. Yeah, so you should check out Multiviewer. Is a great tool for watching F1. You will need F1 TV all the to log in, but it is really great. And shout out to them. Q1 will be 7 people knocked out. Well, there's no Q1 today, so. But yeah, we will see. Yeah, actually, I don't know how is gonna be the qualia. I haven't checked that how many people are gonna be knocked out in Q1 and in Q2. Is it the change gonna be only for Q1? So 7 people out in Q1, and then again we have top 15 in Q2 and top 10 in Q3. Okay, Grash says in Q1 there will be 6 knocked out, then 6 in Q2, and Q3 will be the same with top 10. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I think we're gonna have also 1 hour of broadcast. FS, yes, we're catching up with Ryan from time to time. He's popping in the stream also. So we will see. Depending on how Aston Martin does and how Alonso does, maybe he will be back for some commentary streams. Yeah, Racing Bulls are white on track. We will see. I might be able to change the colors because I think there are a lot of blue cars. But yeah, Red Bull is kind of lighter blue and Williams is a darker blue, so I think that's easy to distinguish. And we have Alpine in their pink color, so we changed that from the blue because that was too close to the other two. Also, Mercedes and Aston Martin are kind of similar colors, but I think that's still fine. Yeah. Well, Ferrari and Haas are kind of both red, so might need to tweak those colors too. Okay. There are 700 people watching and 162 likes. Thank you everyone for liking the stream. And for those who haven't already, click the like button because that really helps the channel. And yeah, helps us with the YouTube algorithm and to bring more people here. So let's try to get it to 200 likes. I know we can do it. Kel, you might need to have a new account if you're in the US, or link your Apple TV account, or maybe your old account is expired, so you need to see if you need to renew your subscription. Should change Audi with gray instead. Yeah, maybe we'll change their color, but they are already gray, right? Oh no, that's Cadillac. Okay, we have sometimes Max Verstappen, purple lap 144.012, Limbold 159.02, and I think the timings are cutting out a little bit, so let me adjust that. We might be able to add more data here in the timing, so let me know if you want to see something else. Okay, the max would go better. Scroll the car, scroll, scroll up, the key for Sophia, Ocon, Bottas. But yeah, they didn't set a time, they just went out and then straight back into the pits. Okay, about the schedule, because yeah, the teams can have only one driver in one session. So let me give you a quick update on that. So for McLaren, today in the morning session, well, we already saw Piastri out on track. So Piastri is going to be in the morning session and Norris is going to be in the afternoon. For Mercedes, we have Russell in the morning session. He hasn't already gotten up on track. And Antonelli will be later in the afternoon. For Ferrari is going to be Hamilton in the morning and Leclerc in the afternoon. Red Bull will only test with Verstappen today, so both morning and afternoon session. Then Williams will have Sainz in the morning, Albon in the afternoon. Stroll will be the one that is gonna be all day for Aston Martin. And actually, the weird thing about Aston Martin is that usually teams give like 3 sessions for each driver because they have 6 sessions in total. But from what I'm seeing, Stroll is gonna have 4 sessions and Alonso only 2. So that's a bit weird, but yeah, maybe Stroll needs to test more, and Alonso has the experience. So then for Audi we have Bortoleto in the morning and Hülkenberg in the afternoon. Racing Bulls we already saw Limbold, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be still him in the afternoon or we will see Lawson. For Haas, Ocon will be the whole day. And for Alpine, we'll see Colapinto now. I think he already, well, no, he hasn't come up on track. And Gasly in the afternoon. And for Cadillac, Bottas in the morning and Perez in the afternoon. So that's for today. For tomorrow, Norris is going to have whole day for McLaren. Alonso is going to have whole day for Aston. Behrman is going to have whole day for Haas. And Gasly whole day for Alpine. For the other teams, it's going to be again one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. And for Friday, the full days will be only for Stroll and Colapinto, and Piastri. All the other teams are going to be exchanging the drivers between morning and afternoon sessions. Okay, Quack Velocity says, yeah, because during the shakedown, Alonso had one full day and Stroll had only 1 hour. Yeah, well, then if that's the case, that makes sense. Okay, there's no one on track right now, so we can talk about anything that you like, guys. Actually, there were some things I wanted to go through until we see some cars on track. So yeah, no sign of Ferrari on track. So let me go through some of the changes, and actually I might be able to add some other things on screen, but I don't think it's worth it at this time. Maybe later. Okay, science is now coming up on track, and this is the first time we see Williams on track because they didn't have car for the Barcelona shakedown. So far, so good. Turn three, and now to the straight, and the car is still driving. Chat. Okay. Who says, can we get driver radios? Right now, we don't have them, but maybe they will come up later. I'm not sure because usually, yeah, even when we were doing the regular streams in FP1, the team radios wouldn't work, but maybe we'll get them later. A wild Williams has appeared. Yeah, exactly. Evelyn says, because it's a new era, I'm speculating that they aren't entirely confident with the reliability of the cars. Yeah, and that's why they had the Barcelona shakedown, and that's why it was so secretive. I think, in a way, if I wanted to protect the teams from, you know, cars stopping in the middle of the track and yeah, things like that. But I think we got to see a bit of that. We actually had the live timings for a while, but then they cut them out. Expectations or the new Red Bull power unit? Yeah, it seems like they are doing well. I mean, the thing is that only Mercedes and them are kinda they got to exploit that thing in the rule book, and they seem to be ahead of the others. Even though Mercedes is the one that everyone is complaining about, so we will see. We will see how it goes. But it seems like it is going fine for them. So we have three cars on track now. Right now, Piastri, Hamilton, and Sainz. Verstappen and Limbold are still the only two drivers with representative times, 1:44.012 and 1:59.02. Abel Puzzle says hello for every people in the world. Hello. Well, yeah, that's a good question, Evie. So yeah, where are you guys watching us from? You can type in chat and maybe even the time, what it is there. Here is early morning, 8 a.m. Magreso says, have you seen the way that Alpine did their active aero mode? Seems very efficient compared to other teams. I haven't actually seen that. I'll check it later today and comment on it. Yeah, we have Russell on track too. I think almost all of the teams got their cars out. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're still waiting for one team. Let's see. I think is well, I don't know who hasn't come up. Well, Alpine. Yeah, Alpine still hasn't uh, got out on track. Okay, we have people from everywhere in the world. Australia, Poland, 8 a.m., Nepal, Argentina, Romania, 9 a.m., Philippines, 3 p.m., Australia, Melbourne, Brazil, Zimbabwe, Austria, New Zealand, again Zimbabwe, Hollandia, I don't know where is that, India, France, Taiwan, South Africa, India, China. A lot of people from Australia. That's really good, I guess. Fans of Piastri. We have Napier, Ukraine, Canada, Texas, of course, Moscow, Denmark. So good to see you guys from everywhere. Indonesia, again Russia, Baden, India, Spain. Yeah, that's a lot of different places across the world. Bucharest, Romania, Thailand, Italy, Ecuador. Eva is asking, is there any Serbian here? Sweden. Oh my god, that's late for Texas. There's people from Serbia too, from Hungary, from South Africa. A lot of South Africa people here. Okay, that's cool. What is the usual lap time for this circuit? Well, we won't know because these are new cars, so we'll have to wait to see. I mean, we can compare it with last year cars, but we don't really know what is gonna be the usual lap time for these cars. We have now Russell going P1 with hard set of tires, 141, 740. Ocon is on track, Russell, Hamilton, and Piastri right now. We have Montenegro, Greece also. Hello to all international people and friends. And we are already at 272 likes. That is great. If we can pass 300, that would be amazing. More than 1300 people watching and less than 300 likes. So if you can hit the like button, that would be much appreciated. And really helps the channel. Okay, we have still people typing the countries. Kuala Lumpur, Kenya, Iran, USA. Wim Wonder says this car should be around 1-2 seconds slower. Yeah, we will see. I mean, in the straights, they are supposed to be faster, but yeah. We won't know what a good lap time is until next week. Yeah, right. Okay, we have people from Macedonia too. Singapore. Los Angeles, California. That's awesome. 309 likes. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button. Now I wanted to go a bit. Well, we have Ocon and Russell, and maybe Bottas is gonna come up on track. So not much going on right now. So I wanted to go through some of the changes that are gonna happen to the cars for those that are not already familiar. But you're all F1 diehard fans, so I'm sure that you already know this. But for the new ones and the ones that are not very familiar, I wanted to go through all the changes. By the way, Ocon went fastest, 139.634. That's 2 seconds faster than Russell. Bottas goes P2 with 140.647. So good to see Bottas on the timing sheet. I hope he gets a podium, honestly. And yeah, we have 3 cars, Piastri, Ocon, and Russell right now on track. So yeah, let's go through the changes on the car. So first is gonna be the aerodynamics and the bodywork. They will be smaller, lighter, and with less downforce. So yeah, the wheelbase will be reduced by 20 centimeters. So basically from 3600 millimeters to 34. Then the cars will be lighter from 800 kilograms in previously to 770. This is comparing to the 2022 car, but yeah, it's similar. Now, there will be also changes to the wheels. We will have the still the 18-inch wheels, but the tires are gonna be smaller and it's gonna be less surface touching the ground. So the diameter will be slightly changed from 720 millimeters to 705 for the front wheels and to 710 to the rear wheels, which is not going to be too big of a change, but still it's a change. What will be reduced a lot more is the width of the tires. So the front will go from 305 to 280 millimeters, and the rear tires will be from 404 to 375. So that is about a 10% loss in the surface area, which will have, of course, a great impact on the grip, especially in the corners, because you know the less tire surface is touching the ground, there's less grip. But there will be other changes that are going to be compensating for that. So it seems like this year we will also not have the issue of going below the weight, the minimum weight, because of tire loss, because during the race the tires are losing rubber, so it can get that the car, well, so far it was that the car could be, the total weight would be below the limit, and that might result in penalties, I think. But in this year that shouldn't be the issue, because I think they will be weighted separately. I'm not completely sure on this, but I believe that's what's gonna be happening. So yeah, there's not gonna be a reason to check the tires after the race, the weight. Please correct me if I'm wrong. By the way, Grash, if you wanna do some time, join the stream, let me know at any point, because I will be here for a couple more, well, I don't know if it's gonna be a couple more hours, but at least an hour, and then I maybe will play some music, and then I'll join back in for the second afternoon session. By the way, there will be some updates for the channel too. I'll let you know later. We will have some fun things to do, some giveaways maybe, and yeah, just stay tuned, and you might, I hope you're all gonna take part of it. So yeah, that's about the cars and the tires. For the cars, there's also gonna be changes. Of course, the DRS is gonna be gone, so now the front and the rear wing, they will be able to open, and they actually are simpler than 2025. Also, the floor is gonna be simpler. So yeah, those tunnels below, they are gonna disappear, and they are gonna be replaced by a more flat floor with stepped sections on both sides. So this should significantly reduce the suction or the ground effect that is generated under the floor. And of course, the headline is the change from DRS to the active aero. So instead of just opening the single rear flap, the new system will allow both the front and the rear wings to open in sync on every straight. Well, almost every straight. I think there are some that they won't be able to do it. And there's an estimate that this will reduce the drag for up to 55% when they are open compared to 2025. So that's quite a lot of drag reduction, which adds to the straight line speed. That's why you remember previously we mentioned the example for Ocon when he was, I think, about 30 kilometers per hour faster on the straight. This is part of the reason why these cars will be so fast on the straights. And this will be a nightmare for the teams, for the technical teams. They will need to adapt their configurations to the front and the rear wing, and yeah, this will be a lot of work for them. How to balance it with the straight and then in the corners. And also they will need to keep in mind developing the car ongoingly through the season. So it's going to be a lot of work. Not much happening on track right now. We have Verstappen, Hamilton, and Limbold on track. Verstappen is putting in a new lap on the mediums, on used mediums, 1:43.747. That is faster than his previous lap. On the live timings, we still have Ocon, Bottas, Russell, Verstappen, Sainz, Limbold, Hamilton, Bortoleto, Piastri, and Stroll. Those are the 10 cars. We are still missing Alpine to come up. I don't know why they are still not coming up. Anyway, uh, another thing to mention that probably will improve overtaking is that right now, with all the changes, the drivers will probably need to brake a lot earlier in the turns, and that would give bigger opportunities for overtakes, because very often the overtakes happen on the corners. Someone is braking later than he should, and then they take the inside line to overtake. So this should promote better racing and more overtaking in theory. So for example, uh, it seems that the braking distances might increase about 15 to 20%, because the downforce and the drag are gonna be decreased, and yeah, they will need to brake sooner to be able to make the turns. So for example, there has been this stat comparing the Monza main straight, which is a very long straight. Last year, the drivers that were braking late were hitting the brake pedal about 110, 115 meters, and they were braking from 345 kilometers per hour. So this year, according to the data, they should start braking around 140 meters to be able to make turn one. So that is assuming that they will have the similar top speed. But in 2026, even though we were saying that the cars will have higher top speed in the straights, but when the straight is really long, towards the end, the top speed might not be same or higher than 2025, because they will need to manage the energy saving. So yeah, maybe they want the braking distance won't increase to 15 to 20%, but maybe it's just going to be 5 to 10% because of this. But we will need to wait and at least see how one race goes and how this will be. But that is really interesting. So even though the top speed will be bigger than 2025, if the straight is too long, they will need to save energy. So towards the end, it's not going to be as quick as in 2025. But still, they will need to brake a lot earlier than 2025 because of lower downforce and bigger drag decrease. And that would be the opportunities, give more opportunities for overtaking. Which Alpine driver is going out today? Let me double check. I think I went through this previously, but left for Alpine. It should be Colapinto in the morning session and Gasly in the afternoon session. Okay, let me check the chat because I have been missing that. Now says Grash, I heard that to use the overtake button, the car behind needs to be within 1 second, and then overtake button will be available in the next lap and not in the current lap. Is that right? Yeah, I believe that is right. Usually there's gonna be like a detection point in the last turn before the lap starts. And if the car is within 1 second, then they can use the overtake button for the whole next lap. It's gonna be a lot more complicated. Like there's a lot of detection zones, there's a lot of before the straights, the overtake button, the active arrow, when you can use what, and it's gonna be, I mean, Alonso had this comment that it's taking out the joy of racing and it's making it more robotic. I think this adds to that. It's it's just adding a lot more buttons, and yeah, compared to 2 3 decades ago, this is a lot more complicated. And as who was saying, was it Vettel, that in the past, if you could put a monkey in the car and teach him how to drive, he can do it. But now it's like you're having a computer and the computer is getting more complicated. So we will see. Hopefully, even though it's adding more complexity for the drivers, the racing will be better for the fans. If not, I think maybe we're going in the wrong direction, but we will see in a couple of weeks. Well, a month actually, until the first race. Alpine is still to come out. Yeah, that's correct. We have only 10 cars on track so far. And right now we have Stroll, Sainz, Limbold, and we see Piastri passing Limbold after turn 8. Let me notifications, they're showing on top of the map. I think I should move them. Should be a better place. By the way, we have over 412 likes. That is amazing number. Thank you, everyone. If we can get to 500, that would be great. Already 1800 people watching. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. What time is live video? The video is probably gonna be the last hour. Someone is saying around 10 a.m. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Maybe it's there. What do the blue dots mean on the mini sectors? That is basically when a driver is coming into the pit or getting out in the pit. So in the beginning, you will see, for example, now for Piastri and Stroll, that means that this lap they came out from the pit, and that's why they are blue. So in the end, there are only two. Those are the last two mini sectors when they are getting into the pit lane. Will drivers be able to use low drag mode only on long straights or also on shorter ones, as in between turn 8 and 9? I think for every map we will have this information, and I actually found the one for Bahrain, so let me quickly pull it in to let you know. So they will be able to use it on the main straight, then between turn 3 and turn 4, and between turn 10 and turn 11, and in the end between turn 13 and turn 14. So it's gonna be 4 places where they can use it. So turn 8 to turn 9, that's where they cannot use it. So that's too small straight. Yeah, the map looks pretty complicated if you see it like this. So for the overtake button for this map particularly, the detection is 10 meters after turn 14. So that's when the drivers need to be within 1 second to the driver ahead to be able to have the overtake button. And so the detection is 10 meters after turn 14, but they can use the overtake button 50 meters after turn 14. So that's basically almost the start finish line, and they can use it for the whole next lap. For the straight, like you were saying, the low drag mode, low grip, they can use it, yeah, on 4 zones. It's gonna be the main straight, turn 3 to turn 4, turn 10 to turn 11, and turn 13 to turn 14. And it actually has the exact meters, like 30 meters after turn 15, or yeah. So there are a lot of detection points and a lot of things to consider where you can use what. So it's gonna be complicated, and the drivers will need to adapt to it. Tuna is saying Haas is dark gray, Cadillac is medium gray, Racing Bulls is light gray, Ferrari and Audi both basically identical red. Yeah, we will change the color maybe to Audi. Maybe, I don't know, get darker red, so it's distinguished, so you can distinguish it from Ferrari. I don't know. Let me know if you have any suggestions of, and if you have the exact color hex code, I can try to apply that. But I'm gonna do it later because yeah, it will take me some time now to figure out where to change the colors. It's Alex Ross says, I meant that since they will be slowing down towards the end of the straight in order to save energy, I would think there will be less dive bombs, but you may be right. Yeah, maybe they're gonna be slower, but because the braking zone is gonna be bigger, that might also bring more dive bombs, as you say. So we will see. We need to wait to see that. But right now, everything is theory until I wonder who is going to be the first driver to attempt the overtake in the first race. 65, yeah, explain the blue dots. Rookie on top. Yeah, Limbaugh is on top. I actually missed that. 139, 480. Right ahead of Ocon. Saying they can only broadcast live footage for the last hour of testing, which is 3-4 p.m. UK time. Yeah, I was thinking that it's gonna be in the end. I don't know, someone mentioned 10 a.m., but yeah, I don't think that's gonna be correct. We are already 40 minutes in the session. It feels like I've been talking for 2 hours. I'll need to take some water. The top left timer for the end of the morning session section. Yeah, it's for the morning session, but yeah, it's just for the morning session. So it will be restarted from 4 hours once we have the afternoon session. Max already did 6 laps. Yeah, Max did, let's see, 8 laps. Limbal 12, Ocon 6, Bottas 8, Russell 7, Sainz 7, Bortoleto 4, Piastri 7, and Stroll 5 laps. So we're still waiting for the Alpines to come out. I don't know what they're waiting for. Why isn't Stroll's best lap shown? I don't know. Did he have? Well, he hasn't set a quick enough lap to be shown in the timings. I guess he was just going slow, and if it's a lot slower than the lap times that are on the table, then it's not going to be shown because it's not really a fast lap. Okay, Grash is going to sleep. Yeah. Well, good night and see you. I guess in the afternoon session, by the time the stream is still on, you will wake up. Yeah, on the other side of the test. Craziest Block says, this is my first time watching preseason testing. Is it normal for most of the cars to be in the pits? Yeah, because the teams can only test with one car. So eventually, today, we will get 11 cars out. That's the most we can get because it's only one car. Right now, 10 drivers have been out. We are waiting for the Alpine to come up, and that will be everything for the morning session. In the afternoon session, some drivers will switch, so we will see more drivers in the afternoon. But for some teams, like they will, for example, Red Bull, Verstappen will be the one driving whole day. So yeah, we won't see Hajar. But for most of the teams, they are switching the drivers in the afternoon session. So we will see more of them. But it's going to be just one car even in the afternoon session. Alex says, but the second Bahrain test will be fully broadcasted, right? Yeah, the second is going to be fully broadcasted, at least to my understanding. He says testing is usually quite boring, so if it was live all the time, you will see a lot of zero action. Yeah, there's not much action gonna be going on. We are just gonna be looking at the times. We're just gonna be looking at all the laps that the teams are putting in. Maybe someone is having issues stopping on track. So that's mostly what we are gonna be trying to look and figure out something from the data. But it's pretty much a bit boring and a bit long, I would say. We have 8 hours. Yeah, it's Alex Rose says they will broadcast the whole testing, but the one next week. Yeah. Usually there's just one preseason testing, but for when they are doing a lot of changes, like for the 2026 season, we have the Shakedown, we have the testing one in Bahrain, then testing two in Bahrain, and then we start. So it's kind of, yeah, it's a lot of testing, but just it's to make sure everything is working right, everything is safe, and it's needed when we are doing so many changes on the cars. Max Flashcard say if cars stop on track, then it gets interesting. Yeah, then like everything, the social media fires up and the predictions change. So we have 4 cars on track right now: Ocon, Russell, Limbold, and Bortoleto. Limbold is actually the driver that has been most on track. He already has 14 laps, which is good because he's a rookie. So as many laps as he can put, the more laps, the better. It's to have Stroll on day one is just wild from Aston. They should have let experienced Alonso on day one to get max details. Well, they had Alonso more on in Barcelona, so I guess this is not the first testing. And yeah, Stroll needs to put the time into. We will see Alonso the whole day tomorrow. Yeah, still people just want to see the car, so who cares if nothing happens? Yeah, especially with the new liveries, everyone wants to see how it's gonna look under the sun on the track. Who is the fastest? Yeah, the fastest right now. Well, actually, Russell went P1, 139, 419. I think he is the main contender for the title for this season. So yeah, he is currently the fastest. We have 496 likes, so 4 more until 500, guys. If you can click the like button, that is much appreciated. Almost, well, over 2000 people watching. That's amazing. 499 likes. One more. Who is going to be the 500? 502. Thank you so much, everyone. Uh, Frankly, with Venki says, you can also make Ferrari yellow since the logo is horsey on yellow. Well, yeah, I think it's a bit wrong to make Ferrari yellow. I mean, the Ferrari red is the most classic color in Formula One, so having the Ferrari red, I think is a must. But we can tweak maybe Audi a bit. And thank you for sending the colors, actually the hex code. I will try it and I will test it later. Fleming says only one car per team. Drivers usually change midday throughout the day. Changing drivers involve changing seats. and needs adjustments. So they do it during lunch break. Yeah, exactly. Miami is explaining those are microsectors. It's like the constant delta. Yeah, I think someone was asking maybe the for the mini sectors. So basically, we have the track. Every track is split on 3 sectors, but every sector has mini sectors within them. So those are these yellow and green and blue lines that you're seeing, and it's not the same number of mini sectors for each sector. So you see, sector 1 has a lot more than sector 3. It depends from track to track. Tell Walker Devon, what do you mean? I mean, this is the F1 testing and it started. You should check your sources. And it says like, thank you so much. I mean, we've already made 557 likes. That's amazing number. Thank you everyone for liking the stream. Wait, what the straight after turn 13 has no DRS zone? There's no DRS at all. But yeah, I think the map is not updated, but we will have that for, you see right now on the map Bortoleto where it is after turn 13 until 14. There's gonna be low grip activation there too. So there's 4 zones. I think the map is not updated. That what says 50th like for me. Good content. Thank you so much for the like. The drivers are getting a feel of the car and the engines are turned down. Yeah, probably they are not running full power. And there's new engines too, so they need to test the engines. And yeah, it's all about being safe today. Are the green stripes on the map stray zones? Yeah, just explained. Yeah, those are the low grip zones, but there's also one I think that's missed. That's gonna be from turn 13 to 14. We already know the engine sounds slightly different from the outside, but have we heard any onboards? I haven't heard any onboards. I might try later to see if we have. Yeah, I might try to record the sound and maybe play it for you later for you. What are you looking forward to the most this season? That's an interesting question. But I mentioned previously, I mean, of course, we want to know who is going to be the fastest car and who is going to win the title. But for me, I really want to see how the team dynamic is going to be into Cadillac between Bottas and Perez. Is there gonna be a first driver, second driver? Are they gonna be equal? Who is gonna turn out to be the leader of the team? So that's gonna be really interesting for me to see, I think, because both drivers have been for their whole career so far basically a second driver. So this is gonna be an interesting teammate battle. Aiden says, can you make Cadillac gold or yellow? I think we could do that for Cadillac. So Cadillac to be like yellow and Audi to be maybe a more light red. I'm not sure for Audi what color is best besides the one that they have, but that's too similar to Ferrari. Thoughts on engine clipping this season? I mean, until we get to the first race, it's hard to say, but it seems, yeah, Mercedes and Red Bull are getting it right and the others are complaining. It's good to see Cadillac got 2 experienced drivers, but they need to be replaced soon to make way for younger drivers. 2 new seats should mean 2 new drivers, hopefully 2027 or 2028. Well, I think for this season they made the right call because they really need experienced drivers to develop the team and to learn from their experience. I mean, both Perez and Bottas have been in Mercedes, in Red Bull, in great teams. They were winning races, getting podiums. So, yeah, I think they made the right call by getting for this season two experienced drivers. But in the next ones, yeah, probably one seat should go to a younger driver and the other two more experienced. I think that is the safest bet for them. But for now, I think this was the best call to have two experienced drivers. The issue, as I mentioned before, is that we don't know who is driver one, driver two yet. So that might be a trouble if they start battling and get too competitive. That might actually hurt the team, but it's good that they have the two most experienced, probably one of the most experienced drivers in the grid. Cadillac Gold livery would have been really awesome. The monochrome one is good as well. Yeah, I haven't really checked in detail all the liveries, but what do you guys think? So, if you had to choose the best and the worst livery on the grid, I I wonder what you would choose. Yeah. So, can you type in chat like what is the best livery for you and what is the worst livery? I still haven't made up my mind on that, so I'll need to double check all the liveries. But let's see what you think. So type which one is the best and which one is the worst livery. Cadillac livery colors look like soulless modern car colors. Okay, well, that's an opinion. Perez and Bottas ain't going anywhere for at least 2 years. Yeah, I think they are gonna stay for at least 2 years. Okay, so we're getting some info. So best is Williams according to Andy. Vasily wants Haas and Mercedes is the worst one. Then we have best Racing Bulls. Well, is it Racing Bulls or Red Bull? And worst Ferrari? And he says, I just like the purple on the wheels. Yeah, Williams really looks nice. Then we have Ferrari best, Audi worst. The best is Red Bull. Best is Red Bull. Worst is Aston Martin Alpine. Best is Haas. Worst is Audi. Best for me is Red Bull or Haas. Well, we have a lot of people really liking the Red Bull uh, livery. Also, couple love the Haas. Best is Red Bull or Aston Martin versus Ferrari. Yeah, the white on Ferrari is really too much for me too. And that HP logo, yeah, not a big fan, but it is what it is. Haas and Cadillac did best. Best Haas, Audi worst. Then we have Too Nice saying Red Bull is my favorite this year. Least favorite maybe Alpine. Best is Haas. Yeah, a lot of people also like the Haas livery, and I like it too. Best Alpine, worst Aston, worst Audi. The best is VCarb. VCarb is interesting. Worst Cadillac, best Haas. Yeah, a lot of people like Haas. And I think Haas is probably one of the top three liveries for me too. There are some people liking Cadillac. I think it's the consensus that Alpine is bad livery. Okay. It says, damn, live timing is broken. How do you mean? If you think because not the 2022 drivers have time, that's just the way it's supposed to be because we only have 11 drivers that can come up on track. I'm not a fan of the asymmetric Cadillac livery, but it's not worse than the Alpine. Yeah, that's a bit weird when it's without the logos, but I think after they put the logos on, I kind of like it more because it kind of hides this asymmetry. Someone else is saying that the live timing is not working, so let me check. Uh, I'm not sure. I see it is not updating, but probably I should just refresh. Let me try to do it. Okay, now they should be working because you see Colapinto just came to P5, so all should be good. Yeah. And Alpine is out on track, so we have all 11 cars now on track. Let's see if I can pull up for you the mini sector times, so we can actually have a look at that data too. Let's see. I have here. Think you can see the chat already on the right of the video, so we can put more data. Sectors leaderboard. Think seeing the top four is enough. Yeah. If we get the radio messages transcriptions at some point, I will put them also on screen, but for now we don't have them. So yeah, you can see the sector times. Limbold fastest sector 1, Ocon fastest sector 2, and Ocon again fastest sector 3. Russell is P2 in all the sectors, but he is P1 in the timings. That's interesting, like he made the best time without having even one fastest sector. So yeah, that's on screen now. I think I need to... This is a bit overlapping. Okay, now it's better. Almost 1 hour of the testing. All the cars went out, and we have Limbold with most laps right now. 20 laps, the only one. Well, there are 3 cars behind him with Ocon, Sainz, and Bortoleto all putting 10 laps, and all the rest are putting less than 10 laps so far. 654 likes. Thank you everyone for liking. Is that red dot on the track? Where do you see the red dot? I'm not sure. That might be the speed trap, but I'm not seeing where you're seeing the red dot. Pricing that now have hit. Yeah, I think maybe we can add here to the stream also the top speeds that they are getting, because it's gonna be interesting to see the top speeds. So let me try to pull that information. Okay, top speeds. We can actually choose from which sector we want the top speed, but I think I'll just add something else. So I need to figure out where to find the top speed, because that's interesting. Yeah, I think something switched in the map. You see now the cars on track are smaller, the cars in the pits are bigger, the dots. It should be the opposite. I think we'll need to wait. There are some GPS issues apparently. So just for your information, the 2025 poll time here was 1:29:841. So we are still pretty far away, so about 9 seconds away from that time. See, can I add this? Top speed, top speed. The speed for each vector, but I don't think that's that important. We can have the finish line speed. That wouldn't be the fastest. We can have the speed trap. I think speed trap would be best. Yeah, I'm gonna add that one. So far, Hamilton with 307 kilometers an hour. How do I move it? Oh, it's gonna go. So we have the theoretical best lap time. That is when you combine the best sectors. Okay, I think I'm ready now for that. So if I expand, now the timings will be a bit smaller, but we will see more interesting data. Now you can see the speed trap speed. Maybe I'll make the map smaller so we can still increase the timings. Let me know if you have any suggestions of how do you want the layout to look. Okay. We have right now 4 tracks on car: Ocon, Hamilton, Verstappen, and Sainz. Piastri has set the fastest time 1:37.964, so that's getting closer to the pole position time here, that is 1:29, 8 seconds. And we just passed 700 likes. Thank you everyone. 703 likes. Good man. Let's see. I'm gonna put a poll. So who do you think scored more points for the Cadillac team? I think that is interesting to see what you guys think. Okay, so far we have more for Bottas, 58, 54%, 59% for Bottas. Messing a bit with the screen, but it's gonna be better after we end it. Yeah, let's throw more. The speed is showing just for the last lap, so it's not like the top speed achieved for the whole season, for the whole session. But still, I think it's a good information to have on screen. Maybe I can actually find the top speed also. Yeah, we actually have a speed trap leaderboard. So far, Russell has achieved 324 kilometers per hour and Limble 320 for the speed trap. Try to pull that up. I wonder where would I put it on the screen. Yeah, maybe just in the corner under the live, just like the top two drivers. Honestly, yeah, we're making some updates on the layout. I hope now this looks better. Okay. For those who are just tuning in, this is racing statistics, and we do these watch alongs for every session, every FP1, every qualifying, every sprint race, every race. So if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, make sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, which is really important to get notified from YouTube when we start the live streams. And we will be doing this throughout all of the season. We'll have commentary, live timings, minimap, a lot of other data analysis. We are working on a lot of charts and a lot of comparisons for each session. So you will get really good intel, I think, in this season. So hope to see you guys subscribed and to keep seeing you in all of the sessions. So let me just check the chat. Oh my god, the poll is so even. For 454 people who voted, 50% voted for Perez and 50% voted for Bottas. So no one is ahead. Annesbrook is asking, is each team testing both cars? No, they can just get one car out. So it's gonna be one car. In the afternoon, they might switch the driver, but they are just switching the seat and it's gonna be the same car. By the way, there are gonna be some changes on the channel, some updates. So this is still not figured out, but we might have F1 bingo. That's gonna be really interesting. I saw how it's gonna look like, and it's gonna be a fun thing to do, I think, on stream, and you're gonna like it. But I will let you know once I have more information. We will have our own league, and everyone will get points for their predictions, and we will see in the end who is getting the most points. We will have some giveaways, so that's why make sure that you are subscribed and you have the notification bell so you don't miss any giveaway. We will be creating some products and we will be giving them away to you because you have been so loyal fans. I think it's like 6 years, 7 years now. We started doing this 2019. Okay, the poll is still even. 572 votes and it's 50-50. Amazing. We have 6 cars on track now. This is, I think, the most busiest it has been since the morning. So Ocon, Bortoleto, Limbold, Hamilton, Stroll and Sainz are all on track. Limbold has set a new fastest time, 1:37.945. That is still about 8 seconds slower than the pole position last year, which was 1:29.8, I believe. The pole is still 50-50. Okay, let me go through some other things. So about the tires that every team is has taken for the testing. It's a pretty interesting choice. They will only be using C1, C2, and C3 compounds, and they will have the inters just in case. But to see for the teams, so McLaren has taken a lot of C2 tires. They have 14 sets, 8 sets of C3 and 6 sets of C1. On the opposite end, Mercedes has only taken 2 sets of C2 tires, and they actually are heavy on C3. They have 20. Red Bull too is testing the C3 most with 18 tires and only 8 for C2. Then Ferrari is having 20 sets of C3 tires. Most of the teams are taking more C3 tires, with the exception of McLaren and Aston Martin and Cadillac. But all the others are pretty much taking C3 tires, like 20, 18, 17 sets. These three that we mentioned, McLaren, Aston Martin, and Cadillac, are gonna be testing. Well, actually, McLaren and Aston Martin, they have a lot of sets for C2, and Cadillac is the only team that has like 10 sets of C1 tires. So yeah, I mean, they are new team, so they have this spread pretty evenly. 10 sets of C1, 10 sets of C2, and 8 sets of C3. So yeah, they want to test everything evenly, but the other teams have other things in mind. Most of them are testing the quickest C3 tires, and some of them are focusing more on C2. I guess this is more like focusing on race pace and things like this. And C3 is more like quali testing. On screen also you can see with which tire each driver is. Yellow, red and white. And if they have like a diagonal dash, that means that these are used tires and not new. Let's see the times. Do we have some updates? We have Limbold in P1, Piastri, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell, Ocon, Bottas, Bortoleto, Colapinto, and Stroll in P11. That's our timings right now. So in the afternoon session, we will see Norris, we will see Antonelli, Leclerc, Albon, Hülkenberg, Gasly, and Perez. So for day one, we won't be seeing anything from Hajar and from Alonso. I think those are the only two drivers that are not gonna come on track. I'm not sure if Liam Lawson is gonna be in the afternoon session, but so far we just know that it's not gonna be any Hajar or Alonso today. They will both be on track tomorrow. Okay, a lot has been going on in the chat, so let me check the chat. 795 likes and 2,600 people watching. If you haven't already clicked the like button, that really helps us out, so make sure to click it. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. That's the goal for this session. And the goal for the day would be like 3,000, I would say, but that's a bit optimistic. 798, two more. And this says that was not on my bingo card. Yeah, the F1 bingo is gonna be interesting because it's not gonna be like uh, a regular bingo. Let's say it's more we're gonna do it in a fun way. So you will have safe predictions, you will have medium predictions and like high risk predictions or bold predictions, and each is gonna be giving you different points. So the safest one will give you, let's say, 1 point. The boldest one will give you maybe 5 or 10 points. So you'll have to be careful what you choose, and we will have a league, so you can have your F1 bingo for the season, like who is gonna win the title, which teammate is gonna outscore their teammate, things like this. But there's also gonna be a bingo week by week, so for every race. And yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. I'm still waiting for the final version to be done and to be live. It was supposed to be today, but I think there are some delays. So once I have it, I'm gonna let you know. I hope that I will be able to share it later today, maybe, or tomorrow. In any case, on Friday we actually might have the creators of this F1 bingo to join us on stream, and they will be commentating the afternoon session and also explain how this thing is gonna work. So make sure to subscribe and to hit the bell to not miss that stream, because the earlier you start with the F1 bingo, the more chances are that you will get more points. Mine mission says racing statistics. Who's your top three championship predictions? Top three for me is gonna be, well, I think Mercedes is gonna definitely be top three, and I will add McLaren, and I'm not sure about who is gonna be the third one. Is it gonna be a Red Bull or Ferrari? But I think McLaren and Mercedes are gonna be there because of the advantage with the engine so far that they have, but we don't know. I think it's pretty much gonna be the usual suspects like last year, but what is gonna be the order? That's gonna be more interesting. Okay, guys, let's keep the chat F1 related. I see that you're discussing things that are way off topic. Let's see the poll. The poll, well, actually now it's swinging to Perez. So 52% of you think that Perez is gonna outscore Bottas, and 48 only think the opposite. From over 1,000 people that voted. Ah, testing. So we have 2.5 hours more for the morning session. It's a long one. Hamilton has a chance this season, right? Well, it depends on a lot of things, but of course he has a chance. I mean, Ferrari it's always been a top team, and if they have the car, if they have the engine, yeah, he has a chance. Reject the Moon says this is 10 seconds slower than last year. Are these cars not set up for speed test yet? Yeah, I think that the cars are definitely not set up yet, but it's actually less than 10 seconds. If we see last year pole was 129 and Limbold has done 137. So it's about 8 seconds, but still, yeah. I think we will have to wait until Friday, probably Friday afternoon, to see some quicker times. And most of the teams are having the C3 tires for testing. So they have a lot of sets of C3, so they are going to be testing for quali times, more quicker times. Is there any new information about the Mercedes loophole? Not that I know of. I think still the teams, the other engine suppliers are complaining, but so far there hasn't been any action taken. Last year's pole was 1:29.8, so they are 8 seconds off. I'm sure they can go 4 or 5 seconds quicker than right now. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just like right now, probably the engines are not turned up 100%. They are testing, so we can see that from the top speeds, we are getting around 300 kilometers per hour top speed. And yeah, they can go a lot quicker. I like the Slavic accent. Yeah, you got it. Well, maybe we'll get a crash in the afternoon so we can hear a bit of the American accent. But mine is gonna be all Slavic. Williams seems to be okay despite the no-show at the Barcelona Shakedown test. Yeah, they had some issues there. I mean, not there, but they had some issues with the weight. And it seems like they managed to do it, but how this will impact their performance, are they because of that becoming slower? We will see in Australia. Missing hundreds of kilometers of testing will definitely hurt them. Yeah, that's the main point. If you can see like Ferrari and Mercedes did 500 laps of testing, so they are pretty much 500 laps behind, and that's huge. In this testing, I mean, we are not looking that much at the times, but we want to know how many laps every team is gonna put and how much time they're gonna be on track. So that's a big disadvantage for sure. But if they weren't ready, if the car wasn't ready, then it's better to just not show in Barcelona than to go there and just have more issues. The Audi side pods look very vertical compared to Barcelona. Are the teams already updating their cars during Bahrain testing? Yeah, they are doing changes. They are doing different setups. They are testing different parts of the car. So we will see a lot of changes until Australia. I have heard that there could be vote to ban the Mercedes loophole, and Red Bull has switched sides to ban it. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that Red Bull has switched sides, so I have to double check that. Because Red Bull also, I think they were doing the same loophole, at least at the time of Barcelona testing. But yeah, rumors are just rumors. Are they now running the 2026 fuel or 2025? I think it's the 2026 fuel. I think in Barcelona only Ferrari didn't run the new fuel. But yeah, it's where to watch. There's nowhere to watch the footage, so you can just stay here with us. It's not being televised. There will be just 1 hour at the end. But yeah, this is all we get so far. Let's see if we can find some news on anything that is happening on track. Because yeah, it's quite boring right now. We have 5 cars on track. Limbold, Hamilton, Russell, Verstappen and Sainz. Limbold has the fastest time. some updates. Drivers. So we won't see also Liam Lawson in the afternoon. It's gonna be Lindvald again. So no Lawson, but we will see Hajar. So Verstappen is not gonna. No, actually, yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah, Verstappen is the whole day today, and Lindvald is the whole day today too. So we won't see Lawson. No Lawson, no Alonso, and no Hajar today. I 900 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's push to that 1,000 and hit the goal 2 hours before the session ends, the morning session. Yeah, I'm looking through the news outlets and to other social media platforms, but there are not many news. Not much is going on. Tsunoda apparently is in the Red Bull hospitality suite, so Yuki is still there. Okay, we have something happening now. Lewis Hamilton just had a spin at turn one. He's got it going again, so no harm is done, but that is an event. We have the first spin in Bahrain. I think that's the first one. And being from the 7-time champion. Since I think FIA is embarrassed here, they certified an legal engine. Now they have to find a way to reverse that, but Mercedes engine affects 4 teams. If they can't race, 4 teams will be gone. Yeah, I mean, they will have to find some solution about this. If this loophole creates such a big of a gap, something has to be done. How is Lewis went off a talking point? Limball's times are very good. Yeah, he has put some good times, and he has most laps on track, 35 laps. So he's doing well today. The Kardashian effect. Like, how can the other teams know what Mercedes with his engine did? I mean, the teams know a lot about the other teams. They have a lot more information than us. So, and these engines have been developed last year, so it's been a long time since that happened. They have been testing, they have been developing, so they do know. It says should have limiter revs to compensate for cheat engine. I have been reading some people talking about that they will be intentionally sandbagging even though they have like 4 seconds ahead of the others. But they're just rumors and we don't know. We can't know actually. So yeah. Hopefully whatever the advantage of Mercedes engine is not that big because otherwise we're just gonna get into another boring era where a team or a driver is dominating and nothing is happening, and this was not the intent for the new changes. Okay, we have yellow in sector 7, sector 6. What is happening there? Yellow flag. See anything happening there? I mean, besides that spin for Lewis at turn one, double yellow interaction. Maybe they are just testing the systems. Yeah. It's not that it has anything illegal in the engine from what I wrote, but they are basically bending the rules. So is that allowed or not? We shall see. Colapinto there? No. Okay, yeah. See, something happened to Colapinto, but he's not on track. See if maybe Colapinto, because we have a red flag now. Okay, a red flag, but let's see what happened. Struggling to find information. It still says red flag. Seems that something happened with Colapinto, but I'm not sure what. Maybe Alpine seems to have some trouble. They were the last car to be out on on the track, so maybe they had some issues. Okay, so Colapinto just stopped. It's not a crash or anything, but still we got the red flag and now the track is clear. No one is on track. Everyone went to the pits, but soon probably we'll see cars coming out. No, it wasn't Franco crash. It was just stopping. And we are to 960 likes. 40 more likes until 1000. Can we hit it before we get a car on track? 961. Nine 64. Yeah, so I'm getting confirmation that Franco Colapinto had just stopped on track. There's no obvious issue, but yeah, the red flags were out. Okay, 995 likes. We are getting so close to the goal, guys. I'll have to update it. 998, two more. Okay, we are over 1000 likes. Thank you, everyone. I will update the goal to 1500 for the end of this session. I mean, for the morning session, and then we go in the afternoon session with another goal. Also, I wanted to let you know that I'm preparing some uh, phone screens with the new F1 cars. And yeah, make sure to stay until the end of the stream because we might share them with you like a free gift from us for you to use them on your phone as a background screen and as an animation in your phone when you try to unlock it. So that's I already have one on my phone. I don't have a way to show it to you. I need to record it with another phone, but I will try to make it before the end of the afternoon session. And yeah, we'll show you this, and maybe we'll have the link so you can download them from for free. But make sure that you be in the stream, because that link probably is going to be like live 10 minutes or something like that, so we can download them, and then we're going to remove it. So yeah, that's a free gift from us to you guys, and they are really cool. I really like it because it's kind of like animation. The car is starting to drive with the team colors and the logo, so you will see. I'll try to record a video. How's the test looking? Well, we had a bit of an action. For those that are just joining, we have Limbal being the most consistent with 37 laps, and he's also the fastest with 1:37.945, which is 8 seconds away uh, from the pole position of last year. We're just getting okay. So we have something else now in the race control messages. We have overtake enabled. So basically that's going to be a message like we had the DRS enable disable. Now we'll have overtake enabled or disabled message from the race control. So that's interesting. And says session will resume in, well, basically right now. So for the recap, yeah, we have Limbal on P1 1:37.945. Then we have Piastri, Verstappen, Russell, Sainz, Hamilton, Ocon, Bottas, Bortoleto, Colapinto, and Stroll. The events that happened, I would say, is that recently we had a spin for Hamilton in turn 1, and we have Colapinto stopped in sector 2, which caused the red flag to be brought up, but it was quickly cleared up, and now we have cars on track. So we have Ocon and Piastri getting out from the pits. So far, just the two cars, and there's, yeah, no one else is coming out. And we have a little bit more than 2 hours until the end of the morning session. So for the afternoon session, we will see almost all of the drivers except for Hajar and Alonso and Liam Lawson. In regards of the sector times, Limbold is fastest in sector 1 with 30 seconds and 764. In sector 2, we have Piastri with 44.796 seconds. And in sector 3, the fastest is Max Verstappen. Top speeds, we're still not getting to the maximum of the top speeds, but Limbald has achieved 329 kilometers per hour at the speed trap, and that is the highest speed of the day so far. Second one is Russell with 322 kilometers per hour. Stroll also coming up on track as Piastri and Ocon are finishing their outlap. Just the three cars on track. Thinking we can go through all of the teams. Well, actually, let's finish going with the news about the cars because there are some changes, other changes than just the cars being smaller and lighter and changes on the car. So there's gonna be also changes on the wheel. Basically, they will have a boost button, which they pretty much had so far in the last season, but now it's gonna be called boost. It's just gonna be to activate energy deployment. The other button is gonna be the overtake mode. So this is new for 2026 and can only be activated when the driver is within a second of the car in front at the detection point. So kind of like when we had the DRS until now. And this usually is gonna be right in the last corner before the start finish line. So just before that last corner. So if you are within 1 second of the car ahead, then for the whole next lap you're getting the overtake button and you can use it. And as we saw that we will have this message in race control when overtake is going to be enabled or disabled. So they might be disabled when there's red flags, when there's yellow flags or double yellow flags. So we will be getting these messages like when we had the DRS. In the beginning it wasn't enabled, or when there was raining they were disabling it. So it will be similar now with the overtake button, but that can be used throughout the whole lap and not just in a specific straight like with the DRS. And then the third one is going to be the recharge. So basically they will be able to recharge their batteries uh, in the corners to be able to deploy it then in the straights when they can use more battery and get faster. Now for the engine suppliers, I mean there's been a lot of talk about the engines. So probably right now with the way things are, a Mercedes is the best engine and the most powerful one, and it will be used by Mercedes, McLaren, Williams and Alpine. So we will see if this loophole or whatever it is that they found for their engine is gonna create a big gap, or maybe FIA will take something and take some action and change the rules or limit it. But yeah, so far nothing has been taken. The other engine suppliers are complaining about this and they wanted to contain basically because it seems that it's giving big advantage to Mercedes powered cars. But we will see what happens. Definitely it's going to be an interesting discussion to follow until the season starts, and especially in the first race. So Ferrari is going to be powering three teams this year: Ferrari, Haas and Cadillac. Then we have the Red Bull with the new Ford powertrain, and they will be supplying Red Bull and Racing Bulls. So they are moving away from Honda right now. Honda will be a supplier for Aston Martin, and this is going to be interesting to see how it's going to go, because in the past, whenever there were big engine changes, Honda didn't do very well. So they need some time to get to the point where other engines are, and it in the past it was happening quite slow. So you remember, like, especially this happened with McLaren when Alonso was driving for McLaren, and now he's gonna have to go through that again in Aston Martin. So that's maybe not the greatest sign, but Honda has been a champion with Red Bull. So yeah, anything can happen, and of course Aston Martin has Adrian Newey who will do his magic, and we will see how this turns out. But it seems like, if we are judging by the history, not a great stat for Aston Martin and for Alonso to have Honda developed the new engine, and it being this the first season, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Then we have Audi. Audi is taking over Sauber, and yeah, they will have their own engine. So far, not much to be said about them, but it seems like this engine is more powerful than people were expecting. So it's getting close to the Mercedes and the other engines in horsepower. So we will see how this goes. Now regarding the calendar, we will have the 24 races calendar, and there will be one new track which is gonna be the circuit in Madrid. So it will be interesting to see a new track in the calendar. So I'm definitely excited about that and looking forward to it. Also because it's in my time zone, so it's not gonna be very weird hours for me. Okay, now let's go through the teams because I had some stats prepared. They're not right now on screen, but just going through the last 5 or 10 or 15 years for each team to see like what is their progress in terms of position in the constructors championship and the amount of points they are achieving. So first one, we'll start from the back of 2025 constructors championship. So we start with Alpine, and for Alpine the trend is downwards. I mean, since 2021 they were P5, 2022 was better, they were P4, and then it's just going down. 2023 and 2024 they were P6. Last year they were the last on the P10 on the grid. In terms of points, is the similar trend. They were achieving like 150, 170 points, and then started going down in 2023 with a little more than 100, and then 2024 a little more than 50, and now we know last year they were the last on the grid. So it's not looking, if we were seeing the trend, it's not looking good for Alpine, but we have a lot of changes and they have a good engine, so we will see how it goes. However, we saw today that they got out on the track quite late, and then we had Colopin to stop on track, so it's really not looking good for them. And on top of that, the people seem to dislike their livery the most, if that wasn't enough. The next one is Sauber or Audi. So it's a bit of a roller coaster for them because they were, I mean, they're pretty much always the back marker with exception of 2022 season when they were P6. They have been always P8 to P10, but it's definitely a better result. 2024 they were P10, 2025 P9, so we will see how it goes for them. Haas is a roller coaster. They have kind of been the back marker for quite some time. In most recent years, their best season was 2018 when they were P5. And yeah, they have been last year P8. 2024, they were P7. So they are struggling a bit. Aston Martin, kind of always the midfield team. So from 2021 onwards, they've been P7, then P5 in 2023, and now again P7 in 2025. So hopefully now with Alonso, with Newey, with the new Honda engine, they might try to join the top teams. Racing Bulls are in kind of an upwards trend. So they were doing well in 2020, 2021, being like P7, P6. 2022 until 2024, they have been part of the back markers, P9, P8. And last year, they had a good season, I would say. P6 in the constructors is okay. but now they in 2026 they have pretty much the youngest team in terms of experience in racing with Lawson and Limbold. I think together they have 25 races, which is all of the Lawson races. So yeah, we will see how they will deal with that. Next one is Williams. Huge jumps, a jump for Williams in 2025. Pretty much, I mean, in 2024, 2014, I have the data from starting from 2014. They have been P3, like a top team. Same for 2015, and then it started going down until 2018 when they were the rock bottom of P10, and they stayed there for 3 years. Showed a bit of a movement during 2021, 2023, back down to P9 in 2024, and now they are P5 last year. So it's a good trend for them. With Sainz and Albon on the team is looking good, but yeah, not having the car ready for Barcelona definitely is raising some doubts for the fans. Next one is Ferrari. Yeah, Ferrari constantly P2, P3, P4, P2, P3, P4 in the constructors. We're still waiting for that championship title. Is it gonna happen this year? I don't know. I would love to see what you guys think. Maybe you can tell us in chat. So, do you think that Ferrari is gonna do worse or better than last year? So you can just type in chat worse or better, and let's see what you guys think. So last year they were P4. I mean, from P4, I think it's for me. I think they will do better, but still, if this Mercedes engine trick give them so much advantage, there's McLaren and Mercedes that will definitely be ahead of them. So P4 might also be a stretch. So I see worse, worse, worse. Okay. Snowy says better, better. I think it's kinda even so far. Better probably. Has to be better. Close to rate. Okay. Okay, Verstappen went P1. I missed that. 135.433. That is 6 seconds from the last pole. Okay, it's kinda split. David says worse, which is equal, same as last year. Well, if they do same as last year, that's not any good. I mean, P4 is not. Can be worse. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's regarding Ferrari. Let's go now to the others. Now we have Red Bull. Red Bull is kind of a downward trend, and I think in this 2026 they will have to start thinking about having two cars on track. I mean, so far Verstappen has been dragging the team, but Hajar, I think they need to take advantage of these new changes and everything, and this car to be set up to be developed equally for both drivers, and hopefully Hajar can catch up to Verstappen, and they finally have two cars battling in front, because with one car, yeah, P3 was even a stretch last year. I think they were very lucky to be P3, just because Ferrari was so bad. But with just one car, I think they won't be able to be in the top three teams. Now Mercedes is looking good for Mercedes. We will see what will happen with the engine. But yeah, last year they were P2, so definitely they will be challenging for the title this year. And same goes for McLaren. Great year for them, great last 2 years. We will see if they will be able to keep up with this, and I have seen some interviews from Oscar Piastri that he is quite worried that Mercedes is gonna beat them. But yeah, we can't know anything for sure. Racing statistics, what teams would you like to see improve in 2026 season? Well, I definitely would want to see Ferrari to improve and to be fighting for podiums and wins. I would like to see the Red Bull cars closer together, up in the front. Uh, let's see. And I would like to see Audi actually doing really well. I think it's important to have them like in the midfield at least, but that's gonna be hard. Okay, so there are some updates on in the timings. We have 5 cars on track right now: Russell, Ocon, Piastri, Hamilton, and Verstappen. We have Verstappen on P1 with 135.433. Piastri just got to P2 with 136.696, so that's almost a second and a half behind Verstappen. Then we have Russell, Ocon, Limbold now is in P5, Sainz, Hamilton, Bottas, Stroll, Bortoleto, and Colapinto. In regards of the number of laps each driver has done, the most is done by Limbold, 37 laps. Then we have Ocon and Verstappen with 28 laps. Well, actually, Sainz is second with 33 laps. Then we have Ocon and Verstappen with 28. Piastri, Russell have 22 laps. Hamilton 23, Bottas 19, Stroll 20, Bortoleto 18, and Colapinto 17. So Limbold is still leading the pack here with the number of laps on track, which is really good. When will the live coverage start? Yeah, the live coverage is gonna be just 1 hour at the end of the afternoon session. So there's a lot of time until that. So that's probably in 5 hours, I think. Not much happening on track. Still, we have 5 cars driving: Russell, Piastri, Sainz, Verstappen, and Hamilton. Alpine seems to have issues. They only did 17 laps with Colapinto, and then they got out on track a lot later than the other teams. And then we had, after 17 laps, Colapinto stopping at sector 2, which brought up the red flag. Also, another event that happened was Hamilton having a quick spin in turn 1, nothing too serious. He was able to continue. And there's no any damage to either Hamilton or Colapinto's car because Colapinto just stopped it, it didn't crash. Okay, if you have any questions, well, actually, let's see the poll because it has been up for a long time. So we have 3,000 votes. And who do you think will score more points for Cadillac? 52% of you think it's going to be Perez, and 48% think it's going to be Bottas. So that's pretty close. We will see what happens. I do believe, I agree with the poll. I think Perez is going to be the one to score more points, but that's just a guess. Statistics, this might be a weird take, but I feel Cadillac might be ahead of Alpine. New team, yes, but really experienced drivers. Yeah. If the car is okay, I would say, I think they have a good chance to be ahead of Alpine. I mean, now we have 11 teams, so yeah, I think there's a good chance with their experience. Yep, but we will see. Alpine also has the Mercedes engine, so that might be a factor. Mercedes is gaming the compression ratio is expanding aluminum. Ferrari is using high pressure steel alloy cylinder heads. Okay, this is too technical for me, but yeah, I think you are talking about the trick that Mercedes engine has. Ferrari all over the place. Sector 2, we are doomed. Yeah, they are not seen anywhere in Sector 2. I mean, if you look at the fastest times, in Sector 1, Hamilton is P4, but they are nowhere to be seen in Sector 2, which is the sector with most turns and the least straights. So that's not really good. In Sector 2, actually, we see, well, Verstappen is fastest in all sectors, but there's also Piastri, Russell, Ocon, Sainz, and Limbaugh that are the top 6 in Sector 2. Yeah, Sector 2 is really important sector because yeah, Sector 1 and Sector 3 are pretty much the same. Like they have 2 straights. Sector 3 has like 2, 3 turns. Sector 1 has a bit more, but they are similar. And Sector 2 is the one with a lot of twists and almost a hairpin at P10 and P8. Okay, we have 3,500 people watching and 1,200 likes. So if you guys haven't already, click the like button or subscribe to the channel. It's really important that you do so. Make sure to hit the subscribe button and like the stream. We will be live for every session, morning and afternoon, these 3 days. And then next week we have another testing in Bahrain, so we will be live for that too. And when the season starts, for every session, you can join the channel. So that's why you should hit the subscribe and notification bell so you get the notification, because I've been hearing from people that the stream hasn't been showing up on YouTube lately. So unless you have the notification bell clicked, you might not receive the message and just miss the stream. It's been already more than 2 hours since the session started, more than 2 hours and 30 minutes, and my throat is killing me. So we have an hour and 50 minutes until lunch break. So I'm looking forward to it. That way, that's true in terms of development, but right at the very start of the year, I expect car differences to be larger than driver differences. Maybe various bodies help develop more. Okay, yeah, I agree. You can tell who's the fastest from testing. Yeah, that's right. I mean, but yeah, the interesting thing is, I mentioned earlier that last year, the top 5 teams in testing were also the top 5 teams in the constructors. So maybe that's a bit of an indicator. You can tell who is fastest, but you kinda can split the grid who are faster and who are slower teams. Look by just looking at the timings, but we will see. Quintomain says, I have notification clicked and YouTube sent me no notification. I had to search. So basically when you hit the notification bell on YouTube, you can choose if you want to see all notification from this channel, some or none. I think there you need to adapt, like when you click the notification bell and you click the all notifications. And that way you're gonna receive everything from the channel. How How long until we get a live stream? That's gonna be in about 5 hours, I think. It's just gonna be for 1 hour. And it's gonna be same for every of the 3 days. Yeah, let's see how the season unfolds from March. Poll about Norris Piastri points. Yeah, that's actually interesting. I'm gonna put up that poll and let me know what you guys think. Who will score more points in 2026 for McLaren or Piastri? Let's see what you're gonna think on this one. It's gonna be also interesting to see how the McLaren thing is doing after everything that happened in the last season, because I am assuming Piastri wasn't very happy with how the season unfolded. Do you also share news from sources from Twitter, like videos which might find their way on the internet? Yeah, we might share some news that we find in other places too. This one is real. Yeah, this is the real telemetry. Really impressive reliability for the new Red Bull engine. Yeah. Limbo has put 39 laps. Verstappen is already on 33 laps. So those are, well, also Sainz has 39 laps now. Actually, Sainz is gonna get to P1, I guess, when we are looking at the number of laps done. So Williams is looking to put as much time on track as they can because they missed Barcelona. Okay, the poll is actually surprising, I would say. From 323 votes, 63% think that Piastri is gonna have more points than Norris. I was expecting it to go the other way, but yeah. Well, we saw from the asking you where you guys are from, a lot of you are from Australia. And actually, we asked that question when there were about 1,000 people in stream. Now there are 3,600 people. So please do tell us where are you from and what is the time where are you watching us from. Here is 10 a.m., 10:14 a.m. and I'm watching from Europe, but let's see where everyone is watching from. Slow or they are just good times? Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, no one is slow today. Like they are more testing reliability. Okay, we are in Pakistan, 2 p.m. Australia, 8 p.m. That's quite getting late there. Bahrain, Ireland, Germany, Jordan, Slovakia. We have some Dutch people here, Sri Lanka, China, Trinidad and Tobago, Abu Dhabi, Serbia, Spain, Netherlands, East Coast US, East Russia, Far East Russia, 19 p.m. India, Turkey, Moscow, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, Canada, so all over the world. Argentina, we have South America, Australia, Chile. Oh my god, this is going faster than I can read. Indonesia, South Africa, Aussie living in Japan, Luxembourg, India, Trinidad and Tobago again, Canada, Lithuania, China, Jordan, Madagascar, Nigeria, Croatia, Brazil, Romania, France, London, Singapore, Ireland, Poland, China, Greenland. Okay, we have Greenland, England, Australia, Philippines, Malta, Kenya. So we are all over the world, and that's great to see. We're still getting more. Portugal, Turkey, Taiwan, Kenya. That's awesome. A lot of people from Australia, I guess, This time is okay because it's like the evening when you're relaxed, so you want to check F1. So a good time for Australia. We have Austria, Zambia, Switzerland, Iceland, Spain, okay, Greece. Okay, let's get back to the testing. So we have still 5 cars on track. Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Verstappen, and Bortoleto. Not much is happening. Not many changes. Verstappen is still P1, Piastri P2, Russell P3, and Piastri and Russell now are going into the pits. Well, actually, they are into the pits. They're not going there. Do you think the Mercedes engine is legal? And will the Mercedes teams be banned until they change their engines? I don't think they're gonna be banned. But also, I'm not an expert to know if it's illegal. Obviously, that's a trick. It's a loophole, and it's bending the rules. But is it illegal? I don't know. Rostov Orbi says hello, everyone. Hello to you too. Okay, I want to set up something because for those of you who don't know, we also have a website, racingstatisticsf1.com, and I kind of forgot to post a blog that people can come and watch the stream from there too. So I kind of want to do that now, but also don't want to leave the stream. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that for the lunch break. So I'm gonna stay with you guys for an hour and a half more. So let me know if there's something that we should talk about. If you have any questions, any doubts, yeah, I'll be in chat and try to answer them. Hamilton with the improvement P7 to P4. Yeah, he's P4 now, 137.5 F8. We have Verstappen with 135.433. That is 6 seconds slower than last year pole position here, which is 129.8. So we're getting quite close to those times, I think. Someone mentioned that it's expected that the cars will be 1-2 seconds slower than last year. So we're already at 6 seconds behind the quali time from 2025. So that's pretty close for the first morning session. And of course, they still don't have like the cars 100% up, the engines 100% up. The track was colder in the morning, so in the afternoon maybe we'll get better times, faster times. So we will see. Please change Audi color. It's confusing with Ferrari. Yeah, I'm gonna be changing that, but I wanna do that during the launch break because right now, yeah, it's gonna be taking some time for me to figure out where to change the colors. But definitely, I will use another color for Audi. And someone mentioned that for Cadillac we should use different colors, so maybe we'll change that to yellow too. I will do that for the break. My question is there anything known yet about Haas interest in Yuki for 2027? I haven't heard anything about that, or at least any updates about that. But yeah, Yuki is today into the Red Bull. Yeah, watching the testing from there. So he's here. I think Yuki will be probably back on the grid. Now that we even have 11 teams, he will be back on the grid in a year or two. Audi color technically is red, so it's confusing. Yeah, we'll have to change it. Maybe just make it a bit lighter red, or I don't know what other color we can use for Audi. Honestly, the fact that Cadillac is within the pack and performing properly, within the 107% means that Cadillac is doing well. Yeah, we won't know until Australia, but I think the fact that they are on track and the car is not stopping in the middle of the track, they are already doing well, as opposed to maybe Alpine. Then Liniki says, I think Aston is hiding something. They are cruising around track, same as last testing. Yeah, maybe there are some tricks into Adrian Newey's pocket. How good will you think Ferrari's engine will compare to Red Bull powertrains? Well, it seemed like Red Bull was using the same trick as Mercedes, but now someone mentioned that they have joined the complaining against Mercedes, so maybe that's not the case. So I think those two will be closer. 2027 will be our year, Ferrari fans. 20 years since their last driver championship makes sense. Well, I thought 2026 was going to be the Ferrari year, so we will see. Well, the lunch break. That's just going to be 1 hour, and I'm not going to be turn down the stream. So the stream will stay on. We will have some music, and I will be back once I set everything up, change the colors, and you will be seeing on stream me doing the changes. So the stream is on until the end. We are not going to shut it down. Is Bortolet on track right now? Yeah, yeah, it's true. He's quite slow. He's driving slowly. So we have only Verstappen, Bortoleto, and Ocon on track right now. What is the blue sector? The blue mini sectors are basically entering into the pits or exiting the pits. So whenever you see that blue from a driver, it means that he just got out or has just got into the pits. Maybe make it black and red. But black wouldn't work because the background of everything is black or dark, so we wouldn't be able to see it. So yeah, that's why I think black is it's not gonna work. Black, yellow. Cadillac should be yellow or maybe black, or they should be orange. In between McLaren and Ferrari. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I agree. Maybe we'll change uh, Audi into some lighter red or something between Ferrari and McLaren. Guys, all teams now sandbagging, relax. Clive says, thank you for this, really appreciate it. No, thank you for tuning in and for all of you 3,500 for liking the stream, for subscribing to the channel. That really means a lot and just keeps us going. So if you haven't already subscribed or liked the channel, make sure to do so. It really pushes us into the YouTube algorithm and helps us bring more people, grow the community, grow our Discord and everything around the channel and Formula One. You will see for this year we will have a lot more charts, a lot more data analysis. Maybe we will have some collaborations with some other YouTubers, Formula One YouTubers. So it's gonna be really interesting. I really tend to focus on quality this year and yeah, to give you as much as you guys can, as much as I can. We are actually getting close to the goal of 1500 likes for the morning session. We are on 1349 likes. So about 151, 150 likes until we hit the goal. Yeah, Matt is saying the Audi and Ferrari colors are very similar. Yeah, I'm considering that and I'm gonna change them later during the lunch break. Not dark red, but I think I'm gonna try with lighter red, but if that doesn't work, that maybe some really dark red would be great for Oli. Hello, Manuel. TV stream. Yeah, there's not gonna be stream for these sessions for these 3 days. Only 1 hour coverage. The last hour of each day. Red Bull have decided to join the other engine manufacturers to go against Mercedes. So only one of the manufacturers wants to keep the compression rate at 3. Okay, yeah, we've been hearing that all day. Ferrari is killing the hype before the season starts to save the fans from future heartbreak. Yeah. Red sectors. Well, there are not really red sectors. There's only one on Colapinto, and basically, when you see red mini sector, that means that that is where the car stopped. So, for those that are just joining, we have had a red flag, not because anyone crashed or anything, but into sector 2, Colapinto just stopped. So, that brought up the red flag. What is the countdown in the top? The countdown in the top left is how much time we have until the morning session ends. So in 1 hour and 30 minutes, this session ends. We have 1 hour lunch break and then another 4 hours for the afternoon session when we will see other drivers. Okay, I see Grash is still here in chat. Seems like travel sleeping. Yeah, we don't know really what happened with Colapinto and why he stopped, but it seemed like it's not a big of an issue and it wasn't a crash or anything like that. But yeah, that this is the things that we are gonna be looking in testing. Like Alpine got out on track way later than all the other cars, so maybe they were aware that there's some issue. And eventually, when they got up, they did like 17 laps, and the car stopped in sector 2. So they are obviously having some issues. So more than looking the fastest times, we will be looking the teams that are struggling to keep the car on the red flag. Yeah, Grash is saying I heard the red flag and then woke up. Yeah, it's not just you summoning the red flags, but the red flags are summoning you, I guess. It's a strong bond. And the next session starts. So we have 1 hour and 30 minutes till this one ends, and then another hour for lunch break. And so 2 hours and 30 minutes we'll have the afternoon session. Who are you cheering for this year? I mean, I like to see Ferrari fighting for wins. I think that's always gonna be nice. But I don't really have a favorite, I would say. I want to see Cadillac doing well, but it's gonna be hard for them because they are a new team. Toledo is improving. Let's see. Toledo is now P8. He's almost 4 seconds behind Verstappen. And Ocon is the only one on track right now. He sits in P4. He's on an outlap. So he's saying honestly, Ferrari are more entertaining when they are not winning. It's funnier, like a circus. Yeah, I don't think it's very funny for their fans, but it's even funnier when they are winning races and they're messing it up, I guess. Racing State, do you have a livery you particularly like? Rank the 11 liveries. Well, I'll leave that for the afternoon or maybe for tomorrow because I need to go through all of the liveries. We recently got the Cadillac and Mercedes and McLaren livery. I haven't really checked them out. So I just want to put all the liveries on the screen and then I'll do like a tier list of what I think is best and what is worst. But I'm looking forward to look at your rankings. Who do you think has good? Who do you think has bad liveries? From what I've seen in chat so far, it seems like Haas and Red Bull are the favorite ones, and everyone seems to hate the Alpine livery. Yeah, only the last hour is streamed by F1. Every day, the last hour. We're 94 likes away from the goal, guys. 94 likes. And there's over 3,000 people here. So if you haven't hit the like button, now is the right time. I'm gonna stay quiet until we hit 1500 likes. So yeah, 90 starting from, let's say, from now. Okay, I'm back. It seems like we can hit the goal right now. What do the blue sectors mean? Yeah, that's in lap. That's going into the pits or outside of the pits. And let me check the poll because it has been up for a while. So who will score more points in 2026 for McLaren? 38% of you think is gonna be Norris and 62% think is gonna be Piastri. Okay, that's it. Let's end this poll. And so far we have it. So for which other team we should do this? We did it for Cadillac. We did it for McLaren. Which team you think is gonna be close? Well, Williams, I think it's an interesting pick. Greetings from Iran. Greetings. Okay, let's start the poll for Williams. Teammate battle in 2026. Williams. Scored more points in 2026. Sainz or Albon? Let's do it first for Williams, but then we can do also Ferrari and Mercedes and yeah, all the others. I think I know what's going to be the result of this poll. I think you guys prefer Sainz. Yeah, I didn't put Ferrari because I think all of you would have, majority of you would have voted for Leclerc. So I want to do first the ones that are closer. Maybe we can also do the Racing Bulls. And who else? Well, we won't do Aston Martin because we know how that's gonna end. Yeah, Racing Bulls is interesting one. Lawson and Limbaugh. Yeah, the Alpine just stopped on track. It's not a crash or anything. It was quite some time ago. Sainz has had an impressive run with the Williams. He has already put 43 laps and he is right now the driver with most laps in this session. Limbaugh is again out on track on his 42nd lap. So those two are up there, P1 and P2 in terms of number of laps. Verstappen is third with 40 laps, but he is in the pits right now. I have no classes tomorrow, so I can stay up and watch testing. Okay, good to have you here. Poor Albon not getting enough credit. Yeah, I think this season Sainz will be better than Albon. I mean, last season he was already really close. He scored, I think, two podiums. So he's really improving. If they have the car, I think Sainz can do really well. He's really well at adapting in different teams. I mean, we saw that in McLaren, we saw that in Ferrari. Now it's happening in Williams. So yeah, maybe Haas is interesting. Yeah, I think we can do a poll for Haas too. Behrman and Ocon. That's gonna be interesting too. Okay, this is a too big of an advantage for Sainz, I would say, for who will score more points in 2026. 80% thinks Sainz, 20% thinks Albon. I would have thought it's gonna be closer. Decided to give them the Kardashian curse. Yeah, there's gonna be some memes with that, right? This season is gonna be another meme for Ferrari in the arsenal. I think Sainz is more likely to do better, but Albon has a chance if he adapts well to the new driving style. Yeah, that's gonna be a big factor. So I think this season also will be good to see which, like a good indicator for which are the best drivers on the grid, because it will be a lot more to the driver in the 2026. I think it will be a lot more to them, how they adapt to the car, how they adapt to the new rules, how they adapt to the new aero, and it's going to be a lot more complicated. So David says Colapinto is frozen on the minimap. Yeah, I think he's frozen because he basically stopped on track and then went to the pits. So that's why he's frozen. Okay, we are 120 minutes until the end of the morning session. It hasn't been the most eventful session, but we had some things happening, and right now a lot of cars are coming out on track. So we have Ocon, Stroll, Piastri, Limbaugh, and Sainz again on track. So Sainz and Limbaugh are pretty much racing who is gonna have more laps done in this morning session. Sainz is on 45, Limbaugh is on 43. Sainz is out on new soft tires. It seems like from this session, oh yeah, Colapinto is stuck on track because he's already done another 5 laps. I think there's an issue with the GPS tracker. But yeah, Alpine is the team with the least laps in this session, next to with Colapinto 22 laps. Then we have Bortoleto 24 and Bottas 25. But Bortoleto and Bottas are still in the pits. So Colapinto might overtake them. He's on his 23rd lap on a used hard tires. Merce now says racing statistics closing in on 1,500 likes. Okay, yeah, we're 30 likes away from that goal. Maybe we can hit it. Quite ahead of schedule because you guys are all amazing. Okay, young meme kid says should be noted. Sector 1 and Sector 3 are only about a second slower compared to 2025. And Sector 2 is 3 seconds slower compared to 2025. So that is really interesting because, yeah, Sector 1 and Sector 2 are pretty much straight. And we are getting there close to the times from 2025. But the one with the twists and all the turns, Sector 2, the cars there are slower more than 3 seconds. So yeah, maybe just that is just like a learning curve for the drivers with the new aero and the way to use it and how to recharge the battery in the corners. I guess that's why they are losing the most time in Sector 2. But that is a really good point. Thank you for writing that in chat. Because as we know, some team uh, principals were saying everyone can drive in the straights. But let's see what they do in the corners. The police abomination. Yeah, that's true. It's even getting bigger gap for science. There will be a stark difference between the Red Bull of 2026 in comparison to the past when it comes to driver treatment. Yeah, I think it's about time that to change. And Red Bull needs a team of two drivers if they want to have, if they want to pretty much be in the top four teams. I think that with just one driver, they won't be even in the top four. Lance is a better driver, but I'm bigger album fan. Okay, that's a fair Dark Maui. To be honest, Sainz versus Albon can go either way because Williams seems unable to make both cars go fast at the same time. Yeah, that's also true. Russell and Hamilton was a close fight, not the same with Leclerc. Yeah, so far it's not a close fight really with Hamilton and Leclerc. We'll see this year. We'll see the Kardashian effect on Hamilton. Is Bottas stuck on the pit out? Let me see. Yeah, I think there's probably some GPS issues. Hopefully it's gonna be solved soon, but okay, I just saw that we hit the 1500 likes goal. So thank you so much for everyone clicking the like button, for everyone subscribing to the channel. We are getting close to 152k subscribers, and we will need to update the goal actually. So our next goal is gonna be 2000 likes. Let's see when we can hit that. Speed trap. thing that is rolling because it's getting on the map. Screen is cleaner. How long have you been following F1? Well, I started watching F1 during the Schumacher, the Keenan years, so around 2000. Yeah, so for quite some time. I think I stopped for a couple years when Tel was dominating, but yeah, pretty much 26 years. And I'm wondering how long have you guys been watching Formula One? So if you can type in chat, when did you start? What year, for example, just the year when you started watching Formula One? I think that will give me a pretty good idea. Do we have a younger or more mature audience here? I started watching F1 during the Max Verstappen era. Okay, that is pretty recent. Then you are one of the old guard. Yeah, it's not that old actually. But yeah, 2000, okay. Petidiani 2020, 2003, that's pretty much the same as me. 2024, 2010, 2018, 1980, okay. 65, the Blue Hawk, that is the older guard. 1988, that's a good year to start watching Formula One. 1987, started the best season ever, 2012. Yeah, that was a good season to start Formula One. So most of you guys are from more recently. We have some 1996, 1994. Okay, this is pretty interesting information. 1971. That is pretty long time to be following Formula One. That is amazing, Joe. You have pretty much seen all the legends in Formula One. I think that was the lowest number in the chat. 1971. 71. That is how long? 29 years and 25. That's more than 50 years watching Formula One. That's a long, long time. Okay, we have 1950, which I'm pretty sure that's not true. We have 26, Alonso second. I went to the 1987 race in Adelaide. That is amazing. 2028, 2003, 1999. Okay, well, there's actually a lot of people from the old guard here, I would say. 1981, 1992, Senna versus Mansell. Okay. Now I don't think that I am from the old guard. When we see the people from 1980s watching the Formula One still, 2000 is not the old guard. A medium one, I would say. Yellow tires. Start to watch F1 from 1975. Okay. Born in 96 and you've been watching for as long as I can remember. Michael Schumacher was my childhood hero. I watch F1 because of Mika Hakkinen. Yeah, he's still on his sabbatical, so maybe he'll return. We will see. I think I was seeing that his daughter is doing well in racing, so maybe she might be the first girl Formula One driver. We'll see. It was great then because it was free to watch on TV plus Murray Walker. Yeah, we don't have that anymore. Neither Walker, neither free to watch, unless you're considering these watch-alongs, which we give our best. Are still stuck in the pit exit. Yeah, maybe they are changing. You remember the incident with Mercedes where they couldn't take out the tire, or what with the tire gun they had issue, like it was 15-second stop, or I don't remember the exact time. That was a crazy pit stop. Yeah, they couldn't unscrew the tire, or I don't remember what it was, or the gun was not working for the tires. Okay, we are 3 hours in this session and we have 1 more hour to go. Why Socon on Inters? I don't know. I don't know if actually that is correct data because the GPS is a bit messed up, so maybe that's also not wrong. But maybe they have a reason to try the Inters. I don't think he went on Inters. I don't know. Right now only Limbold is on track. And maybe Bottas? Yeah, Bottas is on track too, but he's stuck. The GPS is stuck in the pit lane. Also, Science is coming up. So Limbold now has 50 laps, Science has 51. Those two are competing who is gonna make most laps. Piastri is coming out too. They should have televised this test. Yeah, they'll do it for the next one, but right now it is what it is. Travis is saying I expect rookie mistakes like we saw in 2025 from Limbold, but he's probably most in tune with the new regulations, so who knows. Yeah, I've been reading that these cars in 2026 are very much like the F2 cars. So the drivers that have recently come out from F2, they might have it easier than the others. That's one thing that was mentioned about the battle in Mercedes. If they are gonna have the fastest car and the best engine, will Russell be the champion, or maybe because these cars are more suited to F2 cars, like to F2 drivers, actually Kimi Antonelli might have some advantage for Mercedes, but I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's gonna be hilarious to see Mercedes with the fastest car and Kim Antonelli winning the championship title. I actually would love to see that. I think Kimi is he still young, but yeah, becoming a champion in this year, I think he has the attitude of a champion. So we will see. Ocon used intermediate according to the screen, so I'd say Spa. Surely, Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren are due to go out and do a long run. Their lap counts are so low. Yeah. I think for sure they will do some more laps. Right now we see 5 cars on track. Sainz, Bortoleto, Piastri, Limbold, and Bottas I think is still out. But I think the others will be coming out to do some last rounds before this morning session ends, because then they will have to switch with the other drivers. As I said, Red Bull are clever. They might have figured the engine radio trick, but want Mercedes banned first so they can at least use the 17-1 ratio. Anything can happen. I mean, if it's banned, it's gonna be banned for them too, so we will see. Lap counts for Racing Bulls and VCAP are encouraging for their powertrain reliability. Indeed, like those numbers are good, but also the Williams numbers are good, considering that they didn't go to Barcelona 52 laps is not bad. Oleg, this is the correct stream, so please don't share fake information. The data is from the test. Need to go. Says Russell could be world champion if he had a dominant car, but he is not good enough to dogfight it out against similar machinery. Mentally, not strong enough. Minds a lot. Yeah, we will see. We will see. It would be interesting to see Russell into a championship battle just to see how he reacts, especially if that battle is with Verstappen. I don't know if they still have their arguments settled or they are okay or not. There have been some sparks between the two drivers last year. Mercedes did not look seems like in 2022. Everyone calling Sir Lewis champion 8 time, then getting out in Q1 in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Interesting to see each team's development potential when they start introducing upgrades. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think there will be differences in the beginning of the season, but then when the first upgrades start coming, we will really see the true potential of the teams. Which team are you supporting? I don't really support a particular team, but I want the underdogs to do well. So Cadillac and Audi, I think I want them to do well, and underdog is Ferrari also. So I want them to see improvement in those three teams. Why is Bottas still stuck? Yeah, I think there's an issue with the GPS. So sorry about that. Hopefully it's gonna get fixed for the afternoon session. Mercedes did not cook same like 2022. Everyone calling. Okay, you're just spamming, so please stop spamming. Verstappen has hit 333 kilometers per hour in this lap on the speed trap. So that's pretty fast. The fastest one is, yeah, it's held by Verstappen on the speed trap, 336. Then we have Limbal, 329 kilometers per hour. These are the top speeds at the speed trap. Then we have Russell, 324, Ocon, 322, Hamilton, 314. So those are the top 5 speeds in the speed trap, at the speed trap. And in the live timings, you can see the speed trap, but this is just for the current lap. So that's not the all time. The all time one you can see on the right top corner. It's moving, like scrolling up. You can see the leaderboard of the top speeds. For some reason, I have this feeling that if Aston does really struggle with engine, like McLaren in 2015, Alonso may not hang around until the end of the season and decide to retire at his home Grand Prix in May. Yeah, we will see. I mean, definitely Alonso wouldn't want to see that struggle that he had with McLaren in 2015. But I don't think he's gonna retire until he has at least one decent season. Yeah, I don't think he's just gonna give up. Now there are 11 teams, maybe he can even find another seat. Okay, we just passed 1600 likes, thank you very much, and we have 3600 people watching. So if you have not clicked the like button, if you have not subscribed, this is the right place and right thing to do. And remember to click the notification bell and select all notification, because otherwise YouTube is not giving you notification when we go live. I know there's a lot, those are a lot of things to do, but it's just the way that YouTube works, and yeah, we have to adapt. Is Hamilton going to retire? I don't know, to be honest. I think similar to Alonso, I think he's looking for one more decent season before retiring, but I don't know if he's gonna get that in Ferrari. We will see. This is definitely a chance with the new regulations, but yeah, will Ferrari get it right? We will see. Quali simulations for Verstappen. He's on track. He did 1:35.433. That's still the time from previously. It's still like 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds away from the quali time from the pole position time in 2025. So we're getting really close. Yes. Tommy, please don't spam because we'll have to ban you. So the standings so far are Verstappen, Piastri, Russell, Ocon, Hamilton, Limbold, Sainz, Bortoleto, Bottas, Stroll, and Colapinto. We had two major events happen this session. That was Hamilton spinning at turn one in the beginning of the session. And then towards the middle of the session, we had Colapinto stop in the beginning of sector 2, which brought up the red flag. So those were the two main events, I would say, from this session, and not much has happened. Regarding the laps, the total laps done, we have Limbold at 57 laps, Science at 57 laps. Those are the two with most laps. The next one is Stappen with 44, Ocon 39, Bottas 38, and the others are around 30 laps. The team, actually the driver with least lap is Bortoleto with 26, but he's just coming out, so he's gonna put some more laps. And there's Colapinto with 28 laps, who had, well, we don't know what happened, but he didn't crash, he just stopped on track when he brought the red flag. No, no one is on Inter's Ocon. It showed for Ocon Inter's previously, but now it says new soft tires. Russell improving a bit his time. He's P3 now, 136, 108. See, two screen. S1. Yeah, S1, those are the mini sectors within the sector 1. So those yellow lines are the mini sectors. So we have the track split on two on three big sectors, and then each sector has about 10 mini sectors. Not always 10, sometimes less, sometimes more, but that's what it is. So if it's yellow, it means that he is slower than his fastest time. If it's green, means that he is improving his time. If it's purple, it means that it is best from all of the grid. And if it's blue, it means that he's coming out from the pit or coming into the pit. Yeah, the previous year fastest lap is 1:29.8. So we are getting close to that. 5.5 seconds to the previous fastest time. Well, that is from quali, the pole position lap time. Is this test TV covered? No, we will just get like 1 hour at the end of the day, but that's gonna be all in regards of the TV coverage. Verstappen has done one fast lap and was purple in every mini sector. Yeah, that could be, but I don't remember that. So in terms of the sectors, Verstappen is fastest in sector 1 and sector 3, and in sector 2, which is probably the most important sector of the testing, the fastest is actually Piastri, and second is Russell. So that looks good for McLaren and Mercedes. Okay, let me guys check if there are any news, if we are missing anything, and if you see any news, feel free to drop them into the chat, just so the others are not missing. Also, we should be live on Twitch too. I need to double check, because I think I started the stream there too, and I never checked. Okay, yeah, we're live on Twitch too, and we have 22 people watching, so thank you everyone for watching on Twitch. Thank you everyone for being with us all day, all morning on YouTube. I can't see any news. I see a cool image of Lewis Hamilton locking up. Yeah, the car looks really nice with all the smoke from the wheels, and they have, you know, these sensors behind the front wheels. It's really a cool image. Might actually use that one for the day to thumbnail for YouTube. But there are not much information. Okay. Sainz doing his 60th lap, which is the most of the session. That is great for William. 60 lap. And then Limbold with 57. Verstappen is still at 48 laps, but he's on track. Said just follow you on Twitter. Thank you so much. By the time the other teams manage to change their engine, it will be illegal. Do you think it's time for Lewis to retire, or he has a future beyond this season? I don't know, to be honest. I think that he still wants to have one good season and have at least some wins under his belt additionally, but that might not happen if Ferrari doesn't get all these changes and all these new regulations right. And I think he might retire after Ferrari. Why Sector 2 is important, as you said, than other sectors? Well, if you look at the map, Sector 1 and Sector 3 are pretty much straight. They have two big straights and, yeah, two or three turns. But if you see in the Sector 2, it's all twisty. He has this almost hairpins. There's a lot of corners in Sector 2, and that will be really important because in 2026 regulations, the drivers will have to use the recharge button here, use the grip will be different, the tires have smaller surface, so it is really important to get it right in the corners. In the straights, these cars will be faster, they will achieve bigger top speeds, so of course it's easier to drive in the straights, but yeah, who will get the active aero correctly and be good with the car in the corners, I think is the car that we will see contending for the championship. So yeah, sector 2 is really important and it's going to be a big indicator of who is doing good and who is doing bad. So far, Piastri, Verstappen, Russell are the top 3 that are in sector 2, good in sector 2. We have here Ocon, Hamilton is below Ocon, and then we have Sainz in P6. Surely is going to retire after Ferrari. I thought he already would have after last season. Yeah, I think he's gonna try. He's gonna try to get another good season. Yeah, he just needs that also from Ferrari. Yeah, as Dominic Britt is saying, I agree with that. For Bottas, I'm not that sure. I think Bottas still wants to compete, and yeah, starting this new chapter with Cadillac. I think Bottas is gonna stay here for a couple more seasons. Eric's Crash says, I'm going to the circuit on Friday. Well, that is awesome. Drop in chat when you're at the track. Max is half a second slow in sector 2. Yeah, indeed, he's quite slower, so McLaren is really doing well in sector 2. Do you think Alonso will retire at the end of the season? It is more and more likely, but yeah, we will see. We can never know with Alonso. He might go go for 5 more years. Max on mediums, yeah, on new mediums. Okay, we have 45 minutes until the morning session ends, and my throat is killing me, so I'm gonna make this is not gonna be a lunch break for me, but more like a tea break because, yeah, my throat is like aching, and I haven't even spoken that much. Just passed 1,700 likes, so thank you everyone for liking. Now I'm starting to think that maybe we can even hit the 2,000 goal before the morning session ends, but that is quite optimistic. Stay hydrated, mate. We need you. Yeah, I'm gonna get me some tea, hot tea. I think that will help with the throat. 3,800 people are in the stream. Thank you so much, everyone. We're growing from the morning until now, getting close to 4,000. Okay, right now we have Russell, Verstappen, and is in the pits. Well, actually, Hamilton just got into the pits, and Ocon is getting out. So only three cars will have on track. Sainz is still the one leading in terms of most laps done this session, followed by Limbaugh with 57. Sainz has 60. Yeah, the lap times are stabilizing around 138 mark. Well, 138. I wouldn't say that it's stabilizing there. So we have Verstappen with 135, Piastri also. Then we have Russell 136, and more drivers have 137. I would say 137 would be like the medium. On the other hand, there's Colapinto with 140. Yeah, signed 60 laps. That's really good for Williams. Have any teams brought upgrades from their Barca specs? I think Audi has brought some changes that are visually you could see them for the aero and for the side pods. But yeah, I think they were looking like a bit more vertical. But probably other teams are bringing it, just we can see it. No, I'm not Polish. Okay, more cars are coming out. So we have Verstappen, Russell, Ocon, and Limbold on track. So Limbold is going to try to overtake Sainz by the number of laps. Yeah, I think we should end this poll. I forgot it's there. So 2,400 people voted. 83% think that Sainz is gonna beat Albon in the standings this year. So let's leave it at that. So I think we can start another one. Which team were we saying that we are gonna try? Let's see. Well, maybe we can try Limbold and Watson. Yeah. So yeah, we will do Haas after this one. This is gonna be a quick one. Yeah, I'm saying it wrong. So Lindblad. I'm gonna make sure I remember that. So yeah, Lawson is getting more so far. 160 people, 60% think that Lawson is gonna be better than Lindblad. Yeah. Yeah. I think Lindblad might do well, as mentioned before, because The 2026 cars seem to be similar to in driving style to the F2 cars. So he's the most fresh one coming from an F2 car. So I think that would be an advantage to him, and maybe we can see him beating Clausen. I don't know, but the same goes for Kimi Antonelli, that he might have a bit of advantage because of this. But yeah, it's gonna be harder to beat Russell than Lawson. Okay, so now we have 6 cars on track. I think this is the most that we have cars on track in at any point of this morning session. So Bortoleto, Limbaugh, Lindblad, Piastri, Verstappen, Russell, and Ocon. Lawson has only a year or two experience over Lindblad. I think Lindblad will crush him by end of the year. Yeah, I'm betting on him too. And the poll is actually pretty close. 56% think Lawson is gonna have more points, but yeah, that's not a big of a difference, I would say. It's kind of 50-50. We have 36 minutes until the end of the morning session. It's been a long session, right, guys? This is just FIA approval on engine before, but if FIA changed their opinion, now Mercedes are ready to go to court. Yeah, there's gonna be some drama there, for sure. See if there are any updates. Not many. Just happening on track. Cars on track currently. Yeah, today we won't see Alonso Hadja session, and they haven't been in the morning session. So we will wait for them for tomorrow. First, we'll switch and see Norris, Hadjar, Gasly, Perez, Antonelli, Leclerc, Albon, and the afternoon session, which is gonna be in 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we have 30 minutes until this session ends, then we have 1 hour break. But the stream will stay on for this 1 hour, so you can stay here. We will play some music, and I will do some changes on the timings and changing some colors of some teams. And then we will be back for the afternoon session. I will probably start commentating on the afternoon session, but later we might get a Grash once he wakes up, I guess, towards the end. So maybe he will do the recap. We will see. Because it is, yeah, I don't know if my throat is gonna hold for 8 full hours. But maybe the tea in the lunch break is gonna do miracles. We will see. Yeah, there's no video anywhere. It's gonna be video only for the last hour of every day. So what would be the cons of doing many laps in testing? There are actually no cons of doing many laps in testing. So there are only pros. So that is basically the only safe indicator we have that the teams that do the most laps are probably doing well. And the opposite, like the ones with less, they're struggling. For example, Alpine. Okay, I think we had a change now. Hamilton improved and went before. He did 1:38.433. So that's exactly 3 seconds behind. Well, actually 1:36.433. So that's exactly 1 second behind Verstappen. And he improved in all sectors. So he's P4 in the timings, but he's P4 also in the separate timings for each sector, sector 1, sector 2, sector 3. So he's P4 in all of them. We have almost 4,000 people watching, 1,800 likes. Thank you so much. So if you haven't liked, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure to do it right now. And we will be live for all the testing this week, next week, and for all the pre-practices, quali, sprint races. We will be online and streaming for all of those. Of course, they're gonna get a lot more exciting than this, and we will get some data and some charts and some analysis for you. So I think we'll try to make the experience a lot better than, let's say, last year. Bortoleto putting in consistent laps. Yeah, we will also we will do some analysis. I will try to analyze this data and put some charts. Maybe we will bring them up in the afternoon session, but for sure we will have a blog post on the website with all these charts. We will try to analyze not just how many laps every driver has put in the morning session, but also the exact time they spent on track, like maybe 2 hours and 30 minutes, like things like this. So I will try to get the data. Actually, see if maybe I can get it right now. I think this will be harder. Okay, I'm getting actually some data. I think I can see it. Okay, let me try to bring this. Well, I can bring it on stream because everything might break, but I'm gonna read you the information. Oh, so far, it's not showing correctly. I think I should have had this running in the background because now it's not measuring correctly, but I will try it later and to bring you all the information. Too bad. But yeah, I will be running it for the afternoon session, and we will see the data in the afternoon. That's gonna be interesting, like how much time every driver is spending on track. Check back on the chat. GP2 engine. Yeah, we'll see who is having the GP2 engine this year. It's interesting watching the speed trap speeds during these longer stints. It varies from 298 to 317. Crazy differences so far, of course. There are probably different engine maps and so on. Yeah, that's really interesting. I thought that would be interesting to see. So next to each line, to each driver, you will see the speed trap speed for this lap. But on the right of the map, you will see like the leaderboard of the speed trap. So just like combining from the whole session. Okay, what happened? Christian Salcedo sent 20 racing statistics gifts membership. Thank you so much, Christian. And now everyone that has gotten a membership, they can actually use our special emojis on YouTube. So I'm gonna post them all now. You just need to refresh and you should have them. The chat is turning green. Cowboy, well, are we the last hour? Yeah, this is just the morning session, so it's gonna be the last hour of the afternoon session. That's gonna be in about 4 hours. We have 25 more minutes of this session. Science has put a couple more laps, so he has now 44, but Lindblad is first with 66, 67 laps now. So the predicted laps are 80 for Lindblad if he goes to the end. I guess. Okay, we can end this poll now. 57% of you think that Lawson is gonna be ahead of Lindblad, and 43% think that Lindblad is gonna be ahead of Lawson. So we're gonna do the Haas poll now. See what's up now. These are the tests. The tests are 3 days. So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Same will be the next week. The second test. The engine developed at the Ford factory is a Ford engine. Yep. Okay, this is quite of a shift for Behrman, I would say. 200 people voting, 87% think that Behrman will outscore Ocon. That's quite unexpected, to be honest. Engine maps are being played with, but most work is currently going on with drivers about how to manage energy corner to corner. They will be looking at where to use energy, corner, exit, and straight. Yeah, and that's why I was saying uh, sector 2 is really important precisely for this. They need to see where to harvest energy, where to use it, how to use it. We have Lindblad, Stroll, Sainz, Ocon, and Bottas on track. Even though Bottas' GPS is not working and he's showing like he's in the pit lane, he's on track. I think we might be able to bring some other visualizations, like to see how the drivers. I don't know if it's gonna be interesting to see how the drivers are using the throttle, the brakes, like this kind of things on screen. I don't know if that's gonna. Well, there's not much space on the screen, but maybe we can fit if you think something is really important. Yeah, yeah. Bottas is on track. It's just not showing on the screen on the map. Yeah, drivers have explained that they will run out of battery at various points of the on the lap, as well as sometimes on the straight. Yeah, on the very long straight, they will be running out of energy. So that's why we mentioned the example of Monza, where if we consider everything, these cars on the straight should develop bigger speeds, but if the straight is too long, they will lose energy and like slow down a bit towards the end. So if they keep like the biggest, if develop the and can keep the biggest speed, so they will have to brake 15 or 20% earlier in terms of meters before the breaking point in 2025. But because the speed will be slowing down on the long straights, so maybe this will be only 5 to 10%. They will break earlier on these straights. So that will be interesting to see how it's gonna work out. It's gonna be definitely different for big straights and for not that long straights where the battery is not gonna. So for the shorter straights, they will have to brake 15 to 20% earlier than they are used to, because otherwise they won't make the turn. Florian, yes, next week, yes. I think they will be made available. Yeah, makes you wonder what happens if a driver is in a slipstream and the car in front runs out of energy. That's gonna be actually really interesting. Well, I guess when you have car that close, you will need to preserve the energy for the straights, otherwise the overtaking will be easy. So I guess that promotes the case for having more overtakes. But we will see that the strategies will be infinite, I think, here. What do you do? Do you keep energy for straight? Do you keep it, I don't know, for some turn? Do you break late? Do you break early? Do you assume your strategy based on the energy of the car in front of you? Will they be able to see that? I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see everything. I think a lot more complex for the drivers for driving, and it it was pretty simple with the DRS. You have DRS, you don't have DRS. Now there's overtake, there's recharging, there's low grip. Yeah, what determines the placement of the speed trap on different tracks. Like in Spa, it's not even at the end of the camel straight, it's after Redillion for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm not sure how they are determining where to place it. That's a good question. So if anyone knows, please let us know in chat and I'll read it. I think Alonso was right when he said that the drivers are gonna very quickly converge to an optimal deployment strategy since the power units are so limited with the ramp down. Yeah. Surprisingly, the Williams is looking good after the news and that they missed the first shakedown. It's looking not that bad. Yeah, Science he has been having a great session. 68 laps. I think only Lindblad has more laps than him, 71, but that is a great session for him. True, only in Mexico and Azerbaijan they did hit 370, 380. Okay. It won't be what we're used to watching for sure. I prefer to bring back refueling, cut back on electric, and let drivers push as hard as possible and change tires when they need to. Yeah, the refueling is not coming back. I mean, that was dangerous. So, but it different strategy completely. So I think we are moving more towards electric than refueling. So I don't think we're gonna see that. But I get your point. You sound a bit like a Balkan lad. Yeah, I am exactly a Balkan lad. Is the meaning of each color yellow worse, green improved, purple best? What about the blue one? Yeah, you're right on all the colors. And the blue one is when they are coming out of pit lane or they're coming in of pit lane. So you'll see the blue only happens in the beginning of sector 1 or the end of sector 3. Yeah, that's the blue. Yeah, now drivers get to play games of chess while driving 300 plus kilometers an hour. Yeah, a bit hard to play chess at that speed. It's again, they're cooked. Yeah, they only did 33 laps, so only Colapinto has less laps than them. But also Bortoleto is only with 38 laps, so those three teams I think are struggling right now. Bortoleto is coming out, so he'll do a couple more laps. Verstappen going very slow. Is he just on a cooldown or is having really a weird problems? Yeah, there's no problems right now. So yeah, he was coming in the pit, so he's actually right now in the pits. So it was a cooldown lap. Verstappen has done 59 laps, so that's pretty decent. I think you can hear me now. There has been, yeah, my internet is messing around, so I think I might have been out for a couple seconds, but if you're not seeing the screen, just try to refresh and it should be fine. Yeah, I'll need to set up the second internet connection so this doesn't happen again for the afternoon session. Okay, G-Man says, Racing Statistics, can you please give us a quick recap of cars with problems this morning? Okay, yeah, I can, for the ones just joining in, I can do a quick recap, but there hasn't been really too much happening this morning session. So it started slow, couple couple cars on track. We had Alpine of Colapinto, the only car not getting on the track for about hour or maybe hour and a half. So they were the only car that didn't get on track. And once they got on track after 17 laps, we had Colapinto stop in the beginning of sector 2, so they had some issues. It wasn't a crash or anything, so he just stopped on track and get back into the pit. So they obviously the team with most problems, I would say, from this morning session. Before that happened, we had Hamilton had a spin and a bit of a lockup in turn 1, but that was okay and he didn't crash, so it was just a spin and he was able to continue. So the stop of Colapinto caused a red flag, so we had a bit of a break, but it was cleared quickly and yeah, we had the cars back on track. right now we have the most cars. We have almost all of the cars are on track. So we have 8 or yeah, we have 9 cars on track. So that is the most for the whole session. And I think they are just trying to put as many laps with 13 minutes to go. The only cars that are not out is Aston Martin, Stroll, and Alpine, Colapinto. And these are the two teams with fewest laps done this session. So obviously Aston Martin and Alpine are the cars with the most troubles. In terms of how many laps every team has put, we have Lindblad with 74, Sainz with 71, Verstappen with 60, and those are the top 3 drivers with most laps. They are also out on track, so they are going to be putting probably 5-6 more laps. But yeah, that's in terms of number of laps. The others are around 50, 40 laps. In terms of times, we have Verstappen P1 with 1:35.433, 5.5 seconds away from the 2025 pole position time. Then we have Piastri, Russell, Hamilton, Ocon, Lindblad, Sainz, Bortoleto, Bottas, Stroll, and Colapinto. Those are the top 11 and the only drivers that we have in the morning session. For the sector times, Sector 1 we have fastest for Verstappen, Sector 2 is fastest for Piastri. This looks really good for McLaren. Sector 3 again is the fastest for Verstappen. Now, someone in chat mentioned, and this was really interesting for me, that if we just look at the sectors, the 3 sectors, and compare them to the pole position from last year, in Sector 1 and Sector 3, the drivers are behind only 1 second from the last year's pole position time. But in Sector 2, they are losing the most time. And yeah, that's why I think Sector 2 is going to be the most important one, because they are trying to figure where to harvest energy, how to use the aero, how to set up the car. So here, Sector 1 and 3 are pretty much straight. Sector 2 has a lot of turns, a lot of hairpins, and it's going to be a really important one for during this whole 3-day testing. So that's a quick recap. If you have any questions, any doubts, please drop them in chat. And I see we're already 4,400 people, so make sure to like the stream. We just passed 2,000 likes. That's amazing. Before the session ends, the morning session. So let's set up the goal to 2,500 for the afternoon session. And we are missing just 3 subscribers from 152k. Just 3 people need to hit the subscribe button. So I think that's the goal for this morning session. If we can do that, it's successful. Now there's just 2 more. Okay, I will end the poll. Behrman wins with 82%. Surprising to me. I think Ocon probably will put a fight here, but obviously, guys, you think that Behrman is gonna be the number 1 driver in Haas this season. We just passed 152 subscribers, 152k. So thank you all for subscribing, for hitting the notification bell. We do this for every session. Now the stream is not gonna end after the time expires. We will keep it live. We'll put some music on, and I will be back in 1 hour. I will try to do some updates on the colors so we distinguish Ferrari and Audi. But all in all, that should be everything. And I will try to come with some stats and some data prepared from the morning session, and I will display them and show them to you in the afternoon session. So let's go back now to the chat and see what you guys are discussing and are asking. Why isn't Sky Sports showing the cars? They will just show the last hour of the afternoon session. So there's gonna be nothing. Yeah, and in the afternoon session, we might get Grash also to join us towards the end, because yeah, he's sleeping right now, but he might, if he gets up before the session ends, we might have him. Also, make sure to tune in for tomorrow and Friday. We will have some updates for you. We might have F1 Bingo League, and I will share some details about some giveaways that we are planning for this fall season. And I'm going to share with you free wallpaper animations for your mobile phones. So that actually I might do it towards the end with the ones that I already have ready for a couple teams. But tomorrow and Friday we will be adding more of them. I think they are really interesting. I have already one on my phone, but I will try to record the video to show it on stream. And yeah, if you like it, it's gonna be free for you to download once we have the link ready. So that's probably gonna be the end of afternoon session. Who is the top speed so far? So let me double check, but I think it was Verstappen. Yeah, it's Verstappen. He has the top speed with 336 kilometers per hour. Second is Lindblad with 329, and then is Russell with 327. So quite a big gap from Verstappen to Lindblad in terms of the top speed in the speed trap. To be using the compression fudge because engineers from Mercedes were hired who knew it was being looked at. Okay, that's an interesting rumor. I'm sure Honda stuck around to help the transition to Red Bull powertrain and setting up the facilities, but the engines are entirely new IP. If Red Bull engine is fantastic, it makes a bit of mockery of Red Bull for firing Horner. 65, the blue hawk is joining the fans. He's becoming green chat, so thank you so much, 65. I think you have been blue almost all of the season last year, so we will probably know who has the fastest cars after every driver has done good laps, but I hope we get a 2010 hype of fight like 5 drivers. Yeah, we are all kind of hoping for that. And we might even get it this year. We will see. But when is the last hour of the last hour is in 3 hours. Well, actually in 4 hours. So in 4 hours there will be a TV footage for about an hour. Red Bull has developed the 2026 engine with Ford. Honda is out and has nothing to do with. Yeah, I think so. Because they have to focus on theirs for Aston Martin. If less than 5 minutes, we are getting to the end of the session, and in terms of number of laps, we are tied. Lindblad has 75, Science has 75. I don't think that they are gonna be coming out again, so those two are gonna share P1 for the number of laps. Third one behind them is Verstappen, who is also in the pits. Now the only ones running are Russell, Hamilton, Bortoleto, Ocon, and Sainz is actually out. Sorry, that was my mistake. So Sainz has 76 laps, so he's gonna be the number one driver with most laps in the morning session, which is really good for Williams. Germane says, if you give Williams light blue, then Cadillac black, then Audi gray, it should be easy to see. Well, I don't think that black one is going to be easy to see for Cadillac. So you won't be able to see the letters. I mean, you will be able to see the letters, but you know, the cars on the track with a black circle, I don't think is going to be visual. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to try. I'm going to try with different colors and we can discuss more in the afternoon session. For Audi, I will definitely change it. I will try with lighter red or darker red, but I will see for the others. Yeah, because Cadillac? I don't know. Yellow one for Cadillac? Yeah, I'll be trying that, and I'll actually check the hex code of the colors for each teams and try to, if I cannot pick the main color, maybe the second one on their livery would be suitable. Luna says Audi should be as red as Ferrari and should be between McLaren and Ferrari. Yeah, they should not be red as Ferrari. I will definitely change that. Make it darker for Audi and maybe yellow for Cadillac. Yeah, that's what I am intending to do. I'm trying to do. But I'll choose the exact color for them. It's a bit weird to have yellow for Cadillac, but I guess. Yeah, Verstappen is out again. Russell, Bortoleto, Ocon, and Sainz. Sainz has put 77 laps. That's great. It's removes Stroll, he always shows poor speed. Well, we'll see Stroll all day today. And tomorrow is gonna be Alonso. Emirates now says, I mean, they do use yellow for the hypercars, blue and red as well. But like their logo. Yeah, I'll try that. 45 seconds until the green lights are up, are going away actually. That was wrong. Zaid says, I have a question. You don't do bias commentary, right? Because I used to watch another channel and the Verstappen bias was unbearable. No, I mean we try to be as transparent and as unbiased as we can. But of course, in chat there will be people that are rooting for different drivers, and it can get heated, I guess. But that's just part of the sport. There will always be rivalry, and it's good that there's rivalry. Jivan says Cadillac colors are black, white, gold, and chrome. Yeah, we can try something with the gold or yellow, something like that. Alpine bigger problems, I think. Yeah, Alpine probably has the most problems, but also Aston. They don't look really good. Like just 33 laps, it's very few. How did you open this session in multi-viewer? It doesn't show it to me at all. I think maybe you need to update your subscription to F1 TV. Thank you, Lewis the Grim. I'm disappointed with Cadillac livery, another boring silver livery. They should use yellow instead. I think the color you have for Haas is actually good for Cadillac. Well, Haas and Cadillac actually have very similar colors. That's why we want to change one. But probably we'll change the Cadillac one. Are you going to stream tomorrow? Yes, we will be live tomorrow. We'll be live on Friday. And actually, the stream is not gonna be close now. We will just play some music for an hour and we are back then for the afternoon session. So don't go anywhere. You can stay here with the music and I will be back in 1 hour. Let me just see. We still have cars on track, so I'm gonna stay until we have cars. Bahrain testing starts as no, Bahrain testing is ongoing. It started 4 hours ago, and we have just, the clock has run out, and we have Verstappen, Russell, Bortoleto, and Ocon heading to the pits. I think they won't be able to do any more laps. Yeah, Russell is going in. Now is Verstappen. And just to do a quick recap, so we had one red flag from Franco Colapinto, who stopped in sector 2. Towards the middle of the session, we had Lewis Hamilton spin at turn 1 and lock up. And in terms of the most laps, we have Carlos Sainz with 77, Lindblad with 75, Verstappen 65 laps. Then we have Russell 56, Piastri 54, Hamilton 52. Bortoleto and Bottas have done 49 laps each, and the worst teams in terms of laps have been Stroll with 33 and Colapinto with 28. So from this session, we can see that Aston Martin and Alpine are definitely struggling. The Red Bull engines are looking good with Verstappen and Lindblad doing many laps. Williams also is looking decent, considering that they didn't have testing in Barcelona. So all in all, good session. Now we'll have 1 hour lunch break, and we will be back in 1 hour. So this stream is gonna stay. Thank you for everyone that has been here. Please make sure to like the stream, to subscribe to the channel, and to hit the notification bell so you don't miss the future streams. But this one is gonna stay, so you can stay here, enjoy a bit with the music, grab a lunch, a coffee. I will definitely grab some tea because my throat is practically half dead. And yeah, I will be back after doing some changes to the colors and trying to find some data for you to make it a bit more interesting in the afternoon session. In the afternoon session, we will see Norris, Gasly, Perez, Antonelli, Leclerc, Albon, Hülkenberg, and Behrman, alongside with Stroll and Verstappen, who are gonna stay from this session. Okay, so yeah, the music is coming. Like, subscribe, and enjoy for about 1 hour until we are back. radio check, and welcome back everyone for the afternoon session of the day 1 of Bahrain testing for Formula 1 2026 season. We have just finished the morning session and now we're starting with the afternoon. We will answer a couple questions in the next few hours. We will see which teams maybe are sandbagging, we will see which teams are more reliable and put on more laps, and others who have some troubles, cause red flags, like was the case in the morning session. So thank you everyone for staying here. Thank you everyone for tuning in again for the afternoon session. I will start with quickly going through an overview of the morning session for the people that are just joining in. So the morning session lasted 4 hours, as is gonna be for the afternoon session. And when we started, almost all of the cars got up on the track except for Alpine. Alpine didn't come up until an hour and a half from the beginning of the session. And once they got out, it was Colapinto in the car, and he stopped with the car after 17 laps on turn 6, or after turn 6 on the start of sector 2. So obviously Alpine is having some issues. By the end of the session, they were able to put about 28 laps, which is the lowest from any team. And yeah, they are definitely struggling and having some issues. The second team with least laps is Aston Martin and Stroll with only 33 laps. So I would say those two teams have been struggling the most in the morning session. On the other hand, we had also a bit of a struggle for Hamilton. I mean, not much of a struggle, but he did have a spin into turn 1 and a lockup, so that all ended well, and yeah, he managed to put it through. I forgot to mention about the Colapinto stop on turn 6. This was the only event that brought us a red flag, so everyone had to go back in the pits, and soon as it was cleared, we were able to go on track again. He didn't crash, he just stopped on track, so no major issue, but yeah, this is what happened. Okay, now let's move on to the good news. The good news is that Williams is the team that put most laps into the morning session, 77 laps for Sainz, and that is definitely a good sign for Williams. They have been struggling. They couldn't bring a car to Barcelona. They had weight issues, and this is really a good sign for them. So everyone was signing them off before this testing, but they are looking good and they're looking strong into the first morning session. The second one that did really well was Lindblad. He started strong. He put some long sessions and lap times. So he did only 2 laps less from Carlos Sainz in the Williams. He did 75 laps. And he finished P6 into the timing sheet, but we are more focusing on the number of laps done rather than the times, but in the end we'll mention also the times. The third one that did really well was Max Verstappen. He put 65 laps, and then the others are kind of packed between 10 laps. So Piastri did 54, Russell 56, Hamilton 52. We have Ocon actually with 64, nice amount of laps for him too. Then we had Bortoleto with 49, Bottas with 49, and the last two, Stroll and Colapinto with 33 and 28 laps. So that is a quick recap of the previous session. I took your feedback and changed some colors on the timing sheet, so hope you like that. If not, please let me know if I can change it. So Cadillac is now like a yellow gold color. And I changed the Audi color to kind of light red. So I think that is still enough distinguishable from Ferrari, but enough distinguishable also from McLaren, because when I was trying it first, they were really close to the McLaren color and that was confusing. So yeah, that is the update, and I saw that uh, the Alpine color switched to blue, so I think I have to bring that back to pink because there are too many blue colors. If we leave it like that, like also the racing bulls officially are blue, so it is just too much. So I'm just gonna go and add a color for Alpine. There's Alpine, and we will try to make it. I think they were pink, but I'm not sure. Yeah, this should be okay, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, pink. Okay, now there is pink for Colapinto and Gasly. So the session officially is started, but we still are not seeing cars on track. Usually they take their time uh, for in the beginning, but that is good because that gives us time to have a quick recap. Grashi says Alpine and McLaren are too close in color. You mean McLaren and Audi maybe? Because Alpine and McLaren are quite different, I think. No, I mean we can adjust the colors definitely. So maybe the one for Audi I can make it with white background, like red, reddish and white. I'm not really sure. Yeah, maybe if it's with black, it's too close to McLaren. Williams, yeah, Williams, yeah, they should be changed to dark blue. So let me do that. So I will add. For think this is okay, but if not, let me know because I haven't really checked the actual hex codes for the colors from the teams. I'm just guessing them right now. But yeah, Audi and McLaren are kind of similar. Give McLaren a white background. Okay, let me try to do that. Oh fuck! I removed them all. Okay, let's start from the beginning. So first we have Alpine. Alpine goes pink. Maybe not that pink. Pink with white. Okay. Now next we go Williams. Williams should be dark blue. Racing Bulls. Racing Bulls will be white. Then we have, which one do we need to change? Okay, okay. Then the Cadillac is gonna be gold or yellow. Yellow with black. I think I like it that way. Yeah. Pattern. Let me try to see if I can change it with white background because it changes automatically. Not sure I can get the right one. Okay, maybe it can work. This is McLaren with the white one. And for should be with black background. Okay, now let me know what do you think. I think everything is kinda easy to distinguish. Audi and McLaren are kinda similar, but one is with black and one is with white background, so yeah, that should be good enough. Let me see what you are saying in chat. And blue instead of white. No, no, I don't want to use the blue one. And actually, for the background, it can be only white or black. You can just choose whatever one you want to use. Okay. I think the colors are now okay. Let's see. Yeah, about the which cars developed the biggest speed into the morning session. We have Verstappen in the speed trap with 336 kilometers per hour. Second is Lindblad, 329. Russell, 327. Hamilton, 325. P5 is Ocon with 324. Then we have a bit of a gap. Then Sainz with 314. Piastri, 313. And Bortoleto 310, Bottas 36, Colapinto 301. Stroll couldn't manage above 300, so he has 298 kilometers per hour at the speed trap. Grash is saying Ferrari can go darker red. Let me see. Yeah, I think we can push it a bit more. But I want to see first the dots on the map, because I think even though in the timing sheets they are gonna look okay, on the map maybe not so. So let's first see how they are gonna look. But yeah, we can definitely change Ferrari to darker red. I think for Ferrari we have to use the exact hex color because that's the Ferrari red. I mean the color has the name Ferrari, so kind of want to use that one. Okay. So first of all, let me know who of you has watched the morning session here. So just type in chat F1 live if you watched the morning session here, so you're not new viewer that just came. So just type this. Type F1 live if you have watched the session here this morning, or type no if you just came to the stream and you don't know what happened in the morning session. I think most of you are probably watching it since the morning, but maybe there are some new people just joining in. Yeah, maybe it's Marlboro Red. I don't know. I always thought it's Ferrari Red, but maybe I'm wrong. Please make Red Bull a strong blue. Yeah, but if I make it strong, it's gonna be very similar to Williams. So I want them to be distinguished. Okay, we have a lot of people joining here from the morning session. Here, Luca is they're typing F1 live if they have watched it here from the morning, and no if they are just joining in. When is the F1 live start? It has already started. AXYZ. F1 is not broadcasting, so they're just gonna do the last 1 hour. Mexican Minister of Defense should be out on track soon. Yeah, I don't know why they are not coming up, but yeah, it is what it is. We're gonna wait. Let me Let me see if maybe there are cars on track and we're not getting information, but I think that there's no cars. So I'm gonna here see any information about cars being on track. I also follow teams on social media. See any track yet. Okay, we will wait. And if you guys have any information, some animation of chicken dance. I'll try to find one. I don't think that there are cars on. Let's keep the politics for other times. Let's focus on Formula One here. Okay. See in other sources, maybe there's the issues here, but no, the cars are not on track yet. Okay, so we will have to wait. So regarding the times, we had Verstappen put the P1, the fastest time this morning, 1:35.433, and that is 5.5 seconds slower than the pole position in 2025. Now that I look at the McLaren colors, I kind of don't like that it's not quite orange, but yeah, I can update later. And Paula is here. Hey Paula, welcome back. Haven't seen you in the morning session, but hope you can make it and stay for the afternoon session. No worries, MRS, no. Mm, okay, well, I should remove this one. Let's see. Let's try to guess. Who do you think will be the first car on track? Which team? Who is gonna stop with the chicken dance and just get the car out on track? Think we got the answer. So, okay, you don't see it. You will be late 20 seconds, but we have a car on track. It's not Haas, it's not Ferrari, it's not Williams, it's not Checo, it's not Ferrari. Max, yeah, it is Max. Max has come out on track, and that's the first car to go out. Seems like Ocon is maybe preparing, or that is just stuck. I don't know. But there's definitely a car moving in the pit lane, so we will soon see who it is. Yeah, the second car is Norris. Yeah, you see the Norris orange. I don't kind of like it on the stream, on the on the map. I don't know. Maybe I need to change it. But let me see what is the actual color for McLaren. Thousand. Okay, I will try to to use exactly that, and let's see how it looks. It will be with the black background. Hmm. Okay, let's put a pin on that and we'll see. We'll see. Now we only see Max Verstappen, Esteban Ocon, and Lando Norris on track. They are on their outlaps. Yeah, I think I can't remove the times from previous sessions, so they are gonna be a little bit mixed up with this one. So we will see how that will go out. Maybe the track is gonna be quicker, so all the lap times of this session are gonna be faster than last session. That's how we distinguish. But if not, we will just have the cumulative data from both sessions. Now Audi is wrong. Let me see Audi. Yeah, Audi kind of switched back again to, I don't know why. Okay, let me try to go back. Okay. Uh, okay. It still kind of looks like Ferrari red, but I think it's different enough. So for now, let's leave it like that. Oh yeah, I'm used to seeing white on McLaren Arrow IndyCar. Yeah, I kind of got used to this one with black because of the streams and the timesheets, but yeah, we can switch it to white. Leclerc is going out too. That is gonna be the fourth car. Well, you said just use a lighter red for Audi. Yeah, I think this is light enough. I don't know how much more lighter should it be. Red Hulk says Red Bull engine looks solid so far. Yeah, that's true. Lindblad had 75 laps and Max Verstappen now is on his 68 lap, so that is pretty good for them. Paula says Red Bull color is good as it is. Yeah, I like that one too for Red Bull. I think for now we are okay with the colors. Data is not moving. Yeah, there's some issues with the GPS and with synchronizing the map with the timing. So patient with it. Like right now, it's fine. The Leclerc data is synchronizing well, but in the morning session, we had Bottas always stuck in the pit stop on the minimap, even though he was out. So yeah, there's that. Max, stop. No, he's coming out again. Well, not coming out. He was out, and he's just starting another lap. So now Max, Leclerc, and Ocon are out on track. Uh, we have half an hour passed from the first session, and we are just getting just 3 cars out. Well, we also had Norris for a lap or two, for 2 laps. So we are still waiting for the others. Let's see if Alpine will manage to have a session without issues, without stopping, and put some more laps. Also the same for Stroll and Aston Martin. G-Man says, great job on the colors. They all look good and make logical sense too. Yeah, for now I like them. It's a bit of colorful. I mean, too colorful maybe, but it's okay. I think better to distinguish them than we have all blue, the whole uh, grid. Let me take my tea because my throat is already starting to hurt. Okay, I am back. Yeah, the GPS is a bit messy. Your prediction: who can win the drivers' championship? It can be really anyone at this point. I mean, Russell seems to be the favorite for now, alongside Verstappen, but we will see which team will get it best with the new regulations. Anyone know how long it takes to change the seats from the drivers in the car? I would assume it's not that much of a time. I mean, they did it during lunch break, so I don't really know, but it shouldn't take too much. I mean, they are, of course, every seat is different. The drivers are different height. They will probably adjust the pedals or just the seat. I don't know, but it shouldn't take too much time if they can do it during lunchtime and still have lunch. So, yeah, I would assume it's not that much time. Okay. Yeah, I'm just getting confirmation from Mirex that he might be joining the morning sessions uh, for the pre-testing. So yeah, tomorrow we might hear from here. I might start, and then we go with Mirex. Which is good because I will have some time in the background to put the data together. I wanted to do some visuals and some charts, but yeah, there was just not enough time. I took a couple bites, prepared the tea, and by the time I checked, it was already time to start the stream. So a bit of short of time if you want to do everything, but it's okay. Another important thing to note is that we mentioned this into morning session, but now we have 22 cars on the grid. So in Q1 there will be 6 cars going out. In Q2 another 6, and then the Q3 will be the same with only 10 cars. So I'm wondering how it's gonna be on the tracks when we have a lot of traffic in quali. Imagine 2 more cars. Q1 is gonna be mess. Yeah, there's gonna be some strategy there. Some teams maybe are just gonna try to put the fastest lap in the beginning because there's gonna be too crowded, too much traffic. But we will see. That's gonna be really interesting sessions, I believe. Okay, see you tomorrow, Heavy. Yeah, if you have any questions, guys, drop them in chat. I'm seeing that we are getting close to 2,400 likes, so 3 more until we hit that number. And we are getting close to the goal of 2,500 likes. So if you have just came into the stream, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, because we are doing this for every session: free practice, quali, sprint quali, race, sprint race, and we will do all the days of the pre-season testing. this week and next week. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed, you have the notification bell and all notifications checked because YouTube is not always sending them. Yeah, Summit says Monaco quali will be diabolical. That's gonna be. I mean, Monaco quali is interesting either way, but Q1 is gonna be crazy. I guess, yeah. Stewards will be busy after quali. There will be so much impeding, intentional, non-intentional. There will be some games there. Mike, hi everyone. Hope you all are okay. Hello to you too. Still, we don't have many cars coming out, so just Verstappen, Leclerc, and Ocon, and there was Norris who did 2 laps. So not sure what is happening, but they are taking their time. Maybe they had a heavy lunch, so they need a rest. Can we compare lap times from FP1, FP2, and FP3 from 2025 to these times? It will be more relevant. I don't really have those lap times now, but I'm not sure how they are gonna be relevant. Because it's a lot different now. Let me see. Yeah, because right now, if we discussed this in morning session, but I'm gonna repeat it for new people here. So if we compare to the pole position lap into 2025, right now 1:35.433 for Max Verstappen is 5.5 seconds slower than that. But if we go sector by sector, in sector 1 and sector 3, where we have like most straights and very few corners, it is just 1 second slower than the pole position time in 2025. But in sector 2, which has the most turns and most twists, right now they are 3 seconds slower than the pole position time. So that is the tricky one for the new cars to figure out. Also, I've been seeing a lot of posts. By looking at the telemetry, you can see how in the straights the car enter with high speed, and then with time, because the energy drains, actually the speed becomes lower and the car becomes slower. So that's going to be interesting. When there is a very long straight, in the end, the car will be slower, even though you're full throttle. So we will see how that will turn out, and the cars will have to brake sooner. So the braking zones are gonna be bigger, giving more opportunities for overtakes. But yeah. Boy says Verstappen is different breed, man. Okay, we have Perez. We have Perez on track. The Minister of Defense, even though his GPS is not working, he is on track. He's already in sector 2. So that is the 5th car to join the grid in the afternoon session. Yeah, I guess Cadillac hasn't yet properly set all the GPS and all the signals they need to send to the F1 data, being the 11th team. Is Max or medium or soft? Right now there's just a question mark, so we don't really know what tire he's on. Looks like McLaren was slowest in the straight. Maybe they're running on a lower engine setting. Yeah, I think all of them are probably running on a lower engine setting. But I don't think they were slowest. Let me see. Well, for the speed trap, Piastri was P7 with 313 km per hour, compared to Verstappen, who was P1 with 336. So, yeah, they were quite slow. But if you look at the sector 2, Piastri was fastest in sector 2, so they are really good there, and that is going to be important, very important. Cars seem slower than 2025 cars testing phase though, and maybe they're not pushing hard. Yeah, I think the general consensus online is that these cars will be 1 to 2 seconds slower, but on the straights they will develop higher speeds than 2025. I don't know if that makes sense. It's a bit contradictory, but that's the way it's gonna be. So in the straights they will develop higher speeds, but then they will slow down even with full throttle because the energy is gonna go down. And yeah, they will be definitely slower in the corners than last year, which we see now in the fastest lap. Like we're just 1 second slow in sector 1 and sector 3, and then 3 seconds slower in sector 2 with the many corners. So I guess the difference will come on the mostly will come on the tracks that have many corners, while the tracks with most straights, the time will be very close to 2025. Is Verstappen pushing it, or was he just testing the car? They are all testing. No one is really pushing very hard. Okay, Perez is going in, and now Ocon and Verstappen are the only two cars on track. Top speeds of the cars will be similar or slightly less than 2025, but they will reach top speeds much more quickly. More acceleration, but less top end power. Yeah, true. And we will see how this will also look like, because right now they are testing, but without slipstream. So imagine you have a car in front of you. You have the overtake button available because it's within 1 second. So you're using slipstream, you're using the overtake button. The car ahead of you has the battery full, so they are charging that. Yeah, there's a lot of factors and we don't really know. But it will be very interesting to see the top speeds. Looking forward very much to the first race and the first quali. Yeah, we can tell about faster car right now as the cars are on lower engine settings and they don't go to do laps like of quali as they contain more fuel also. Yeah, exactly. But this is already pretty close. I mean, 5 seconds to pole position of last year. That's pretty close considering that it will just improve from there if the weather conditions are similar. Okay, Mate says, I bet there will still be two kinds of lap data important, quali pace, race pace. Max seems to focus on race pace now. Yeah, right. I agree with you. I mean, everyone is, I believe, more focused on that. Well, actually, let me quickly pop up now the tires available, because I think that shows what will the teams be testing most. So all of the teams, almost all of the teams, have taken around 20 or 18 sets of C3 tires, which is the softest tire. So I guess they will be more focused on the quicker runs, but only McLaren, Aston Martin, McLaren and Aston Martin, they have taken more tires with the C2. So maybe McLaren and Aston Martin are more focused on the race pace, while the others are looking to see how their quali pace might be. On the other hand, Cadillac has like even spread for each of the three tires, 10 C1, 10 C2, and 8 sets of C3 tires. But they are a new team, so they have to test everything. The previous teams, I guess they have some data that they can work with. Yeah, the cars are smaller. Paula, thank you so much. The live broadcast is gonna be in 2.5 hours, and it's just gonna be 1 hour. But we will be here for that too. Trying to see if I can find any news, but not much is going on. Verstappen is only one on the car, and now Albon. But we're still waiting to see Alpine, Gasly come out, Antonelli with Mercedes. We're expecting also Hulkenberg and Berman. But yeah, none of them is looking to come out soon. Let me see now if I have the data, because I wanted to track how much time, but actual time they spend on track. Not just the laps, but counting the minutes and the seconds. So try to take a look here. Okay. So right now we have Max Verstappen. He has done in this session 23 minutes. Second is Ocon with 19 minutes. Leclerc with 12 minutes. Then we have Norris, he did only 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, actually, he's coming up again, so he's starting his second stint. Then we have Perez with 4 minutes, and Albon has just come up with 2 minutes. So I think this is also an interesting thing to look at, not just how many laps they did, but we will be able to see how quick their laps are on average. This data that I'm looking forward to play with. Sorry, I didn't turn this tracker on from the beginning. We'll just have it from the afternoon session. Stroll has left the pits, and Leclerc is out of the pits now too. So everybody is coming up except for Alpine and Hulkenberg is also out. So Alpine and Haas, I think, are the only cars. Or maybe Haas was out. Yeah, Ocon, I think he was out. Yeah, Ocon was out. So only Alpine as usual. That's too bad for Gasly, honestly. I think that he deserves more reliable and faster car. But it is what it is. Okay, we'll do this later. Stripe tire is used or new? Yeah, if there's a stripe across the tire, like diagonally, that means that it is a used tire. Quickest time in the first day of testing 2022 was 1:33.902. I mean, we might get to those times because I guess in the afternoon the track will be faster and depends on the weather too. But yeah, I think we might get to those times. We're already 1.5 seconds of that time. That means probably Hajar will drive tomorrow all day. Yeah, I think, well, let me see. So for tomorrow, we have for McLaren, we will have Norris all day tomorrow. For Mercedes, we will have Antonelli in the morning, Russell in the afternoon. For Ferrari, I still don't have information. For Red Bull, yeah, it's gonna be Hajar the whole day tomorrow. For Williams, Albon in the morning, Sainz in the afternoon. For Aston Martin, we will see Alonso all day. For Audi, we will see Hülkenberg in the morning, Bortoleto in the afternoon. For Racing Bulls, I don't have information. For Haas, Behrman is going to be the whole day, and Ocon is today the whole day. Alpine will have Gasly all day. And for Cadillac, Perez in the morning, Bottas in the afternoon. That's going to be for tomorrow. Okay, many cars on track now. 5 cars out of the 11 that we should see. Hülkenberg dot on the minimap kind of looks still similar to Ferrari, so maybe I'll try to make Ferrari even darker as Garage suggested. He's come up the first time in the beginning, did 2 laps, got into the pits. Now he did 2 laps and again in the pits. So I don't know. There's some issue. Definitely. Yeah, maybe they're just setting up something because previously Piastri was in the car in the morning. So maybe they need more time to do all the setups to suit it for Norris. Yeah, probably seat adjustments. That could be it. We need this channel, please. Well, here is the channel. Just make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And you will get every notification once we go live. We have 2,466 likes. So 34 likes until the goal. Can we hit that? Just 34 likes and there are over 2,800 people here. Max is very consistent, doing a late 1 minute 38 and early 39s. It's probably a mechanical issue from Norris, or they are just putting an ideal setup. Yeah, I think it's just the setup thing, because there weren't any issues for Piastri in the morning session, and he actually did pretty well, like 54 laps. He was second, fastest in sector 2, second fastest in sector 1 and sector 3, so I don't think that they had any issues. That says things we needed on the TV. Well, you can play this on the TV too. And actually, probably it's going to be better on the TV because bigger screen, you can see everything. That's always a good idea. If you guys have any questions, let me know in chat. and I'll try to answer whatever I can. Okay, so I missed this, but apparently Perez had a massive front lockup at turn 1. This was like 15 minutes ago. He went into the runoff area but was able to rejoin. So in the first stint, he went off track at turn 5, but he was back at turn 6, so everything is fine. Boy says Audi is very slow in turning. Let's see what is their time in the sector 2. Audi. Oh yeah, they are P12 and now P14 for Hulkenberg. So they are pretty slow in the second sector. Tyre is Leclerc. Leclerc, well, it's not disclosed yet, so it's just a question mark. I'm not sure what he has. Now we have only Leclerc and Hulkenberg on track. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna try to make the Ferrari color a bit darker because they are too similar on the map. Look at Hulkenberg and Leclerc. Let's see. Now it's better. Now it's you can clearly see which one is Ferrari and which one is Audi. Audi black. I don't know how that is gonna work, to be honest. I can try, but on well, let me see actually. Okay, let's Audi is black, but I don't know. It's a bit weird to have such car on the minimap. What do you think? Yeah, but even if I make Audi red and black, it's okay on the timings, but on the minimap, it's not gonna be. It's still gonna be the similar color. So yeah, Audi. I'm gonna bring it back to this. This with the red and black. This that is getting too close to McLaren. That's why I've put it with white. Yeah, let's keep it like this. Color issues. Yeah, but if it's a black text for Audi, then it's too close to McLaren. The blue sectors mean that is exiting of the pit lane of the pits and entering the pits. You see, blue can be only the beginning of sector 1 or the end of sector 3. What I mean, like text. I cannot change the text, I can only change the color, and then automatically the background changes to black or white depending on how light or how dark it is. Yeah, they are kind of pink now. Audi. Okay, I think I just missed this, but we passed the goal of 2,500 likes. We're now 2,510. So thanks everyone who has hit the like button. The next goal is 3,000, and I think that's gonna be the final goal for today. Let me change that. 3,000 likes. Statistics, do you know when the cars will have these cars? I'm not sure really. I mean, for the next testing, they will still have only one car to work with. So I would assume, I mean, logically, they wouldn't start the second car until they set up the first one the way that they want. So they make this one as perfect as possible, and then they take the setup and just replicate for the second car. So I would think it's gonna be after the second test in Bahrain, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't think that these are their own cars because they're just using one car and they're changing the seat if the drivers are changing in the afternoon. I don't think that they can bring both cars. Luca, yeah, I'm not changing it right now. We will see maybe later. For now, let's just leave it like this because it's a bit of a hassle to get the right colors if I change it up. Lando is out, yeah. Right now he came out again. So this is his third time that he's coming out. He had 2 laps, went back in, another 2 laps, and then this is the third time. Albon and Perez are the others out on track. The Perez GPS is working, so that's good. And we are already 1 hour into the afternoon session. 3 more to go. Quite some time. I'm still working on the wallpaper animations for the phone, and I don't know if I will have them prepared for this session to share them with you. They will be free to download. So maybe towards the end, in case, well, if Grash joins for commentary in the last hour or so, I might have the time to do them. But if not, we will have them tomorrow because Mirex is gonna be in the commentary in the morning. So I will have time to work on this, and you will have to be in the stream to get them because I will drop the link and link will be live like 10 minutes maybe. So yeah, you will have to wait for them. And they are really cool. I will maybe prepare even a video to show them on stream so people know what they're getting. Right now we have only for 4 teams, but I will try to make some more. Checking for some news and nothing is popping up. Perez, Norris and Albon are on track. No one is putting any very fast times to threaten the 1:35.433 of Max Verstappen. So that's all that's going on. It really sounds like Andrew Smythe. I don't know who that is, but looking at the last name, probably pretty close. Check who is that. Okay, Russian athlete. Yeah, but I don't look anything like him though. McLaren is aero testing. Yep. Perez accident and terminate. Wait, let me see. Kimi Antonelli now is leaving the pits. Yeah, Mercedes was, besides Alpine, Mercedes still hasn't gone up in the track. So now it's only Alpine that we are waiting to get up. So in terms of how much time everyone spent on track in this afternoon session, we have Max Verstappen with 30 minutes. So we've had 1 hour of running and 30 minutes. Max has been on track, exactly 30 minutes. Then we have Leclerc with 27, Ocon 19 minutes, Albon 17, Perez 14, Hulkenberg 14, Norris 12 minutes now, 13 minutes. And then we have Stroll with 7 minutes. And now Antonelli is out on track. So we are just missing Gasly to complete the whole 11 drivers that should be on the track this afternoon. Well, no, actually Gasly, and we're missing someone else. Gasly and who else? Single. Yeah, I don't know. Boston on Lincoln is gonna be in the afternoon session. Yellow for Cadillac is much better. Yeah, I like it too. It's quite distinctive from what we had so far in the last seasons. I don't remember yellow car, at least yellow dot on the minimap. Why are some tires with a question mark? Add some with info. Yeah, we don't have the info for those, unfortunately. It's not coming from us. So whenever there's info, it's going to be displayed there. If not, it's just going to be a question mark. 36 laps for Aston Martin. Yeah, very few. Aston Martin and Alpine are doing bad, I would say, this session and previous one. Still waiting for El Nano. Yeah, he will be whole day. Alonso will be whole day tomorrow on the track. Now it's Stroll. Why is no one driving? We have cars on the track. Albon and Perez are on track. Okay, so some news that I'm reading now that Lewis Hamilton has spoken about working with a new engineer during testing and revealed that the relationship may not last that long. Okay, the drama in Ferrari continues. Yeah, Alonso is definitely not driving today because Stroll already got out into the second session too. Only the Perez GPS wasn't working in the beginning, but now it's working. I think you're behind in the stream, so maybe you just need to refresh and be up to date because he's on track. And yeah, I'm not sure who is Hamilton engineer now. I think there was a change. Kardashian curse is real from Packboy. Yeah, a lot of people are asking about the blue mini sector. I think that probably you're the first time here. Uh, yeah, I might put some poll to just discover how many of you are here from earlier and how many are new viewers. But the blue dots are pretty much when you see they only happen in the beginning of sector 1 and the end of sector 3. So in the beginning, if you see them, means that they just got out of the pit, and in the end that means that they ended their lap and they just went into the pit. So those are the blue mini sectors, and I'm actually gonna put this poll so I know. Start watching racing statistics channel. So I'll put this year. So this year, well, actually I put the years 2026, 2025. See, so when did you start watching racing statistics channel? We will have 2026, 2025, and I'm here from way earlier. So let's see what's happening with Antonelli and Norris. Yeah, Antonelli, he just did an outlap and he went straight back in. So maybe he just, I mean, Russell was in the car in the morning session. So maybe it's same as Norris because Piastri was also in the car in the morning and they're just setting the car for him to. Okay, most of you are new viewers that are from 2026, like 48%. That's actually great. I mean, it is great that new viewers are joining the channel. We also have the loyal fans, 38%, and 15% from 2025. Yeah, for the new ones, we do this literally for every session for 5 or 6 years. So we do the live timings, the minimap, during the races, before the races, quali, we put some stats and some graphs that we do that, like that is unique content from us, some analysis using Python scripts. And I think you will find that very interesting. So if you like what we're doing, if you like what you're seeing, it's gonna get even better. We're gonna have some giveaways. We're gonna have some F1 bingo league for all of the fans that will soon be started. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell and all notifications so you don't miss any stream. And yeah, I think you're gonna have a lot of fun here. We are very beginner friendly, so if you just started watching F1, this is the right place for you because we explain everything, like the questions you're asking: what are the blue dots, what is this, what is the interval, what is the gap. So we're taking the time to explain everything. So if you're a new fan, you're in the right place. Have all teams gone out in this afternoon? No, we are still waiting for Alpine and for Racing Bull in the afternoon. Okay, I'm gonna put down the poll now. Half of you started watching us from basically from today or from the Shakedown. So that is good. I had serious problems with his car today. Let's see. Yeah, he had a bit of a spin in turn one. Alpine also no official word from them why they are not coming out, because since lunch break they still haven't gotten out. Okay, I'm looking at a video from the McLaren. There's Mercedes. Yeah, all looking nice. I kinda don't like the McLaren livery. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Being an hour to that session after an hour break, they not gotten out from the low count in the morning. Yeah, that's definitely worrying. And even in the morning, they took their time until they got out. But also the Racing Bulls, they were really good into the morning session, 75 laps, and now they haven't gone out, so that's concerning, I would say. Right now we have 5 cars on track: Norris, Leclerc, Perez, Albon, and Hulkenberg. What's your favorite livery? I think we went with this in the morning session. Most of people like Red Bull and Haas, and I think almost everyone dislikes Alpine, and some of them Audi also. A reverse question to us: who will win the Destructors Championship? Well, that is a good question for the chat again. Who do you guys think will win the Destructors Championship from the constructors, not the drivers? So pick a team. I think 2 years ago, well, last year was Alpine, right? Yeah, last year was Alpine. Previously, I think was Williams. I'm not sure. Uh, but yeah, who do you think will win the Destructors Championship? And for the ones that don't know what that is basically every time a car crashes, there's a fan community that is calculating the actual dollar amount of the cost to repair the car. So what damage it has done, and we're calculating the dollars and the amounts for every crash, for every part that has been broken, and then in the end of the season we have which team has done the most cost for their which driver has done the most goals for their team, and which team is like the champion of the Destructors Championship. I'm new here in the color coding of the sector is different than what is on F1 TV. I think green here means personal best, right? But that should mean in the F1 TV too. And yeah, green here means personal best. Purple is overall best, but that should be the same. I don't know where are you watching it. Okay, Parking Boy says Mercedes is gonna be the Destructors. Austin David says Racing Bulls. Yeah, Hamilton was in the morning session and he did well, except for the little spin on intern one. Make Audi red and black. That is gonna be too close to Ferrari, I think. But I can try. I can try later. Uh, we have most likely Audi, Alpine, and Cadillac for the Destructors. Audi. What happened to Aston? Yeah, Aston is struggling. Only 36 laps in both sessions. Dino says Racing Bulls since they have the only rookie this year. Yeah, but these cars in 2026 are very similar to F2 cars in driving style, so Lindblad can do pretty well. He's so crash happy. I have a feeling that Aston won't be in Q3 in Australia. Yeah, we will see. Qualifying will be much more interesting now. Clark says, do you think Max can dominate this year? I don't think that he can dominate, but I think that he will still be in the mix. For dominating, I think it's more likely that's gonna happen by Mercedes unless FIA takes some action for the engine, but this is just guessing and rumors. We will see. Mr. says Hamilton, I didn't feel great out there today. You are not banned, as you see. You're posting, but please don't spam because then you would be banned. So is that Gasly out? Yeah, Gasly is on track, but he's just getting out. His GPS is a bit bugged, but he's on track. So we have Gasly, Leclerc, Perez, and Albon on track. Now it's only Racing Bulls that we are missing, and it's already gonna be half of the afternoon session, and they still haven't gotten out. GPS broke physically. No, I think there's just an issue every time. I guess the last card that comes out is bugged. We had Bottas with the GPS bug, then Perez, now Gasly. So yeah, it's just figuring out the data. But it's gonna be okay in the later sessions. How consistent were Mike's laps? So let me see his whole stint. Mm. So Gasly sets now, of course, personal best 141.631. Hulkenberg improved a couple minutes ago, 138.506. And Verstappen is coming out now too. But let me see now the whole time for the afternoon session that drivers have spent on track. So Leclerc is the one with the most time spent on track in the afternoon session, 36 minutes. Close next to him is Albon with 35 minutes. Then we have Verstappen with 32. Well, actually, Perez has 32 minutes, Verstappen 30 minutes, Hulkenberg 23 minutes, Esteban Ocon 19 minutes. Let's see, Norris has 16 minutes. And then we have Stroll 7, and Gasly and Antonelli with 4 and 3 minutes. I find the actual minutes spent on track a lot more useful than maybe the laps, but it should be close to what the laps are, because we can see now how many laps Verstappen spent into the afternoon session, because it's cumulative from the morning session and shows 83. So we'll have to figure that out. Now Gasly is setting a time 139.527 in pit 13. Perez is P14, Stroll P15, and Colapinto P16. Norris and Antonelli still haven't set representative times, and they are not on track. But I was trying to see Max Verstappen consistency of lap times. So let me try to see. So in his latest stint, he did 18 laps, and let's see, he had like 3 very slow laps, but he was pretty consistent with 138.1, 138.4, 0.9, 0.5. So in the 138s. Yeah, so he was really consistent. He did 2 laps in one with 136, like 136, then a slow lap, 136, then 2 slow laps. I guess these were quali laps, and then he's doing some race pace with 138, which is really consistent. Now let's see if anyone else has done some bigger stints. So we also have Ocon. He had a stint with 11 laps, and these are two pretty consistent, but he's doing in 140 141s. Yeah, like 2 seconds slower than Verstappen, but these are very, very consistent, even more consistent than Verstappen. Now, who else has done? Leclerc has done a lot. So Leclerc also has 3 stints. So in the first one, it's just 7 laps, nothing to see. Then he has 9 laps. Yeah, these are small stints, so there are not really, there's no really consistency. Same with Hulkenberg, 2 stints. Albon had 1 big stint with 11 laps, but these are not very consistent. The first one, yeah, like 141, and then he went close to 143. So Ocon so far has had most consistency in his stint of 11 laps. Let's see, Perez, he also did 15 laps, but yeah, there were no consistency here. Like he's doing quality tests, like one quick, one slow, one quick, one slow. So yeah, no one else has had a big stint. Quite interesting. He did 8 laps, but he's very slow in his laps. I guess the setup is still not to his liking, so he hasn't been pushing. So unless it is quick enough to be put on the live timings, it won't be registered. Like if he's too slow. Gasly, yeah, Gasly is still P13. To see if there's any news. Is going. We have Verstappen, Gasly, Hülkenberg, and Norris again out, but Norris still hasn't set a time. He's on used medium tires. Regarding the speed trap and the top speed, it's still from morning, so 336 from Verstappen. We haven't seen much into the afternoon session, and we are already halfway through it. Well, not yet halfway, but in 30 minutes it's going to be halfway through it. Okay, my mic was off and I was just speaking. But yeah, Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg stopped. Sorry about that. Yeah, Hulkenberg stopped in the end of turn three, in the end of sector three, and but he managed to get the car going and got back into the pits. I have been speaking for the last 5 minutes and I noticed my mic is muted, so sorry about that. Getting a bit tired. I'm up from 5 a.m. and I've been speaking for like 6 hours, 7 hours. So I'm a bit distracted. I have a big red light in my microphone and I'm somehow managed to not see that it's turned off. But I'm back now and that's good. 6, 7, yes. I still don't know what that 6, 7 means, but let's go with it. Yeah, he seemed to be doing all right, but there's a problem with there was a problem with the car apparently with Audi. Have a cup of tea. Yeah, I have one next to me. I mean, I've already finished it, but I think I can make it for a couple more hours. What's going on with Kimi? Yeah, Kimi still hasn't set up a lap time. So he was out for one lap and immediately went back in. So it's just an out lap and yeah, went back to the pits. Yeah, I changed the Cadillac color to yellow. Also, some other colors like the Audi color is now lighter red, closer to orange. Uh, Ferrari is darker red, so I think now everything is easily distinguishable. But we will see. We might switch them. Aston is having power unit issues, and speed is still limited. Well, that is very bad for them. As we mentioned, Honda hasn't been doing well when there are some changes in the power units. They need some time to adapt, even though they are coming from very successful era of Red Bull. We all, well, most of you remember 2015 and McLaren, and again Alonso was there, and the GP2 engine. So if the similar thing happens here, that's gonna be very bad luck for Alonso. The Nugget Doctrine, welcome to fans. So thank you for joining the channel. That really helps us out. What happened to Lando Norris? Nothing really. He came out 2 times with 2 laps and then went straight back in. Now he did another 4 or 5 laps, and yeah, he's back in. He still hasn't set a representative time, so no times for Norris and Antonelli into the afternoon session. So far, we had today 2 red flags, one for Franco Colapinto in morning session and one just now for Nico Hulkenberg in the end of sector 3. Hello everyone, hello to you too. Honda shouldn't have accepted Alonso again. Alonso said he will go for another year if the car is bad. If it isn't, this is it. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. I mean, they have Adrian Newey, but they also have a Honda engine, and that is a bit risky. Very weird to see Perez and Bottas back on track. Yeah, that's very weird indeed. And especially in yellow color. That's even weirder, but I like it. Yellow on black. McLaren looks mighty in sector 2. Yep, Piastri did really well in the morning session. Like almost half a second ahead of Russell. And the second sector is going to be really important because it's not just straights, but mostly corners. So who is going to do best there is probably going to have the best chances for the Constructors' Championship. I would honestly be sad if Alonso would stop. Yeah, but at some point he will have to stop. I mean, it's been a long career. He raced Michael Schumacher, he raced his son stopped racing, and Alonso is still here. And he even had a, was it 1 or 2 years break from F1 and still came back. So much has happened in his career. Alonso about to complain about Honda power unit just like the McLaren days. We will see. He's gonna be tomorrow on whole day on track. We don't have the radio messages, but yeah, we will try to catch some reaction from Alonso and see how it goes. Can someone please explain what's happening with McLaren? Nothing is really happening. I mean, they had a good morning session. Piastri was P2, fastest in Sector 2, which is very important. He did 54 laps, so all good there. I don't know what's happening in the afternoon session because Norris has come out three, now this is fourth time, and he hasn't set a quick time, quick enough to be on the timing sheet. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe there are some issues with the settings for Norris, but it looks like Piastri had a way better a session than Norris is because we are already halfway through and Norris still hasn't set a time. By the way, Racing Bulls still haven't gotten out on track in the afternoon session. So they had a great first session, but in the second one, they are nowhere to be found. Alonso GP3 engine, it's even worse. I don't know what Honda knew it could, but it's bad. I would wait until tomorrow. Maybe this is just a Stroll issue, but I will wait to see what Alonso is gonna, how he's gonna react tomorrow. Whole day, he will have the whole day and the car for himself. Stroll is not out, so Stroll is, he came out in the beginning of the afternoon session, and that was it. It seems like McLaren is trying new front wings and some other parts with Lando. Yeah, that might be the reason why he's going very slow because he's like 1 minute slower than the others. Cadillac is doing good for a new team. Yeah, they are doing well. Let me see. So Bottas has 49 laps. Perez also already has 20 laps. So yeah, they are okay. They haven't stopped on the track. That's always a positive sign. Alonso seems satisfied with the car at the end of the Barcelona test. Yeah, well, Alonso got a lot more time to test the car in Barcelona. So now they are giving it to Stroll. So maybe this is a Stroll issue. Maybe it's not the car or the engine or anything. So we will see. What does the blue in the sectors mean? That means that the car has just gotten out of the pits. And if it's in the end, it means that the car has just gotten in the pits. A lot of guys have been asking that question, but I don't mind. I mean, keep asking the questions. That's why I'm here. So I'll try to answer everything. I suspect Aston will start out bad, but will have a solid platform to improve throughout the season. Yeah. However, Aston starts, I think, having Adrian Newey in the team and Alonso. There's going to be improvement for sure. But the thing is, if they start too much to the back, there might not be enough time to really have some significant improvement in terms of points and constructors championship. So It's also important to when they start, they be at least in the midfield. I'm so worried with McLaren. We're about to enter the Max era again. We will see. Is it going to be the Max era? Is it going to be the Russell era? Maybe Antonelli era? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go and get some water because my throat is killing me, so bear with me. Okay, I'm back. Well, let's actually check the. Wow, now we have. I just went for a cup of water and now we have almost all the cars on the grid. 8 cars are on the grid. That's great. Great to see. So we have Norris, we have Ocon, Hülkenberg, Gasly, Perez, Verstappen, and Albon, who is just coming in the pits, but we have another car coming out. I think that's a Ferrari, or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, let me double check. That was Leclerc who was going in the pits, and Albon also went into the pits. Pierre Gasly has set a new personal best, 139.281, and that still puts him into the pit 13. Alex Albon now is out again. It was a quick entry in the pits, 35 seconds. So I guess he just changed tires or maybe some settings. Now let's see who has spent the most time in this session as we are getting towards the 2 hours mark. So exactly half of the session. And we have Max Verstappen with 53 minutes, Leclerc 49 minutes, Perez 43, Albon 40, Hülkenberg 33, Ocon 28, Norris 26, Gasly 20 minutes. Well, is this actually right for Gasly? Yeah, it might be because he went out pretty late. But then we have Stroll with just 7 minutes and Antonelli with just 1 lap, like 3 minutes on track. So let's try to see the stints. Max Verstappen is the only one that consistently is doing like stints that are quite long. So in his last stint, he's quite consistent again with 138 is his lap time, like a bit lower than 138, like 137.8. Yeah, he's pretty consistent in 137.8, so he's improving. Okay, he really had a good session. I mean, really consistent stints. We don't have the other ones. I don't know why. Yeah. Okay. Gasly is improving his time from 39.281 to 139.221. That is good. He has finally set a time. It is 137,568, and that put him in P6. So after full 2 hours in the session, we finally have time for Norris. We're still waiting one for Antonelli, and we are waiting for the Racing Bulls to come out. At this point, I don't even know if the Racing Bulls are gonna come out, and I don't know what's the reason. I'll try to find something in social media. I think some images from half an hour ago, but not from the car. Nothing is happening. I can't find nothing about why they are not coming out. Also nothing for Mercedes too, because Antonelli still hasn't set up a time. We have Hulkenberg. I think for tomorrow maybe I'll do something different with the live timings, because we don't really need to see the mini sectors. I mean, this is not a quali or anything, so I will try to add some other data there that might be interesting for you, or to see live how they are working with the throttle and the brakes and what is the speed they are achieving. Someone says McLaren has overheating issues. Well, I haven't found anything about that. Okay, we have some updates now about Aston Martin, about why Lance Stroll wasn't very much into the afternoon session. Apparently, in the morning, their stints with Stroll went as planned, but there is some data anomaly in the afternoon. So they are doing precautionary checks on the power unit to understand the exact cause before they can resume testing. So it is a power unit issue. Well, that's not good. Hope it's nothing serious, but it seems like yeah, the worst fears for Alonso are coming true. Yeah, Meister is saying, according to reports, Aston Martin is changing something in the car that would take hours to conclude. Yeah, they say that there's some anomaly with the data in the power unit, but that's all we know. That is really bad for them. I'm wondering still about Racing Bulls because they had a great morning session. Why they are not coming out? If anyone has any information about the Racing Bulls or also the Mercedes, because Antonelli still hasn't set a time, they had just one lap and that's it. Thing seems right so far. Racing Bull seems reliable. Yeah, definitely. But what is worrying that Racing Bulls they have the same engine and they are not out in the afternoon session. So that I think also concerns Red Bull. This Meister. He's saying Alonso saying Honda have overheat big after 290 kilometers per hour. I haven't read that anything, so until it's confirmed, I wouldn't post it. But they have issues definitely. Now we see Albon, Hulkenberg, Gasly, and Leclerc on track. Yeah, McLaren are testing different wings, so that's why Lando isn't doing load of laps. He actually finally did a time. He's P6 right now, and he only did 15 laps. But he still have 2 hours, so there's time for him to do a lot more laps. So if you have any news, any questions, feel free to drop them in chat. Does a red mini sector mean he invalidated? Well, if there's a red mini sector, that usually means that he stopped on that part of the track. Yeah, purple means it's the fastest sector from everyone. A red would mean he stopped or crashed. Usually that's immediately a red flag afterwards. Open jumping them. There is currently P7. I don't know if you mean on the timing sheets. Red Bulls won't be returning today apparently. So do you have any confirmation about that, or just guessing? Because I couldn't find anything about Racing Bulls. Mercedes. Sander Albon set a new personal best 4 minutes ago. 138, 117. That puts him into P9, just ahead of his teammate Carlos Sainz. So yeah, Albon has been pushing in the last couple of laps. And he has entered the pits and gotten out again. So he's doing quality simulations, I would say. See if we can add something else to the timing sheets. I think it's gonna be interesting to look at. This one we can try. Okay. So here we can see all the stints, but I don't want to use that one. Difference we don't need to see. Last lap, best lap. So the theoretical best lap combined with all sectors. We have all the sectors. Total laps completed. Okay, let me see if this will work. On this layout. Take this one. So we don't need this one. You can see on screen how they use the throttle, and you can actually see also the speed. And in the end, you have the theoretical lap. So that is combining the three fastest sector from any lap of the driver. Yeah, maybe also would be good to add the brakes too. See, see. Yeah, the live speed is now on screen. You can see it right before the pedals. last sector is the best one. That's sector 3. Still nothing from Antonelli and from Racing Bulls. He's pushing it. He got a purple sector 1 and purple lap 134 830. So he's improving. Now we are getting closer to the last year's pole position. 2,685 likes. Can we get to 3,000 actually this session? I think that's gonna be hard, but we will try. I know. Okay. One style says, can you show the mini sectors? Well, if I show the mini sectors, we'll have to remove the pedals and everything else. I think it's kind of better to see that for now because the mini sectors are almost always yellow or rarely when someone is pushing. So they are more important, I would say, in quali. But it would be interesting to see, the green line is the throttle and the red line is the brake. So if you see the driver on the map, you can see when he starts to brake. Is it earlier? Is it not earlier than last year? Or I think that's very important. So yeah, also you can see his speed at the moment and if he's using the full throttle to get to that speed or he has still room to push. So I think that's also interesting. What is ST speed? So ST speed means for uh, there's a certain point and on the track when they measure the speed when you pass it, like the speed trap, and that is the speed that every car has for that lap on that part of the track. So on the left you will see the actual speed live as it changes during the lap and how they are using the pedals. Putting caddy in yellow is a good touch. May I suggest a bit more orange like for Audi? Currently it looks like Ferrari. Yeah, I was trying to put it more orange. I mean, it looked like Ferrari even more. But if I make it more orange, it's too much like McLaren. So I'm trying to kind of find that balance between two. Okay, but there is some things you can infer from testing, like early reliability. Yeah, that's the most important thing I think we can learn from the testing. Yeah, Antonelli just got one lap. It wasn't even a one lap. He got out from the pit lane, and in the end of the lap, he got into the pit lane. So that is not even one lap. With this, you can make better see of the heavy load that they are. Yeah, I don't understand this. Andre says, I prefer the sector times. Yeah, we will bring back the sector times. Yeah, just wanted to switch a little bit on the screen, but yeah, we will be bringing them too. Because right now the sector times were just like all yellow and blue when they are coming out and coming in in the pits. So there was not much going on. And here you can see the right action of the pedals. But I will bring the mini sectors, no worries. So now we have Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Norris, and Gasly on track. Still nothing to see from Antonelli and from the Racing Bulls. I don't know what's going on there. Says there's photos of Mercedes closing the garage with blinds after Antonelli pit. Yeah, so maybe that's an alarm at Mercedes. Something happened. Slow because they are using Ferrari engines. Okay. That's correct. Uh, yeah, I don't remember which tire he said the fastest time, but he's on medium now. Do you think Mercedes is hiding his performance? Well, Mercedes is hiding their car right now because they are not out on the track. I bet everyone will be on track in the final hour for the sponsors to appear on TV. Well, even if they are not ready, I think that there's probably somewhere in the contracts, in the agreements, that they have some certain amount of time of TV screen for the sponsors. So even if they don't want to, some teams will have to get out. And there's 40 minutes until the last hour. So maybe Racing Bulls and Mercedes are preparing for that. Everyone is hiding their real speed, only Cadillac and Aston Martin. Yeah. Anything exciting happened last 2 hours, says Mirage. Well, we had a red flag. We had Hulkenberg stop on the end of sector of third sector, but that is pretty much the only thing that happened. We had one red flag in the afternoon session, another one in the morning session, and that's it. And that little spin for Hamilton in the morning session. Check now. Okay. Pierre Gasly enters the pits, and now we have Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, and Norris out on track. Leclerc and Verstappen are kind of battling who is gonna spend more time on track. Albon is right behind them with 1 hour and 8 minutes, and then there's Perez with 1 hour and 4 minutes. All the others haven't yet crossed the 1 hour mark to be on the track. And the leader is Leclerc with 1 hour and 11 minutes. Pierre Gasly entered the pits. Yeah. Top speed would be around 360, 370 kilometers on that track. Yeah, we're far from that still. 336 is the top speed that was set at the speed trap by Max Verstappen in the morning session. It's last year's best time of Bahrain. Well, the pole position was 129.8, but in the testing, I'm not sure. Maybe you can look that up and let us know in chat. Look at Leclerc laps, they are mostly constant, pace maintainable on the longer run. Well, actually, let me check how Leclerc stints look like. I don't know if I have that. Verstappen's laps look very good. Ocon also has done some great stints. But let me see. Okay, Leclerc has done a lot of long stints. So the last one is dancing around 138. Before that, and there was not much consistency there. Yeah, he is consistent, but I think in terms of consistency, uh, probably Ocon and Verstappen were more consistent. Now I'm looking at the Alex Albon. He too has run the last 6 laps, but consistently, but it's just like 141, yeah, 141, 142 around that time. So not consistently, not fast, I would say. Let's see, Perez. No, not much consistency there. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just enter the pits. We have 3 cars on track: Leclerc, Verstappen, and Sergio Perez. Perez time still not showing. Can you fix? Let me see. I mean, it's showing there. I'm not sure what you mean. Hamilton and Colapinto. Speed trap speed is low. Well, because they were slow when they were passing the speed trap. But maybe they were not pushing. It's observable from the telemetry Leclerc is able to roll more speed through the corners. Don't know if that's better or worse, since the cars only harvest energy during braking. Yeah, I'm not sure too. Are you, are you able to add a column for current stint length so we can see who's been out a while doing a simulation? I mean, I can see the data, but I don't know how I can add it on the screen. So if you ask me, uh, yeah, I will check and let you know. Afternoon session is going better for Ferrari than the morning one. It's about the same, I would say. Yeah, Hamilton put 52 laps. I mean, of course, Hamilton had the spin, so this is a better session for in the afternoon. And yeah, maybe the afternoon session is better for Ferrari so far. still at 2,700 likes, so if you guys can click the like button, that would be very much appreciated, and remember to subscribe to the channel. That really helps us out and pushes us out in the YouTube algorithm to help us bring more people in here. Maybe we can hit, I don't think it's possible, but maybe we can hit 3,000 likes before the stream ends and before the session ends. Verstappen is so constant on those laps. Yeah. Yeah, I think probably Verstappen had the best day today. I mean, he is the fastest. He has run whole day without any issues. He's very consistent in the simulations for race and the lap times. He's good at the quick times for the quali simulation, so he's doing really well. I would have said Racing Bulls also, but they didn't come out in the afternoon session, so I don't know what's happening there. Cadillac had a twitch at the apex of turn 10, but they made it through. I think that's Perez. Also, a while ago, Leclerc has gone wide at turn 9. Checks. Hold on. Yes. Statistics, what is going on with Mercedes? Any idea? Yeah, we don't know. Someone was saying that as soon as Antonelli came into the pits, they closed the windows and they are yet to be seen. I don't know, maybe they're changing the livery and they're gonna surprise us in the last hour when the cameras start rolling. I'm just kidding. Probably not a good thing that they are not running. Yeah, Williams skipped the first shakedown past month, but they are doing really well here. Sainz had 77 laps into the morning session. Albon is already on 39, 40 laps. He seems to be going, we still have more than 1 hour. So it is looking really good for Williams. Yes, this data is real. And yeah, I'll change back to the mini sector telemetry. No worries. I will do that. Actually, let me ask you in a poll, so we hear from everyone. The question is gonna be: do you prefer the timings like this with the pedals info and current speed? Pedals info and speed, or you want the mini sector? Just posted. Do you prefer the timings like this? Sector. The poll is up, so let's see what you prefer, and we will either switch back to the mini sectors or we will keep using for this session the pedals and the current speed. It seems pretty even, like 50-50 right now. I will leave it. Yeah, I didn't expect this to be so close, Paul. Like 50-50, literally. It seems like more people kind of like the pedals info and speed. Speed is really nice to judge whether they are pushing or not, and to see the fall of energy at the end of straights. Yeah, I like that too. Joseph says, stop messing with format. I mean, this is testing for us. We can test different formats, and whatever is best, we stick with that. We will definitely have the mini sectors also back. I mean, for quality, the mini sectors are crucial, even probably for free practices. This is just for the testing we're experimenting. Yeah, we will be changing every now and then because it seems like it's 50-50, really. Half of the people like it like this, half of the people like to bring back the mini sector. Yeah, it seems like they will stream the last hour on F1 TV. It's still like 20 minutes until that. Yeah, with the mini sector, you can't do much here in the testing, but in quali, mini sector is really useful because you see like the purple ones, the green ones, the yellow ones, and that's really important. So for quali, definitely we'll have the mini sectors, but for now, I'm just testing because these are new cars, and it's interesting to see like they are full throttle, but in the end of the straight, you can see right now for Ocon, it's like the top speed is going down. Both is reached, yeah. 52% to 48. I think the pedals are winning. Yeah, mini sectors are good for quali and we'll definitely have them. We have like a couple different setups for free practice, for quali, and for race. True speed is good to see. Thank you, Edilton. And thank you for watching with us. Okay, we will leave the pedals for now. 53% to 47, and okay, what was this? AI just turned up on my phone and I started doing something. Gemini. Okay, we can't even. I need to shut the phone when I'm commentating because it's gonna start just working something. I don't know what kind of pedals they're gonna skip. Tony says subscribe. Thank you so much, Tony. Okay, personally, I don't see the real use of the theoretical lab. Yes, they could nail three sectors, but sometimes they might have gained somewhere by losing forcefully elsewhere. Yeah, I think that's right. But in practice, right now in pre-season testing, I don't think it's very useful, but it's just good to see. And I think it's more important in free practices because you can kind of get a feeling how much they can push for quali. And yeah, I get what you're saying. Like if they push in sector one, maybe they won't be able to have good entry in sector two in some corner and they're going to lose time there. So theoretical is not always possible. But I think in many cases it is actually possible. So it can give you an idea of what could be the possible quali lap. L. Cook, who is our commentator? Well, our commentator right now is racing statistics, and you'll be hearing more of me during this season. We will still have Grash. Grash will be back. Tomorrow we will have Mirex. On Friday we might have a surprise guest, so you will see once we get there. You'll have to stay to know. Okay, let's end the poll. Yeah, but can't we put sectors there rather than theoretical? Yeah, the thing is, the sectors take much more space, so they won't fit. Like you can put maybe sectors 1 and 2, but you can put the third one. So it's gonna be too long. That's why I have the theoretical lab. Okay, Norris went P1, 134.669. That is a really good lap. Into sector 1, still Verstappen is fastest, Piastri is fastest in sector 2, and Norris is fastest in sector 3. Let's see the Norris. Yeah, his speed is 322 kilometers per hour, so still quite slower than Verstappen, but he nailed it in sector 2 and sector 3. Okay, Amuse reports that shortly before the launch break, Aston Martin opened the engine cover, and from the outside it looked like if the engine has suffered from overheating. Yeah, this is still rumors, we don't know for sure, but we will see. Maybe that's the reason. Car with the most number of laps is the Williams, right? Let me see. So Verstappen has done 116 laps. Albon has 45. Sainz has 77. So yeah, I think Williams is the car with most laps right now. And Alpine is the car with least, well, not Alpine, actually. Aston Martin is the car with least laps because they have done only 36 laps, while Alpine has 27 and 28 for both drivers. Maybe put fastest top speed in session instead of previous straight line. I don't think that I have that in the table to add the fastest top speed session. Yeah, and to compensate for missing Barcelona. Okay. Now we have Norris, Hulkenberg, and Albon on track, and there's, I think that's Mercedes that's coming out. I'm not sure. Let me double check. I thought I saw the Mercedes moving until corner one, but it seems like they're not on the track. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with Mercedes. Norris improving in sector one. Sector one. Yeah, Antonelli just did the installation lap. He got out and straight back into the pit. But I don't know why the GPS is at turn one. The highest speed at speed trap right now is 336 for Verstappen, and it was done in the morning session. Okay, we are 10 minutes away from entering the last lap, 12, the last hour, 12 minutes actually. McLaren looks great. We are still very far from 2025 times though. How close do you think these cars will get by the end of testing? I mean, we are not that far. It's like 5 seconds away from pole position in 2025. And I think the gap is just gonna be closing from here. We will probably know best on Friday. But if right now it's 5 seconds, I think we're gonna get pretty close to that. Why is Lewis not coming out? He was in the morning session, so right now it's just Leclerc in the afternoon. Seems to have left the track a bit. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not finding anything about that. Yeah, Colapinto is not in the afternoon session, so if anyone is gonna come out for Alpine, it's gonna be Gasly. Tony, because those are the rules. Like every team can have only one car in the session, so they can choose which driver. They can split it 3 sessions for each driver. Session is in the morning, one is in the afternoon, and that's 3 days, 2 sessions, total of 6 sessions. Okay, 327.3 kilometers per hour was the fastest speed from 2025 Bahrain. So we are already above that 336 for Max Verstappen. From what I understand, teams are either splitting the day in half between their drivers or giving a full day for a driver, then splitting the last day. Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening. So today, whole day was Verstappen in both sessions. Tomorrow is gonna be Hajar. And then on Friday, they will split it. One will be in the morning, the other in the afternoon. We will switch back to the mini sectors, no worries. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be switching them now. So bear with me. We tried it. It seems like you don't want the change too much. Okay, let me see now. Racing statistics. Okay. Bear with me until I change uh, the mini sectors. Sector 2 and sector 3. So I'm gonna add this. And I'm actually gonna leave the speed, the actual speed in the end. I think that's probably best. So let me know, what do you think now? Now we have the sectors, but we also have the actual speed in the moment. And if you like it, drop a like in the stream, subscribe to the channel. We are 2,829 likes. Maybe we will hit 3,000 by the end of the stream. I don't know, anything can happen. Yeah, Leclerc is on soft, so he's P3 now. 135, 190. That's for the whole day. Just that's the decision, that there's not going to be a broadcast for these 3 days, but it's going to be for the next week. Yeah, the broadcast will be only 1 hour and it's gonna start in like 7 minutes. So to click on the three dots on the top right corner and you will see the live timings there. Zephyr says thanks for the work. Well, thank you for watching with us. 2,500 people in the stream. That's amazing numbers. We're getting close to 2,900 likes, maybe even 3,000. We still have 1 hour to go. So let's see if we can hit that. Right now we have four drivers on track: Ocon, Leclerc, Albon, and Hulkenberg. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope you found it because it's a bit tricky to find, but it's there. Washinor, thank you so much. Mercedes is building new engine right now. Yeah. I mean, their car is marked as it is on turn one, so I don't know. Yeah, that's nice. Mini sectors and live speed. Yeah, I mean, speed in the moment doesn't mean nothing, but maybe you can see how far it goes, at least in certain straights, and how it is dropping towards the end, which would show that they do not have enough energy in the end. So it actually can show quite a lot. It can show if the energy boost is going through the whole main straight or they are still, or it is dropping the maximum speed. I just saw Audi did 328 kilometers per hour. They just brake before the speed trap, so they are not that slow then. So yeah, maybe they are trying to hide their speed. So that's why having the speed on the stream you can actually spot this, because not always they try to manipulate the detection points for the speed trap. So 328 would put them, let's see, they would be the third fastest. Yeah, nobody is pushing that hard. Right now we have only Gasly and Hulkenberg, and Leclerc is going out of the pits. Ocon also is gonna go out of the pits. Let's see about the total time spent on track. So Albon is currently in P1 there. So Albon has spent 1 hour and 34 minutes. Leclerc 1 hour and 33 minutes. And Max Verstappen 1 hour and 28. And he's just gonna be passed from Nico Hulkenberg because Max is not on track and Hulkenberg is on track. The other is Perez above 1 hour and 12 minutes, and all the rest are below 1 hour. So out of a 4 hour, well, so far we've had 3 hours of uh, testing. Albon, Leclerc, and Hulkenberg and Verstappen have been half of the time on track. But yeah, I think you can. We will see. I'm not sure how it's gonna go this 1 hour broadcast. Okay, apparently at the pit exit, Leclerc just had done a practice start. And the reports say that the engine was surprisingly quiet even from just 2 meters away. So that Ferrari engine is purring. Still no sight of like Mercedes and Racing Bulls. I don't think that they are gonna be coming out this session. I mean, if oh okay, we actually have Mercedes. Antonelli is out on track. Antonelli is on track, everyone, with his second lap in the last hour, exactly right at the point in the last hour. It's like what we were assuming. Maybe they are just going there to get some TV time for the sponsors. But Racing Bulls are still not there. Okay, let's see what Antonelli will do. He had just 1 hour, but that could be enough time. Okay. He's putting green mini sectors, of course, because he hasn't done a lap before. And now he's starting his first fast lap. Let's see if it's gonna be actually fast lap. He's all green in the first sector, mini sectors. Now into the straight before turn 4. Everything is green. And his time for the first sector is 31.268. Yeah, that's not the fastest sector, but okay, this is his first. This is definitely a fast lap. At least we know that. Tony Bennett says, I did not know Bahrain was on. So that's why you need to click the notification bell next to the subscribe button and all notifications. So then you get a push up notification that we are live. And we will be only live for these watch alongs. So you won't get like notifications for video uploaded or anything. We don't upload that many videos. Just the watch alongs, and you will know exactly when the stream is starting. Please choose a different color for the audit timesheet. Yeah, I'm not sure what to add there. It's still in the minimap. It's still quite similar to Ferrari. It seems London also performed a practice start, and the McLaren engine is a lot louder than the Ferrari. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. You no longer see the number of revolutions of the tires. We actually have the data, but I don't know. Would it be useful to see the RPMs? Maybe instead of the speed, the live speed. I don't know what is more useful for you guys because we can't add everything. I mean, it's too much data already. So let me know if you think that RPMs would be more useful than the speed. You mean like the theoretical lab? I can tell you for whichever driver you wanna know it, but I cannot show it currently. Yeah, RB already said not coming out. It seems like Racing Bulls have some problems and they won't be coming out. But we see at least Mercedes out, and Antonelli is right now P12. He said the time 1:38.223, which is okay for a first lap on hard tires. I could add RPMs, but I don't know what's the value in that really. Theoretical for Lando. So the theoretical for Lando is 1:34.621. So almost very close to what he already has. Yeah, we won't know who's looking good for the title fight, at least not for another couple weeks. We can show the live broadcast, I mean, for copyright issues. Okay, please stop spamming because we will have to still remove your messages, but yeah, then it's gonna be a ban. Ford has the highest top speed. Yeah, so far Ford has the highest top speed of 336. But I don't know what's the issue with Racing Bulls. They have the same engine. Hopefully it's not the engine, but who knows? Because Verstappen had like 116 laps today. That's a lot. We have Ocon, Perez, Antonelli, and Leclerc out now. RPM and speed for it to be useful. So just keep the speed. Okay, maybe in the future we will add both of them, but I would have to remove something. And I'm not sure what to remove. If you guys haven't liked the stream, make sure to do so. We're getting close to the 3000 likes, which is the goal for today. So yeah, I think we managed the whole session, the whole day. I didn't think that I could pull it through 8 hours of constant stream, but yeah, there's 15 minutes left, so hopefully we'll make it till the end. I will need to put a lot of honey and tea to recover the throat. Hopefully Mirex will be joining tomorrow morning, so yeah, I will rest my voice a little bit and actually work on the background on the data and try to show you interesting visuals during the stream tomorrow. He's saying Cadillac and Ferrari look so good on track. Yeah, they did. They truly do. I mean, I don't like the white on the Ferrari, but yeah. Alonso Sky is just like their launch stream. We will see tomorrow. Alonso is not driving today, so maybe it's gonna be okay tomorrow. Cars are coming out. Now we have Antonelli, Gasly, Albon, and Leclerc. And I think in the last hour we should see more teams getting their cars out. Some because of adding more lap times, other because they need some sponsor time on TV. So yeah, but I'm hoping to see everyone out. Well, Racing Bull seems that they won't be coming up, but maybe the others will. Yeah, Aston Martin have been underwhelming. Aston Martin and Alpine, I would say, so far are the worst. Audi, so they had a little bit of incident with Hulkenberg, but those are the three that have issues. I don't know what was the thing with Mercedes that they waited until the last hour in the afternoon session. And also with Racing Bulls because they had a great morning session and now the afternoon they didn't show up at all. Yeah, they do look nice. Okay, so there seems to be an update, a new safety feature for the 2026. So basically, lights will flash on the wing mirrors and at the rear when either a car is stopped on track or a car is going under 20 kilometers outside the pit lane. So that is a new addition to the safety. And actually, I think that's a good one. Be careful about Aston Martin. They have Adrian Newey. They could be sandbagging. Yeah, but they are not even out on track, so they definitely have some more serious issues. If they would be on track, putting the laps but still being slow, I would say okay. But not even coming out. Well, I think Stroll came out in the beginning, but then was nowhere to be found. So that's a bit of bigger issue. We will see tomorrow once Alonso is in the car. Maybe it will be a different image, but right now doesn't look very good. He has put today 118 laps. That's the most anyone has done. I mean, he had two sessions, but there are also other drivers, I think, with two sessions, or maybe not. Well, there was Stroll, but Stroll had the issues. Yeah, he was the only one with the full two sessions. Lawson didn't come out, or Lindblad. Behrman also didn't come out because Ocon. Well, Ocon was the other one with two sessions, and Ocon has 98 laps, and Verstappen is 119, and he is actually improving. 134, 820 is his new lap time, getting closer to the one of Lando Norris. Gasly also improving. He set his new personal best, 137.931. That puts him still in P10. Okay, 3 minutes until the end of day one at Bahrain test. We went from 8 hours to 43 minutes. Okay, I will need to set up the stream for tomorrow, so I have somewhere to forward you guys once this ends, but there's still a lot of time. to set that up as quickly as possible. Start the stream tomorrow 15 or 20 minutes before the actual session just to do a recap of day one. So yeah, make sure you have the notifications on. Okay, that is all set up. Now, okay, let's get back to the chat. New safety lights need to have them permanently on the roadblock alone. See, glossy blue. Yeah, it looks good. Guess how many laps Max will end up doing for the day. Well, let's actually do that. So right now he has 122 laps and there's 38 minutes to go. He's on track, so it's gonna be more than 122. So if anyone can drop a number in the chat and let's see who is gonna guess it. It has to be higher than 122. And yeah, I don't think he's gonna do more than, I don't know, 150. Ocon up into P4, 135,578. Now we have 6 cars on track. Albon, Hulkenberg, Antonelli, Perez, Verstappen, and Ocon. Okay, we're getting 136, 145, 138, 67. That's, I think you are just trying to guess the afternoon session, but we are looking for the whole day. Someone says 150 plus, 142, 142. Okay, let's see. 37 minutes more. Yeah, he won't be out the whole time. They will do practice starts and maybe he will stay some time in the pits. Maybe he'll go there earlier, so doesn't mean that he will be non-stop doing laps until the end. 167, that's a bit of optimistic. He will need to be driving until tomorrow. Yeah, Kinesh, welcome back. Yeah, Paula was here today, but she had to go. Hopefully, we see her tomorrow. Anda's fastest lap was on soft max. Fastest lap was on mediums. Well, actually, Max is right now on softs. I don't know on what tires he put this lap because he improved a couple laps ago. Albon is out too. He entered the pits in 22 seconds and then got out. Huckenberg improved his time a couple minutes ago, not now. And when looking by the time spent on track, still Leclerc is leading almost 2 hours on track, like half of the session. Same for Albon. Hulkenberg and Max Verstappen are close with 1 hour and 40 minutes. Then we have Perez 1 hour and 30 minutes, Ocon 1 hour and 10 minutes, and Norris just above 1 hour. Well, also Gasly is above 1 hour. Antonelli has only half an hour and Stroll only 7 minutes. Yeah, Racing Bulls didn't come out in the afternoon session. We don't really know. Probably there's some issue, but there's nothing to report actually. It's like a couple minutes ago, Perez had a massive lockup at turn one. So he has locked up multiple times this afternoon. It's 33 minutes to go until the end of the day. And we have 2,919 likes, so only 81 likes is missing until the goal of 3,000. Can we push to get those until 81 likes? I know we can. So now it's 80 likes. Let's count them down. 78. 78 likes missing. Okay. 56. 60, 67 likes until 3K. Only 67. 64. 51 likes until 3000. Exactly 30 minutes until the end of the session, and now we have 8 cars on track. So the only ones missing is Mercedes, Racing Bulls, and Aston Martin. Racing Bulls and Aston Martin won't come up again, but Mercedes might. Getting some good sponsor time for the camera. 46 likes until 3K. Audi did very well considering the first made engine by the same. Yeah, I agree. They had a bit of a hiccup, let's say, for when Hulk stopped on track, but overall, I think they did well. Let's see, Hulkenberg has 56 laps and Bortoleto 49, so they did well in terms of reliability. Doing race runs. Let's actually see how big is this stint for Max Verstappen. Pierre Gasly set personal best 1:37.025, and Hulkenberg also improved his time 1:36.861. So in this last hour, I think everyone is going to be improving their times. But let's see the strategy overview. So the last stint of Max Verstappen, the one that is currently going, is 9 laps, and he's putting one very consistent times 1:37.920, 1:37.8, 1:37.7, 1:37.7, 1:37.8. So these are very consistent times, and this is, yeah, really good for Max Verstappen. Whole day he has been putting these. He has these long stints of 9 laps. Then we have 13 laps, 12 laps. Let's see, 18 laps. So him and Ocon have been doing consistently long stints. Then also Albon has been doing long stints, and Hulkenberg. Actually, the longest stint ever is for Hulkenberg, I think 24 laps. But he has been actually consistent with this lap, but very much slower than Verstappen, like 140. Actually, this is really consistent times for Hulkenberg. Yeah, very interesting. So Audi is really doing well, even with that issue. Let's see, Perez. Perez has smaller stints. Norris also has shorter stints. Leclerc had a couple of big stints, like 17 laps, and these were also majority was consistent times, 1:38.5, around that. Yeah. Okay, Max Verstappen has entered the pits. So right now he has 128 laps. I don't think anyone guessed that, but we will see if he's gonna be coming up again. We need 36 more likes until 3000. Well, after 3K likes, I don't think we have any goal because the stream is gonna be ending in like 25 minutes. But let's try to do it tomorrow again. 45 more. Well, actually 35, 34. We are very close. The link of the tomorrow stream. Well, actually, it's too early. There's still 25 minutes. I was gonna pin it in the chat, but I'm also gonna forward you there so you can pre-like that stream too, because that really helps. Few likes. That is pretty. I think definitely getting until the 3K. Before the stream ends, we have 24 minutes more. We have 6 cars on track: Gasly, Norris, Perez, Hulkenberg, Leclerc, and Alonso. Is going back into the pits. Sergio Perez setting a new personal best, 138.828. So that put him still in P14 on the medium tires, new medium tire. My voice is going away. Yeah, I don't know if Verstappen is out of the car. Maybe he'll be going back again. Uh, some practice starts. Counter is from both sessions. So for drivers like Verstappen and Ocon who participated in both sessions, this is gonna be cumulative number, but for everyone else, it's just one session. So the most laps in one session is 77 still. That is from science. Yeah, I don't think Verstappen has done more than 70 laps in any session, and surely Ocon hasn't because he only has 106 laps. So Williams did really well. Albon is already on 65 laps, 66, so he'll probably go above 70, maybe even more than Sainz. I think probably in terms of laps, Williams has done the best. So Verstappen would be second with 128 laps. Williams already has 50 laps. Yeah, they did really well. Okay, you're still counting. We are at 21 likes. At least that is what I'm seeing. Someone says to refresh, but I see like 20 more likes until 3000. I think we might need to put, we haven't done this year. We have to spam G in chat. Let me see. We haven't done this in a year. Well, in a year, in 3 months, 2 months. 18 more likes. This is getting more exciting battle than what is on track. 16. Okay, Fight Stadium says oil leak for Racing Bulls. That is good and bad, I guess. Of course, it's not good that they have an issue, but if it's not a big engine issue, then it's okay. They can fix it. 14 more likes until 3K. 20 minutes to go. We are getting close to the end. It has been a very, very long day. Ten more likes. Just 10, guys. Hit the like button. We have 5 cars on track. Leclerc, Norris, Albon, Hülkenberg, and Antonelli. So if you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat. There's all the sector lap times. We have Verstappen past the sector 1. McLaren's have P1 and P2 for sector 2. This is actually a good indicator that they are doing good in the testing because that's the sector with most corners. Then we have in sector 3, Lando Norris fastest and Verstappen is second. Also in first sector, Leclerc is the one who is second. Nice Verstappen. Yeah, I don't think that he's gonna be coming up. It's less than 18 minutes, and if yeah, whoever said that he's probably in his simulator right now, that might be true. Leclerc also is going in, but he's also coming out right away after 30 seconds, so they changed something. So Leclerc, Norris, Antonelli, and Hülkenberg for now on track. Okay, here's my like. Hope you get 3K. We only need 4 more likes. I'm sure that we're gonna get there in like less than 2 minutes. Okay, now it's like just 2 likes. Less than 30 seconds, I would say. 2,999 likes. Who is gonna be the 3,000 like? And there it is, 3,000. Thank you so much, everyone. That was the goal for today, and we hit it 17 minutes before ending. So that is perfect. Let's try to do that tomorrow again. Happened to Oscar. Nothing. I mean, he had a great session in the morning, and yeah, in the afternoon it's been Norris in the car. So yeah, so says you are there and you're always the go-to place for the watch along. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are doing this for 6 years. I don't think we missed single session. Maybe just one British FP1 session 2 or 3 years ago because my plane was, yeah, I missed my flight. But other than that, I don't think we missed a single session in 5 or 6 years. And some of you also have been with the channel for every session since then. Race days, I have your channel up while I watch on TV. That is the best setup for this boomer. Yeah, that's a pretty neat setup. If you have all the screens and you can put it on different places, it's perfect. That's why it's watch along. So you should be watching while watching this stream. KL says Honda engine has failure in Aston Martin. I feel like Alonso really, this might make him feel like 2015 all over again. It's still too early to say, but hopefully not. We will see. If we are gonna do some recap and just try to make some conclusions from this whole day one in Bahrain, well, the first thing would be Alpine is really struggling. I mean, they have been struggling in both sessions. They started late, like 1 hour and 30 minutes. They stopped on the track in the morning session. Franco Colapinto stopped on sector 2, and we had a red flag. Then Gasly also doing only 28 laps. Well, actually, Colapinto has done 28 laps. Gasly has doing 41, so he's doing better in this afternoon session. But they started really late, so that would indicate they have some issues. Aston Martin, we know there's issues. Stroll was supposed to be in both of these sessions and he only did 36 laps. So in the afternoon session, he barely got out. Then Audi is doing really well, I think. Looking at the stints of Hulkenberg, like really consistent lap times, but they also had like one red flag that was caused by Hulkenberg in the third sector. So overall, Alpine, Aston Martin, and maybe Audi, I would say, are struggling. I'm not sure about Racing Bulls. They did a great morning session, but in the afternoon they didn't come up. So possibly there's something happening there. And I think that is for the ones that are doing worse so far in the first day. For the ones that are doing great, we are seeing Verstappen consistently doing good stints, long stints with consistent lap times. He has been all day on track, 128 laps, doing great. I think Williams is also doing really great. They have more than 150 laps, and they are the team with most laps on day one, which they needed because they weren't in Barcelona. So that's also good. McLaren is doing okay. They have the fastest times in the second sector, which is going to be important. Um, I would say the first stint was probably better for Piastri because there were some issues maybe for Norris. He was coming in and out on every 2 laps. So maybe it was just a setup thing, but probably the first stint was better. But in this stint, Norris is holding the fastest time of the day. So can't say that this is a bad one. Then Leclerc and Hamilton, I would say they had a decent day also. Leclerc probably better. He has 71 laps already and he's still on track, so he might be the one with most laps because I think Lindblad is on 77 for that Science. Yeah, Science is on 77. So I don't know if Leclerc can do like 5 or 6 more laps in 10 minutes. He probably can. So he could be the one with most laps in one session. Hamilton did 52 laps, but he also had that spin in turn one, so not the greatest session for him. But still, Ferrari did well. Mercedes, they might had some issues. There was a good session for Russell in the morning, but in the afternoon, Antonelli pretty much didn't came out until the last hour started. So 3 hours they were just waiting. They just did one lap and went straight into the one lap in the beginning of the afternoon session, then went straight into the garage and closed up. So they didn't come out until the last hour. But right now it looks like it's okay. Antonelli has 22 laps. He's P11 in the timings. Yeah, we don't know what was the issue in the beginning, but it's okay. Who else? Who we didn't mention? Cadillac has put about around 100 laps. I would say they had good sessions. Not too many, not any incidents really. Maybe not the fastest lap times, but consistency here and reliability is key. So for them, that is good. And yeah, for Ocon has put 110 laps the whole day. He's P4 on the timings. I think that is good for good day for them too. So I think that would be like the recap. We have 8 minutes until 9 minutes until the session ends. And yeah, for anyone that is rushing to go, let me just put the link to the tomorrow stream. And go and like that stream before you go because that really helps us out. And I'm gonna pin it. Also, if you stay until the end of the stream, you will be directly redirected to that stream and you can like and then. So yeah, if you're not going anywhere, just stick for the last 10 minutes and we will see if something happens because right now we have a lot of cars on track. We have one, two, three, four, five, six, 7 cars on track. That's Antonelli, Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, Ocon, Perez, and Gasly. So the only one missing is, well, I don't know who is missing. Yeah, Verstappen is again out 129 laps. He's gonna put couple more. Yeah, we are missing the Williams, Aston Martin, and Racing Bulls. So actually just Williams because the other two are not gonna, we know that they are not gonna come out. Some things. We are at 3025 likes. Wow, that's a huge number. Here, Gasly has set new personal best 136.769. That puts him in P8. Gasly had a good session, really. I mean, not too many laps, like 44 only, but because they went out on track really late. But for the time that he has been on track, he has been doing really well. Let's see, Antonelli has one green mini sector, but he's not improving. Max Verstappen has set the new personal best, so he's improving, but still not enough to be P1. So he is gonna still be P2 with 134.798. That is 0.129 behind London Norris. There has been no improvement on the speed trap. Still 336 kilometers for Verstappen is the quickest time there. And if we look at the drive time, definitely Leclerc has spent more than 2 hours and 18 minutes on track. He's still on track. Second is Hulkenberg, 2 hours and 8 minutes. Albon, 2 hours and 5 minutes. And we have Max Verstappen just below 2 hours. Those are the four drivers with most actual time spent on track, not just laps. So Leclerc already has 75 laps. I think he's gonna go above the 77 record set by Carlos Sainz. There's 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and he's already halfway through the lap. So if he's gonna go to the end, he probably will. Maybe they're gonna be doing some practice starts. So that would be the record for one session of 77 or maybe 78 laps. To the stints, yeah, there's no one on a long stint, so we can check the lap times. Let me double check this. Yeah, these are all. Well, Norris is on a 18 lap stint, and he's quite consistent, around 139.5, and then he did one cooldown lap and then went 138.4, like a second faster than his previous pace. So yeah, he has been doing some race pace simulations. Pull out any in case he rides on that car too. No, Hajar is gonna be tomorrow whole day. This was all day for Verstappen, and tomorrow we will see Hajar. They have 3 sessions each. Max drove less in Barcelona, so I guess he had first day. Isaac second, and they will share the last. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be three sessions for each driver, except for Martin. In that case, Stroll is gonna have 4 sessions and Alonso only two. Alonso will go on the tomorrow, but that is because Alonso had more time in Barcelona. Not looking good for Cadillac so far. I have high hope for them. I mean, why do you mean it's not looking good? Like they have been reliable today. They made more than 100 laps, no incidents, no stopping on track. So I think they are doing well. And being a new team, it's looking good for them. I mean, yeah, in the timesheet they are low, but times are not important now in the testing. At least maybe until the last day we will see some quick times. Now it's more for reliability and consistency. 1 minute to go. 7 cars on track. Ocon, Antonelli, Hulkenberg, Norris, Leclerc, Gasly, and Verstappen. Verstappen already on 133 laps, and Leclerc is on 77 laps. So he's gonna do more than 77 for sure. That's gonna be the record, I think, for one session. It looks like they can spin at any corner. Downforce has been reduced, but it seems the rear downforce took more of a hit, or it could be the conditions. Yeah, we don't know yet. Cadillac will be the brown of Volume 2. Yeah, that's a bold prediction. Actually, once we have the F1 bingo set up, maybe this will be part of the bingo cards, so you can pick it like the bold ones. Max is on a flyer. Let's see. No, it doesn't seem that he is improving. It's a fast lap, but he's not improving. I can't prove it yet, but Mercedes trying hard to make people think they are slow to actually keep the motor trick. Yeah, I mean, in the afternoon session, they didn't look well. They didn't came up for 3 hours, so that's not good. I don't think that they are that ready yet that they would sacrifice almost the whole session just to send back. Yeah, the cars just look so unbalanced. Still a fossil. Thanks for the positive feedback. Cadillac is my team after Ferrari disappointment. Well, hopefully Cadillac is not gonna disappoint. Okay, the time is up and now we have 8 cars on track. Let's see if someone already took the checkers flag. So first one to take the checkers flag was Ocon. And then we had Gasly, Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Norris, Perez, Leclerc, and the last one is gonna be Antonelli. So Leclerc actually did full 79 laps, and that would be the record for today for one session just. For both sessions, Verstappen did 135 laps and Ocon 114. Sandbagging really works as well. If you have something to hide, yes. And these are the games that teams always play. Like they want the others to be confident that they are fastest, but then, in the first race, they notice that the other teams are maybe doing better, but they don't have that much time to improve. So it's giving them a bit of a gap to make some points until the other teams catch up to them. So sandbagging is really worth it. It's just leaving the teams in a comfort zone, the other competitor teams. So when they realize they are slower, because they will start working harder when they realize they're slower. So the later they realize that, the better for the one that is sandbagging. The braking is giving the drivers problems because it does something to the rear brakes when it kicks in. Yeah, uh, we will see. We will see. Still, this is the first day. Coming in the pits, or they are gonna do some practice starts maybe, because I don't see them going into the pits. They're still on track. Yeah, they're doing practice starts. Perez now is doing is going, and everyone else is lining up. So we will stay for that too. Ocon is going afterwards. Ocon is faster than you, Piastri. Verstappen, then is Hulkenberg, and the practice laps, so that's why they are running. Is to electric discharge unsettles the rear end. We can talk about it tomorrow. Yeah, we can definitely touch that topic tomorrow. Now we have virtual safety car deployed, and I think they are just testing the systems now, if everything is working properly. But that's pretty much it for the session. So Lando Norris stops the whole day. Verstappen was fastest in the morning session. Overall, Lando Norris. And that is pretty much it, guys. So I will take you now to the tomorrow stream. Make sure before you leave to like the stream. That's really important for the channel. So you will now be taken to that stream, and just hit the like button before you go, and we'll be seeing you there tomorrow.